Proofreader, Papatonks. The two rushed away with Chu Qingqing in tow, yet not out of Ruby Cloud's sect, instead slipping near the main hall. A patrol of disciples passed by and the two knocked them out without a sound. What are you doing? Chu Qingqing whispered. Li Jingtian waved off her concern. Miss Chu, they're fine. Make sure to stay quiet and follow me. The two venerables led her to a hidden spot. Chu Qingqing was baffled, but trusted them since they harmed no one. They reached a hidden part of the wall of the building and looked in through the window. Steward Zhua, you've drunk a dozen cups already? Can we start already? Master? Chu Qingqing gave the two an odd look, seeing them grave. She could only refocus on the scene inside the hall, where He Xiaofeng, her master, and Zhuo Fan were. Zhuo Fan placed his teacup down. This should be enough. I've stalled for an hour now. Should I keep going? Enchanting Empress, your maiden tea is delightful. I can't get enough of it. Steward Zhua, Lord Saint called you here to discuss, not chat over tea. The Enchanting Empress's face was dark, glaring at Zhuo Fan. It all started as courtesy, showing him hospitality, but this guy kept fussing over the tea being too cold or too hot. Then he stuffed himself with snacks, only to ask for a potty break. He was wasting time, no doubt about it, not wanting to get to it. We're all civilized people here, men of status that know courtesy. So being polite was only natural. But this? Zhuo Fan had been milking their courtesy for an hour now. The two didn't know what he was playing, but their patience was running thin, unable to keep their calm. Bam! Zhuo Fan slammed the teacup down, raging, Humph, Enchanting Empress, is this how you treat guests? Can't a guy enjoy a nice warm tea around here? Is this Ruby Cloud sex hospitality? You've had 18 of them. He Xiaofeng's face twitched, snapping, this is the 6th time you used that pretext. Can't you at least change your script? You might like this agitation, but we don't. What are you trying to pull? Zhuo Fan beamed bashfully, that many? Ha ha ha, sorry, I didn't keep count. Though could I get a refill? Enough. He Xiaofeng slammed the table. Zhuo Fan, I've never seen a more revolting person in my life. I know what your game is, but no matter how much you stall it won't work. It's time you give me an explanation. Why is the demonic emperor attacking two emperors without reason? Zhuo Fan shrugged, the whole of the sacred domain knows it, even the Enchanting Empress. The two emperors were at odds with the demonic emperor and waged war. If not for Lord Saint interfering, it would have been over by now. Later, Saint took the Nether Sea map then went back. Sir doesn't have to mix in our squabbles. It's the Sacred Mountain's decision, not requiring discussion with anybody, especially with you. He Xiaofeng unleashed his strong aura filled with bloodthirst. Zhuo Fan sneered inside. He can flip out all he wants now, humph. The Enchanting Empress intervened, Sir Saint, think of everything. If Qingqing finds out about his death, it will make things worse. It'll be bad if she takes her life. He Xiaofeng quelled his seething anger. The Enchanting Empress said, Steward Zhua, I know you wield all of the demonic emperor's forces, with Zhao Chen in seclusion. It's brave of you to go against two emperors in the demonic emperor's name, but once he comes out, he will make you answer for it. Nothing Enchanting Empress needs to concern herself with. All I do is for the demonic emperor. I started the war with Sir's approval. There's no point in you interfering, ha ha ha. Steward Zhua, you're burning bridges. The Enchanting Empress mocked, the demonic emperor has the power to fight those two because I and the Sword Emperor wore them out. While you two stood by and watched, we took heavy losses. I can overlook this, but now you want us to stand back? That's not very honest. But it is, since our deal is done. You got your Nether Sea map, so what are you lacking? I don't care about your squabbles. You are forbidden from fighting. He Xiaofeng slammed the table again, the 8 emperors are about to change. A few disciples will come down from sacred mountains, replacing some of the 8 emperors. It's unclear who it will be. It's too soon for you to fight for more land. Zhuo Fan said, replace the 8 emperors? Are you kidding me? The 8 emperors represent sacred mountains, but they are outside of it. They come from every corner of the sacred domain and understand it best. Those entitled saints don't know the first thing about the sacred domain situation. They lack the experience to handle local factions and quell chaos. It'll be a miracle if the sacred domain won't burn to the ground. It won't be of benefit to anyone, including the sacred mountain supply. There's sure to be accidents. Are you looking down on us? That's no disdain, but fact. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. The sacred domain is a world where the strong rule, but for them to form their faction, they need the skill set for it, to know how to draw people in and feel at ease as their power grows. With the sacred mountains merely observing from above, they don't know anything about how things work down below. With a few reckless commands, the sacred domain's order will be broken, with the people crushed and suffering. Enchanting Empress was touched, with He Xiaofeng sneering, "No one will stir anything when we come down. We can even replace the 8 emperors with pigs and there'll still be no objection." You guys only have pigs? You dare disgrace the sacred mountains? He Xiaofeng roared. The Enchanting Empress rushed to stop him, advising, "Steward Zhuo, we have no say in the sacred mountains' decision. Their disciples have incredible talent and might be qualified for our positions. Over time, they will gain their experience and become able lords." Humph, able, you say? When they can't reach sainthood with those top cultivation methods and mountains of resources thrown at them? Zhuo Fan mocked, even making them into the 8 emperors, while time can give them experience, their mindset will never change. Did they rise from the bottom? Will they listen to other suggestions? A bunch of pompous pricks will sooner or later destroy everything. Using the sacred domain's turmoil to raise their own people is so kind of the sacred mountains, humph. Zhuo Fan mocked, He Xiaofeng sneered and the Enchanting Empress sighed. Also, Zhuo Fan continued, "Enchanting Empress, they'll send a few to replace the 8 emperors, but next time there will be even more. At some point, all will be replaced. The only land ruled by bottom cultivators will turn over into the hands of those high and mighty from the sacred mountains. Then there will be no end to our torment, the same goes for you as well. It's only a matter of time before only the sacred mountains could produce saints, taking all the highest positions." He Xiaofeng mocked, "And, isn't it now the same?" Of course not. The 8 emperors have a share of resources left from the sacred domain, giving hope of creating some saints. But once the sacred mountains take everything, this little hope will be crushed. What chance do cultivators born outside the sacred mountains ever have of reaching the top? Blame it on their birth, for being born elsewhere. He Xiaofeng had a sinister smirk. No matter how antagonistic the 8 emperors are, they are to stay put. You can resume once the replacements are here. The other emperors should get word of it soon. No one gets to disobey, not even the demonic emperor, let alone a nobody like you. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone with bloodthirst. He came to see He Xiaofeng for another reason, but the sacred mountain's decision infuriated him. In both of his lives, he had clawed his way from the bottom, his pride making him never lower his head to anyone, not even the sacred mountains. For he believed that one day he would surpass those fools. He didn't have anywhere near the resources they had, but he made up for it with effort. This decision, however, would make the common people lose all hope. The resources would be under tight control and even reaching sainthood would only be possible if the sacred mountains allowed it. There would be no hope to become strong. He didn't know what got the sacred mountains to go crazy and issue such a decision, but Zhuo Fan would be sure to never let them succeed. I need to speed up taking down the 8 emperors. Proofreader, Papatonks. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Zhuo Fan's gaze went cold. He Xiaofeng waved him off with scorn. Go tell the demonic emperor to stop and change his aide, or the first replacement might just be his, ha ha ha. Saint, are you trying to get me fired? No, I just dislike mavericks. Then you shouldn't complain when I overstep. Overstep? He Xiaofeng taunted, you're threatening me now? Huh, with what? Zhuo Fan smirked, oh, I don't know, Qingcheng? Chu Qingcheng? He Xiaofeng laughed harder, her? Save it. No girl can ever affect me. Actually, I'm going to threaten you with her. Your defiant nature would have gotten you killed by now, even if you were one of the 8 emperors. You're only breathing because I don't want her to know. Once I take her to the sacred mountains, you best watch out, ha ha ha. Chu Qingqing was furious. This was his plan all along. And I almost trusted him. Zhuo Fan looked back with a smile. Saint Sir, you're too scornful of me. As a puny cultivator, I didn't get into the demonic emperor's good graces by luck alone. You think I'm like you, gambling with a girl's feelings? Too risky. Well, do you have anything else? Of course, Zhuo Fan snickered, the reason why you must have Chu Qingqing. He Xiaofeng shook and grew heavy. The enchanting empress panicked. Zhuo Fan, you can't spout nonsense. Lord Saint came from the sacred mountains for the first time. He passed by the Ruby Cloud sect, found Qingqing stunning, and was drawn to her. A gentleman and a lady would make for a great couple, that's why he wanted to take her. Yeah, it's that simple. He Xiaofeng added. Zhuo Fan beamed, let's be honest here, since there's only 3 of us. That's an excuse for everyone else, to hide the truth and a terrible secret about Qingqing's history. History? The 2 cried out, with He Xiaofeng looking hateful. What do you know? I know something, but enough, hee hee. Zhuo Fan gave a sneaky smile. 100 years ago, the sky changed, an omen of great significance. It happened to be Qingqing's birth nearby Ruby Cloud sect. The enchanting empress went over at once and knew the girl was special, covered in a prismatic glow, taking her for a disciple. Since it was too important, she silenced everyone that knew anything about her, including her parents. Chu Qingqing held her mouth, unable to believe her ears. The enchanting empress grew dark, cursing. Zhuo Fan, stop vilifying. Enchanting empress, why so nervous? Allow me to finish first. Zhuo Fan continued. The enchanting empress sneaked Qingqing into the sect to raise her, telling only her backer, the 6th sacred mountain's lord. The lord knew taking the girl would draw unneeded attention. So he set it up for his son to marry her 100 years later. That would get the girl on the mountain with none the wiser. A perfect match between a gentleman and a lady, no, ha ha ha. He Xiaofeng's face twitched and barked, rubbish. Why would we do this to Qingqing? Because you found an ancient and scary record. That she is related to a sovereign path. Zhuo Fan shouted. He Xiaofeng pointed at him in shock. How do you know that? The sacred mountains aren't the only ones with ancient records. No, impossible. We only found bits and pieces in our ancient records, yet your Luo clan under the demonic emperor has. Young master he. The enchanting empress' sharp voice stopped him, but it was too late. Zhuo Fan taunted, what did I tell you? The sacred mountains entitled princelings have nothing to them other than their huge backers. That sentence proves everything. Try denying it now. You bastard. You goaded me. He Xiaofeng was outraged and filled with bloodthirst. Chu Qingqing can't protect you anymore, you know too much. Zhuo Fan didn't care he was about to attack. My man-child of a prince, this is your fault. Knowing things doesn't mean death. Try anything and tomorrow, all of the sacred domain will hear about this. Everyone will be fighting over Chu Qingqing. What worth would the 6th sacred mountain be then? Did you forget about the rest of the mountains? Ha ha ha, a bunch of decrepit old fools stuck at peak sainthood will be sure to go crazy at the mere hope of reaching the sovereign stage. He Xiaofeng shuddered, glaring at Zhuo Fan with loathing. The enchanting empress was grave, though amazed at the same time. She cowered before the saints like all the other 8 emperors, but this kid went and toyed with him. But having leverage on a saint could burn him to ashes at some point. He's playing with his life. It would keep him safe for now, but disaster would come in the end. The 6th sacred mountain would not forget this, destroying him and the Luo clan to hide this secret. The enchanting empress continued, I've been cautious to not let anything leak when I did it. How did you find out? The enchanting empress just admitted to everything. Chu Qingqing was about to cry in shock, but Li Jingtian held her mouth, with faint sobs sounding as tears streamed down. Her master killed her parents. You weren't too careful. Someone played dead and escaped. Qingqing asked me to help her find her history, so I did. Zhuo Fan smirked. He had not the slightest clue, just guesswork. But this proved enough for the two to buy it and admit to everything. Now he could go after Qingqing's sect without issues. The enchanting empress frowned. No, I made sure nobody escaped. There's no way that happened. Are you sure? Why else would he know so much? He Xiaofeng cursed. What do you want to keep silent? Zhuo Fan shrugged. I'll tell you when I figure it out. But, I hope nothing bad will happen to the Luo clan and the demonic emperor due to the Sacred Mountain's decision. Zhuo Fan left then, laughing just before exiting. You're nothing but an idiot saint. You're not even close to challenging me. Damn it. Bam. He Xiaofeng crushed the table. I'm the young lord of the 6th Sacred Mountain, yet I can't even touch that blasted bug. This kid is truly frightening. The enchanting empress sighed, waiting for He Xiaofeng to calm down before smiling. He's only clever, while beneath you in every other way. He Xiaofeng's face twitched, with blood leaking from his mouth. Curses, he is nothing compared to me at all. Is that how you intend to flatter me? Master. This is bad. A disciple burst in. Master, our sisters have suffered an attack and 50 people are unconscious. 50 people unconscious without any sign of who did it. They must be incredible. Search the sect. Yes. The disciple rushed out, just as another entered. Master, Senior Aunt Mei was found unconscious and Junior Sister Qingqing is missing. What? He Xiaofeng roared. Chu Qingqing is my sweetheart, raised for 100 years for me alone. I won't have this. I will slaughter any that had a part in this. He Xiaofeng vanished before anyone could stop him. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. In a dense forest, Zhuo Fan waited as Li Jingtian and Qiu Yanhai showed up with Chu Qingqing, Steward Zhuo. No need for courtesy. Zhuo Fan only looked at Chu Qingqing, understanding her pain. Qingqing, that's how it is. Don't feel sad, it's all in the past now. Chu Qingqing felt devastated, hugging him hard. Zhuo Fan, I have no one. I don't have parents and now my master is a brutal murderer. There, aren't I still here? Rubbing her back, Zhuo Fan softly said, the hag is a pretender, now you know. It's good that you're finally leaving her. Just tell me how you want her handled and I'll help you. Chu Qingqing hesitated. The enchanting empress had taken care of her for 100 years and was also her master. She couldn't forsake everything just like that, even with this betrayal. Zhuo Fan was happy with ruining their relationship. Chu Qingqing's attachment to the enchanting empress had hindered Zhuo Fan's plans for so long. But now he was free to act. Chu Qingqing wouldn't like to know he would kill the hag, but she wouldn't go against it. Zhuo Fan patted her back, consoling her. You go with them to the Luo clan, where it is safe so that guy won't take you. Chu Qingqing nodded. Zhuo Fan was now her only lifeline. Take Miss Chu and protect her at all times. Yes. The elders bowed and held Chu Qingqing's arms before shooting off. Zhuo Fan grinned. Minutes later, He Xiaofeng was darting everywhere to look for any clues. Bastard. He stalled on purpose to confuse me. I won't fall for it. I will catch you and make mincemeat out of you. I will get Qingqing back. Whoosh. A figure blocked his path, making him jerk to a stop. Sir Saint, where are you going? Zhuo Fan chuckled with cupped hands. He Xiaofeng barked, rotten filth, get lost. This doesn't concern you. It's our greatest honor to serve you, Saint. Tell me what it is, sir, and I may be of help. I'm a saint, dominating the whole of the sacred domain. What could you possibly do to help me? Get lost before I lose my patience. Don't think for a second that you can show off just because you know my secret that I can't kill you. Know that I can give you a fate worse than death. Oh, I see, then please enlighten me. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan snickered, standing there and blocking his path. He Xiaofeng popped a vein. Fine, you asked for it. so don't come crying to me later. Who? He Xiaofeng unleashed his mighty saint powers, putting all his pressure on Zhuo Fan. The dreadful aura would have put normal emperors out of commission from the heavy wounds. Zhuo Fan stood like it was a breeze that fell on him. A vortex of black energy on him dissipated the saint's power, fully absorbing it. How can this be? He Xiaofeng gasped in utter shock. You're just a bug, yet you can, wait, you're not in the qi condensation stage? How else can you fly? Zhuo Fan snickered. There's no way a qi condensation cultivator could fly, let alone block half your pressure. They'd be crushed to pieces instead of still talking to you, ha ha ha. Why you were laying low? He Xiaofeng gaped, then turned grave. What cultivation do you have? Around the peak of the emperor stage. Humph, I see, not bad but still nowhere close to my level. He Xiaofeng relaxed, his pride once again stoked. You still dare block me? Beat it already. He Xiaofeng shot for Zhuo Fan, using all his power, wanting to run him through. A saint had the power to do that against an emperor, for sure. Though he wasn't against any normal emperor. He Xiaofeng clashed with something that felt like a wall, stopping him in his tracks. He looked up with shock to find a hand grabbing him. How is this possible? He Xiaofeng was overwhelmed. An emperor stopped me with one hand? Bam! Zhuo Fan's Qilin arm flicked him 1,000 meters away, making him tumble around. When he recovered he was grave. What the hell are you? Luo clan's steward, Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan smirked, his calmness making even his surroundings tranquil. He Xiaofeng was scared. To have such an easy time stopping him meant he had incredible power. I really underestimated him. He Xiaofeng frowned and clenched his fists. Sacred body. He Xiaofeng shook and exploded in a white light, forming a huge image around him that had 8 divine swords on its back. He Xiaofeng held his head high with pride inside the huge figure. The giant hands took 2 flickering swords from its back, each hundreds of meters long that unleashed biting winds as they were drawn. The enchanting empress had just looked over her unconscious disciples when she froze before shooting off. The saint unleashed his sacred body. He must have met with a great expert. Whoosh. The slash cut the sky as it pointed at Zhuo Fan. You then know our differences, being a peak emperor. Your imperial mark is nothing before my sacred body. Bring Chu Qingqing back right now, for I have plenty of ways to silence the Luo clan and the demonic emperor. Oh, really? Zhuo Fan mocked him, lifting the Qilin arm with a burning look in his eyes. I'm sorry, while there's no bad blood between us, you are after Qingqing. The sooner you're out of the picture, the better. You don't know, but in Nether Sea, I planned on dealing with you, though I never got the chance. Now, you came asking for it. He Xiaofeng laughed. Handle me? You got some nerve. Show me then, how will you handle a saint? Boom. He Xiaofeng slashed his 2 swords at Zhuo Fan with the power to rend the world. The world shifted and the sun dimmed, for the end of days was night. Zhuo Fan was unfazed, showing no reaction. As the blades reached him, his eyes shone and punched. Qilin Tyrant Fist. Rumble. A punch to destroy the world. He Xiaofeng's sword clashed with Zhuo Fan's punch, and in a flash of red, they broke. The space cracked as black scars appear around them from the indomitable fist. As the unstoppable power reached He Xiaofeng, the mighty fist ran him through. The sacred body had a 500-meter hole in it. The huge body tottered before fading to nothing. He Xiaofeng coughed 3 mouthfuls of blood as he fell to the ground. Proofreader, Papatonks. Bang! He Xiaofeng slammed hard into the ground, his body broken in every way. Worse, his soul was severely injured, needing a decade to pull himself together. But now, he didn't have any strength left in him, just like a bug. Even a Foundation establishment stage could slap him into the beyond. Who? Zhuo Fan drifted down, looking down at his victim with a sinister smile. He Xiaofeng was trembling in fear. Why, you're not human. You're a monster, spiritual beast, or a dragon. I'm a saint, the strongest human. How can you destroy my sacred body without even an imperial mark? Ha ha ha, you're right, though a bit off. Zhuofan shook his head. I'm half beast, but not a dragon or spiritual beast. The sacred beast decimating dragon ancestor remolded my body with his scale, making it unbreakable. This right hand comes from a soaring Qilin leg. In the Nether Sea, I gained guidance from the tyrant emperor. I hardly need to use anything to deal with an early saint bigot like you. My foundation is leagues above you. What? He Xiaofeng gaped. You have so many ancient experts behind you. Just who are you? Former demonic emperor Zhui Yifan, current Luo clan's steward, Zhuofan. Zhuofan smiled. As for the process of my second coming, I'll leave that a secret. Gulp. He Xiaofeng stammered. Demonic emperor Zhui Yifan, I heard he got 9 serenities sovereign's cultivation method and that's why you could avoid that calamity? Right, but it was too late. What are you doing? He Xiaofeng shuddered in fear. Zhuofan snickered. What, you ask? Isn't it obvious? I just spilled my greatest secrets and shouldn't you offer the same consideration? See consideration? Right, show some consideration by sharing as well. Zhuofan smirked, raising a hand that oozed black energy, placing it on his head. I lay my heart open to you, so you must die. Since dead men tell no tales. Bye, Sir Saint. Wish you great fortune to be born in the sacred mountains again, unlike me, to come from the bottom rung. Though I don't mind, since my base birth allowed me to send you, of lofty birth, to reincarnate, ahaha. And no, don't, ack. Wails of pain shuddered the forest as black energy spread out. When Zhuofan stood, he was surrounded by dust and rags taken by the wind. Zhuofan eased a breath. A saint sure has a strong cultivation. It's good that I've not used demon transformation art for a while. I'll need a few days to consolidate. I'd rather avoid ending up like the traitor Zhao Chen, ha ha ha. Whoosh. Zhuofan's ear twitched at the sound and vanished. You came just in time to report to the 6th sacred mountain, humph. Whoosh. The enchanting empress landed and looked around. Strange, I just saw Saint's sacred body around here. Where is he? Master. Ruby Cloud's sect disciples arrived as well. We've looked around but there's no sign of anyone. The enchanting empress nodded and hesitated. Is the battle over, and so they scattered? There's not a body around, so that means the one taking Qingqing couldn't be stopped by a saint? Won't it mean they have a saint as well? The enchanting empress stepped on something that caught her attention, the dust as well as bits of familiar clothing. This. The enchanting empress cried out in utter shock. This is the saint's clothing. What is it doing here? Did he get killed? SSS. The enchanting empress gasped in fear. Her knees softened and slumped to the ground shell-shocked. This is really bad. The 6th sacred mountain's young lord died in the Ruby Cloud sect's domain. Then the Lord will take it out on me. Disciples, gather everyone around at once. We'll report to the 6th sacred mountains. 2 weeks later, on the 6th sacred mountain, in a quaint and huge study, a middle-aged man with twin mustaches held dust and scraps of clothing in his hand with red eyes. The man exploded with a vicious aura, pulverizing his desk and everything in the room. The shivering enchanting empress was sent flying and coughed blood. Who did this? Why was my son the only one to suffer in the 8 emperors' lands? The middle-aged man roared, snapping his bloodshot eyes on the enchanting empress, flashing in her face and grabbing her hair. He howled in her ear, Enchanting empress, explain yourself. What happened? Why did my son suffer in your sect? Mountain Lord, young lord's fate had nothing to do with me. We didn't do it. Of course I know that, so stop wasting my time. You don't have what it takes. Bam! The enchanting empress got thrown into a wall as the man raged. I'm asking you who killed my son in your sect's domain? You better have an answer or I'll wipe the Ruby Cloud sect from the sacred domain. Mountain Lord, we will investigate this and report to you. The enchanting empress kneeled again in terror. The middle-aged man held his head with grief. Feng'er, you suffered so much, not even leaving a body behind. Feng'er, I thought Chu Qingqing would be great for you in understanding sovereign stage. But now I shall never see you again. What of your disciple then? What happened to her? If she's devastated, I can allow her entrance into the sacred mountain as a widow. She, enchanting Empress stammered. The man turned frosty. What about her? Hasn't she been getting close to Feng'er? Doesn't she care if he died? Humph, absurd, a sacred mountain young lord shows his care and she doesn't want it? She just doesn't know her own fortune. Fine, since there's nothing there, I'll still allow her on sacred mountain as my daughter-in-law, for being with Feng'er for so long. But better have her clean her act as a devastated widow. That's the only way to move me and allow her in without raising suspicion to the other mountains. Did I make myself clear? Mountain Lord, that's beside the point. The enchanting Empress's face shook hard. The man gave her a long look. Not the point, then what is it? I'm not asking her to truly feel for my son, just act like it to fool others. What's so hard about that? How did you teach her all these years to not manage a disciple? No, Mountain Lord, I do know how to manage my disciples and guide them after so many years together, but... What? But she has to be present first. The man went blank, his grief all but lost. What's that supposed to mean? You're not saying. The enchanting Empress lowered her head. She was actually so in love with Feng'er that she took her life? The man's mind went wild with guesses. The enchanting Empress blinked, lost. Took her life? Qingqing and your son barely know each other. Aren't you overestimating your son's charm here? The enchanting Empress' silence made the man angrier. You're such a disappointment. How could you not watch your disciple? We've been raising this prize pig for a century. Even with my son gone, she shouldn't have been harmed. Damn hag, give me back my prize pig. The man clutched the enchanting Empress' neck with fury in his eyes. He cared more for Chu Qingqing than for his son. Emma Mountain Lord, listen to me. Qingqing is fine. The enchanting Empress' hoarse voice barely got through. The guy perked up and let her go. Then what was that about? I thought. She isn't here because someone took her. Enchanting Empress said. The man's face shook, then he clutched the enchanting Empress's neck again, but even tighter. Proofreader, Papatonks. Cough. The enchanting Empress pawed at his cold hand and coughed for air. Mountain Lord, spare me. Wretched stinking hag, you can't do anything right. The man gnashed his teeth. My son died near your place and then you lost the prize pig I had you raise for a century. So you tell me what you deserve. The enchanting Empress held her sore neck, stammering, Mountain Lord, Qingqing is only missing. We just have to get her back. It's better than being dead. As if. Bam. Throwing her into the groan again, he snapped, I'd be happier if she took her life because of my son. Now she's gone and my son is dead. Not only did I lose everything but there's not an ounce of feeling between them. Have you any idea of the heartbreak I'm going through? I thought you felt none, as a practical man. The enchanting Empress bowed, keeping that bit to herself as she said, please restrain your grief, Mountain Lord. Cut the crap, I want to know everything, what is going on and how you lost Qingqing. Talk or die. The man demanded. The enchanting Empress bowed and reported how he Xiaofeng called Zhuofan over to warn him, only for the latter to know everything. Not long after Zhuofan left, we discovered unconscious disciples in the sect and Qingqing missing. Young Lord rushed in pursuit, and I was unaware it would be the last time I got to witness the young Lord's genius, kindness, and amiable nature. Oh, the sorrow. Stop crying. The Mountain Lord snapped at her. I know exactly what my son was, least of all amiable. You're only crying for my sake. The enchanting Empress gave a dry smile, Mountain Lord so insightful, but the young lord had many people's respect, ha ha ha. Ignoring the blatant flattery, the man said, so it all happened after Zhuofan left? Isn't he related? That can't be. The enchanting Empress shook her head. Why not? Mountain Lord, Zhuofan is the demonic emperor's right-hand man. He is beyond resourceful, but he's as weak as a bug, in the bone-tempering stage. He'd have long since been reduced to fertilizer if not for the protection his high status offered. Young Lord was a saint that no bug could even touch. It's not possible. Then the ones around him? Mountain Lord squinted. 8 emperors shook her head still. Mountain Lord, the Luo clan sought shelter with the demonic emperor. They can't have any experts. They are at least beneath the demonic emperor. While the one that took Qingqing moved like the wind, rendering Mei Sangu, my junior sister, unconscious without even reacting. This is the level of 8 emperors, at the least. The Luo clan couldn't have done it. Anne. Yes? When we were at the sect, I saw the young lord's sacred body, but by the time we got there, no one was there. This proves that the young lord's fight was swift. Mountain Lord, the only one able to kill the young lord so fast is a saint. The 8 emperors could never do this. Mountain Lord nodded. Yeah, you're right about that. But who did it? To kill Fenger in a blink, one must have mid-saint power. Maybe. Mountain Lord, did you find out? There's one faction that has such power, the Dragon Saints. Mountain Lord squinted. The 7 sacred mountains and the dragons are at odds, but it's been years since we intersected. They're avoiding any conflict. They could never have struck my son. Maybe the young lord's immense pride provoked them. No, I warned him not to ever touch those lizards. Mountain Lord denied her guess. If not the dragons, then the other sacred mountains? Has Chu Qingqing's secret leaked? The two shared a look and nodded. This was the most plausible explanation. Zhuofan had the biggest motive to take her, but not the strength, leaving the two crossing him out. The matters were becoming complicated, with them unable to figure out who was behind it. They believed He Xiaofeng's death was due to Chu Qingqing. He Xiaofeng must have found the other's secret and was silenced. Fenger, I will find your killer and rescue the precious Chu Qingqing. Mountain Lord vowed. The enchanting empress said, since the secret is out, does Zhuofan's threat still stand? Yes. Giving her a sidelong glance, Mountain Lord continued, so long as it isn't an open secret, the threat will be real. No one will spread this secret, not us, not the ones taking Chu Qingqing. We need to strike first and get Chu Qingqing with us at once. The enchanting empress nodded. Are we to condone his defiant actions? Isn't it just land? He can cause trouble for the next sacred mountain's disciples, so long as he keeps his mouth shut. Mountain Lord sneered. The 7 sacred mountains' joint action stems from the fear of those old fools due to the event a century ago, that a strong expert will emerge that would topple their power. They want to regulate all resources so that not even an ungodly genius of the likes of the 10 ancient sovereigns can reach sainthood without our say-so. The enchanting empress nodded, her heart sinking. It's just like the kid said, the sacred mountains want to crush everyone. Now there's no hope for anyone else to rise to the top. Zhuofan was back on Devil Mountain, where he met nervous guards in the main hall. They bowed and reported their worries. Steward Zhuo, you're here. What's wrong? Why are you all here? Zhuofan asked. Steward Zhuo, our assault on the 2 emperors has been going smoothly, but the 2 have taken to the battlefield themselves and none of us can take them on. We've received urgent reports requesting the demonic emperor's assistance. But the demonic emperor has been in seclusion and we don't know what to do. We will suffer heavy losses if this goes on. We can't take more of the unstoppable emperor's attacks. Oh, I see. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, I will go see the demonic emperor now to ask him to fight. Zhuofan walked among their gratifying words towards the stone door. Demonic emperor, sir, I have something to report. Rumble. The heavy door opened and Zhuofan entered. He saw a ghastly Zhao Chen with bloodlust in his eyes. Where are my ingredients? The demonic emperor's breath was ragged. Zhuofan smiled. Demonic emperor, sir, I can no longer provide them. Why? The Falcon Emperor and Wraith Emperor have taken to the battlefield, blocking us from taking more prisoners. Bam! Zhao Chen slammed the stone bed, breaking it. Outrageous. Those bastards are ruining everything. I'll get them for this. There are reports from the front lines requesting the demonic emperor's help to eliminate them. Also, with the 8 emperors' incredible cultivation, they are sure to be a great boost. Zhuo Fan snickered. Zhao Chen's eyes shone with malice and madness. Ha ha ha, using them I'll reach sainthood. Zhao Chen vanished, leaving Zhuo Fan alone. Li Jingtian had taken Chu Qingqing to the Luo clan, then came here, coming over to Zhuo Fan. Steward Zhuo, what did you have him cultivate in? Why is he so erratic, like a lunatic? It's his heart that's going wild. It has nothing to do with the cultivation method. Zhuo Fan sighed and snickered. With the demonic emperor on the move, the rabid dogs will bite each other, just like back then with Devil Mountain. Ahaha. Steward Zhuo, when do we move? Li Jingtian was eager for some action. The brothers can't take it anymore, they want to fight. After the Falcon Emperor stepped out, they all wanted a piece of the action against 8 emperors. Your order is what's keeping the Luo clan's army from marching on the Wraith Emperor and Falcon Emperor's lands and taking them. He. You're quite impulsive. Zhuo Fan glared. Luo clan's experts are to battle the sacred mountains. Before that, none can ever come out in the open. With the sacred mountains helping the 8 emperors, it will be even harder for us to take the sacred domain's lower areas. Proofreader, Papatonks. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and the screeching of eagles pierced the ears as ghostly shadows howled. The Falcon Emperor and Wraith Emperor's sudden attack had not only thwarted the demonic emperor's army, but even regained 5 cities. All of this was because the Wraith Emperor had abandoned his own territory and joined forces with the Falcon Emperor. Although they both had few forces after the last great battle, their combined strength was still not to be underestimated, especially with 2 8 emperors leading the charge. Listening to the miserable cries and screams, the Falcon Emperor, riding atop a divine eagle, led the way and turned to Wraith Emperor with a friendly gesture. Brother Wraith, it's rare for you to put aside your territory and come to help me this time. I'm extremely grateful. No need to thank me, Brother Falcon. We can't hold on our own, so we joined forces to fight back. After we take demonic emperor's lands, we can just divide them. A few losses are nothing. With a gray cloud around him, the Wraith Emperor laughed. The Falcon Emperor nodded. Brother Wraith has remarkable insight. With the 2 of us working together, even the demonic emperor can't stop us. This time, I've also informed the others, so we won't get caught off guard like before. It was Zhuo Fan who made a mess of things last time. Once we take the demonic emperor's lands, we need to deal with him to save us the trouble later. The Wraith Emperor's bloodthirst spiked. The Falcon Emperor nodded with a wicked smile. The kid was too cunning to be left by the demonic emperor's side. Bam! The 2 stepped over the corpses to arrive before a city gate. A mere wave blasted it to pieces. The 2 had smug looks. That marked the fall of the demonic emperor's 6th city, quite fast, ha ha ha. Whoosh! An evil aura swept them just then. The army rushing into the city felt their hearts seizing and their blood ran cold. The Wraith Emperor frowned. Is this the demonic emperor's aura? It can't be. We saw him only recently. How can his aura be so evil and powerful? The Falcon Emperor was puzzled. The dreaded pressure grew stronger as a familiar and eerie voice echoed, ha ha ha, Falcon Emperor, Wraith Emperor, you 2 codgers dare mess with my plans? Surrender now. It's really the demonic emperor. The 2 of them shouted in shock, looking at the creepy human wrapped in black energy, feeling a sense of urgency and madness from him. How did he end up like this? Zhao Chen struck first, devil palm. Rustle. Countless black palms fell down like meteorites, blasting the ground with booming explosions. Their joint forces howled before exploding in a shower of gore and blood, littering the place in their ghastly remains. Falcon's flight. Wraithful sky. The 2 emperors didn't take chances, fighting back. Countless eagle cries and shadows filled the skies. Hundreds of them rushed at the gigantic palms. Amidst the explosions, however, their arts broke apart on contact. The emperors shook under the backlash, flung back. They spat blood and looked at Zhao Chen and saw dementia. This can't be. They gasped in disbelief. He overpowered us like nothing. Why is he so strong? What happened? The swirling black aura around Zhao Chen grew more intense. He couldn't contain his glee. Ha ha ha, decrepit relics, now you know my strength. I am your executioner today. Die. Whoosh. Zhao Chen charged. Demonic Emperor, don't get cocky. You think you can take both of us? Humph, you don't have it in you. You think yourself your master, Zhui Yifan? They sneered, for surrender was still far off. They made signs and 2 golden auras shot from them. A 500-meter golden falcon and a 100-meter tall golden wraith appeared in the air, their imperial marks. Zhao Chen had a wicked grin. My master was the head of the 8 emperors, and now I shall follow in his footsteps, even surpassing him. From now on, people shall call demonic Emperor Zhao Chen the strongest, not Zhui Yifan, ha ha ha. Whoosh. Zhao Chen shook and a black dragon flickering in golden lights shot into the sky. The black dragon was different from before, with a sinister darkness that sent shivers by just looking at it. Why is his imperial mark different? It looks darker and makes me uneasy. The Falcon Emperor was worried. The Wraith Emperor said, we don't have time for that. No matter how much it changed. We still need to destroy his imperial mark. The Wraith Emperor made a sign and his Wraith imperial mark roared toward the black dragon. The Falcon Emperor gritted his teeth, making the golden falcon imperial mark follow. Bam! As the 3 imperial marks clashed, the deafening explosion shook the world. The Falcon Emperor and Wraith Emperor felt their hearts shuddering and coughed blood. How is this possible? They looked on with fear. How could both of our imperial marks be overpowered? They were also sporting heavy wounds. Looking up, their imperial marks were flung back. Zhao Chen had them shocked to the core. They were all emperors, but this gap was unheard of. Is he on the level of Zhui Yifan? Pa! They suddenly shook and felt their hearts seized. Their imperial marks flew back, and were now coiled by a black tail, coming from Zhao Chen's dragon. Demonic Emperor, what are you doing? The Falcon Emperor panicked. The imperial mark was their soul. While powerful, it was also prone to being damaged. They were uneasy seeing them captured. They had their imperial mark struggle, but the 2 couldn't break free. The 2 emperors shivered in fear. The black dragon roared, coiling around the 2 imperial marks tighter. Its sinister eyes shone with desire and malice, just like its owner. What, you ask? He. Zhao Chen wiped his drool. Relics like you dared to stop me from getting my ingredients, so now you'll take their place. As part of the 8 emperors, your power will be a great boon to mine, ha ha ha. From his crazed eyes, the 2 felt terror. Falcon Emperor cried out, Demonic Emperor, don't be rash. You started this while we're just defending. Let's just talk. The Sacred Mountain sent word that they would replace some of the 8 emperors. Causing trouble now will get you replaced. Sacred Mountains? Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. They're nothing. When I finish my training, they're finished. They think they can replace me? Humph, soon I'll have those fools kneel before me. They're utter garbage, ha ha ha. Proofreader, Papatonks. Madness. The 2 couldn't believe their ears. The demonic emperor was insufferably arrogant, on top of being raving mad. The 2 made more signs. Scattered falcon feathers. Wraith flight. The 2 muttered, then the golden eagle burst into a dazzling radiance, sending countless feathers in every direction. The wraith howled as gray images shot from its mouth. This made the 2 imperial marks to shrink, fading out, as the emperors looked for an escape. Zhao Chen sneered, Humph, you found the wrong person to try those petty tricks on. Devouring demonic dragon. He made quick signs with his hands and the black dragon turned into a black mist, swallowing all the feathers and the gray images. Ugh! The emperors froze and winced. Their hope of fleeing dashed. As they watched the black energy swirling and caging them, the two were grave. Zhao Qin cackled, Falcon Emperor, Wraith Emperor, you're beneath me. Just give up already and feed my cultivation. It's your honor to be a part of my rise to the sovereign stage, ha ha ha. Underworld. Zhao Qin shouted. A torrent of black mist surged, swallowing the sky. The two emperors shivered under the oppressive blackness. What is this? Why do I feel so weak and in pain? He's tampering with our marks. The Wraith Emperor cursed, Demonic Emperor, what the hell are you doing to our imperial marks? Zhao Qin shrugged, nothing much, just taking its power. Once I finish, they will dissipate and you along with them, hi hi hi. What? The emperors were terrified. They kept making signs with trembling hands in an attempt to break their marks free, to no avail. As their strength waned, Zhao Qin grew stronger. They had only one fate, to be sucked dry. The two plopped on the ground in convulsions as life was drained from their bodies. Zhao Qin felt his own strength surging with a manic grin, relishing in the moment with closed eyes. Sovereign cultivation methods are out of this world. I just need to keep cultivating and I can dominate sacred domain, ha ha ha. Shriek. A sudden cry came out of nowhere as a massive brown figure appeared. It slammed into the black mist and made a huge hole in it. Zhao Qin shuddered, with the brown figure turning out to be a huge eagle. It was now holding in its talons the wraith and the golden eagle. Well done, my precious. The two emperors felt they could stand again, with the Falcon Emperor praising the creature. The Wraith Emperor lit up, is that your spirit animal? It came right on time. Let's just get our marks and flee. The Falcon Emperor made a sign and the Wraith Emperor copied him. Whoosh. The marks turned into a golden light and entered their bodies, making them breathe easier. Zhao Qin grimaced, seeing the brown eagle fleeing with killing intent. Damn pigeon, you're dead. Devil palm. Boom. A gigantic palm 100 meters big, shot for the eagle. It tried dodging but it was too late. The palm grabbed it and the dark energy swirled around it. The emperors watched with terror as it turned to ash. SSS. What the hell is the demonic emperor practicing? It's horrible. Zhao Qin recalled the dragon into his body and snickered, the beast helped you live longer, but not much, humph. Zhao Qin shot for the two. The emperors ran away on the spot, not caring about anything. Is the demonic emperor insane? How did he degenerate so much? A whistle came from behind and a palm caught up to them. Ahaha, you still think you can escape me with that speed? Fools, ha ha ha. Why is he so fast? He's like another person. Falcon Emperor cried out. Wraith Emperor shot a palm at Falcon Emperor's shoulder. Sorry, Brother Falcon, I will remember you. I will avenge you later. Bam! The Falcon Emperor stumbled under the attack and Zhao Qin grabbed his neck. Curse you, Wraith Emperor, using me as bait. You'll get yours. The Falcon Emperor cursed as the Wraith Emperor got further away. The Wraith Emperor was looking grim, blocking out his voice as he fled. Brother Falcon, sorry, it's better for one to live than both of us dying. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. Whoosh. The Wraith Emperor vanished in the distance. The Falcon Emperor's face shook. Zhao Qin grabbed his neck tighter. Is this your friendship? I'm touched, hi hi hi. Demonic Emperor, don't kill me. I'll do anything, please. Whoosh. The Falcon Emperor was swallowed by the black mist. Minutes later, it dissipated and Falcon Emperor was turned into ashes. Humph, do anything? Do you take me for a fool to believe the 8 emperors? Ha ha ha. The Demonic Emperor cackled. The Falcon Emperor had a tragic end while the Wraith Emperor fled with heavy wounds. The Demonic Emperor's forces saw their lord's victory and rallied as they cheered. However, the Demonic Emperor waved his hand and sucked hundreds of people into the black mist, turning them to ashes. The people were frozen in fear. The Demonic Emperor snapped at them, useless fools, fight. Get me more lands and more prisoners. It's either them or you who will become my ingredients, understand? Why yes, demonic emperor. The forces shivered as they marched on. The previous excitement was gone, now replaced by terror. They used to fight for the demonic emperor to make a name for themselves, now they only fought to stay away from his insatiable appetite. They had to work hard to bring him more prey so they wouldn't end up being preyed on instead. Zhao Qin sneered as he roared. Zhuo Fan watched from afar, shaking his head. Li Jingtian chuckled, Steward Zhuo, the demonic emperor is getting foolish. He even talks about using people to cultivate. He isn't foolish, he's mad. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone, demon transformation art has made his strength spike, making him forget restraint. He will do anything to get more power. When heaven wants you dead, he first drives you insane until you lose all reason. The sacred mountains will pay him a visit soon. We just have to wait for his fall. Li Jingtian nodded. Any news from the dragons? Zhuo Fan asked. Li Jingtian bowed, Steward Zhuo, still nothing. You're impatient as well? No, it's that I still need to be patient and lay low. Zhuo Fan left. Proofreader, Papatonks. The demonic emperor defeated the Wraith Emperor and even killed the Falcon Emperor by himself? The enchanting empress cried out in shock at the report inside the jade slip. That's not possible. I had a hard fight with the Falcon Emperor, so how could he die so easily? And on 2 against 1? Even the Wraith Emperor could hold his own against the Sword Emperor for a while. Mei Sangu was just as confused. Senior sister, the reality is that the Falcon Emperor died and the Wraith Emperor fled. The demonic emperor had taken over their lands. This proves he is the most powerful of the 8 emperors with his biggest domain. Was it one of Zhuo Fan's ploys that led to the Falcon Emperor's death? The enchanting empress was grave. Mei Sanga shook her head, Senior sister, I don't think so. The 3 fought in the open, before an entire army. There's no room for deceit on the battlefield. Schemes aren't enough to make up for the 8 emperors' strength either. The kid can set all the traps he wants, but it'll still be impossible for him to force the 2 emperors into a corner with no escape. This only makes the even more suspicious. Did the demonic emperor take some powerful tonic to grow so incredibly strong? The enchanting empress remained skeptical. She then waved impatiently, never mind, we still don't have any clues on young lord or who took Qingcheng. I don't have the time to deal with 8 emperors' grudges. Senior sister is right. Mei Sanga bowed. A disciple walked in and bowed, Master, another jade slip arrived with a strong aura. We couldn't inspect it. It must be meant for Master's eyes. Wraith seal? The enchanting empress jerked, it's from the Wraith Emperor. The enchanting empress frowned and read it. She shouted in shock, the Wraith Emperor is calling all 8 emperors to Wraith Bamboo Forest for an important matter. It must have something to do with the war. Mei Sangu added. The enchanting empress nodded and walked out. Sangu, follow me. Since there's no lead on the young lord and Qingqing situations, we'll see what's going on with the demonic emperor. The enchanting empress took off and Mei Sangu followed her. A month later, the 2 arrived before a dark and eerie bamboo forest, packed tight with guards. There were countless tombstones as well. The enchanting empress reached a pavilion where people were already seated, with the Wraith Emperor acting as host. Enchanting empress, you're here. The Wraith Emperor stood and cupped his hands, gesturing, have a seat. The enchanting empress took the seat and asked, did you invite us because the demonic emperor killed the Falcon Emperor? Everyone else focused on the Wraith Emperor's conflicted face with hard stares. The news was just too suspicious and worried them greatly. Indeed, that's why I called you all here. The Wraith Emperor lamented, the Falcon Emperor had a gruesome fate, not leaving behind even a body to bury. You aren't asking our help to seek revenge, are you? The Sword Emperor asked. The Wraith Emperor shook his head, not at all. There's a long history between us 8 emperors. Friends can become enemies at the drop of the hat. Their demise is their own fault to bear. However, the Falcon Emperor's death is too strange. We have to figure it out before that lunatic sucks us all dry. Everyone shuddered. Is the demonic emperor that strong? Rumors say that you too couldn't beat him, and that the Falcon Emperor died in battle. Is that true? Is there another reason? What reason could there be? In a straight-up fight, we lost against him. The Wraith Emperor sighed. The truth is we were weaker and so one died. Everyone tensed. The Sword Emperor squinted, finding it the hardest to believe. It threatened his position as the top of the 8 emperors. If I were to join as well, I'll lose too. Sword Emperor. The Wraith Emperor chuckled. Forgive my bluntness, but did you win against Rui? The Sword Emperor shook and winced. Why bring up the dead? It's been thousands of years. Haven't we agreed to lay that to rest? Yeah, none of us want to recall that detestable demonic emperor. He was the true top of the 8 emperors, able to take on the rest of us. He was one a loner, but he had the power of entire armies. The Wraith Emperor took a deep breath. We have to bring him up since another Zhuyi is here. We have to accept reality before it makes us suffer for it. Their eyes twitched and the Sword Emperor exclaimed, Where are you going with this? You mean to tell me Zhao Chen is like his master? Humph, no way. Zhuyi Yifan's talent was the most incredible outside the sacred mountains. Some said he'd attain peak sainthood if he went to the sacred mountains, if not sovereign stage. Zhao Chen is petty and reckless. He could never attain 1/10 of his master's strength all these years. Humph. Sword Emperor, you still can't accept that times have changed for the very worst. The Wraith Emperor spoke in a grave tone, with the others becoming serious as well. Wraith Emperor continued, this meeting with Zhao Chen was like seeing another person. He used to be cunning and outrageous, but he had restraint. Now he's simply insane, wild and mad. He doesn't care about anything, not even us. He said he'll take on even the sacred mountains. Him? Humph, someone sneered and the others shook their heads. However, the Wraith Emperor grinned. He has good reason for saying it. You would feel the same thing if you saw him. The lunatic was confident. His strength grew so much he even killed the Falcon Emperor. He's catching up to Zhuyi Yifan. Do you have any clues? Look for yourselves. The Wraith Emperor took out a pouch, letting it spill on the table. What do you think it is? Dust. People. People? Yes. The Wraith Emperor stressed every word. I found out that he is using people to cultivate. After our battle, he admitted it himself. He only started the war to get more ingredients. The Falcon Emperor turned to ashes because of this. What? Everyone gaped. Using people to cultivate is forbidden in the sacred domain. It will incur the world's wrath. Struck down swiftly. Isn't he afraid that the sacred mountains will hunt him down? I told you he doesn't care about them. He also mentioned that he will become a sovereign soon, that the sacred mountains would be nothing by then. Sovereign? They all shouted. There had been no new sovereign since ancient times. What gave him the gall to say he will become one? None in the sacred mountains could claim that either. Before becoming one, even a peak saint would end up killed once surrounded. How could he commit such cruel acts? The Sword Emperor muttered, there are only 2 ways to become sovereign, through enlightenment, though there has never been any record of anyone achieving it since ancient times, and a sovereign's inheritance. Everyone exclaimed, he found one? The Wraith Emperor nodded, it's very possible. What kind of art could double his strength in such a short time? This proves his arrogance. By getting a sovereign's inheritance, becoming one is only a matter of time. Of course he would hate the sacred mountains. This piece. The enchanting empress noticed something in the dust, taking out a piece of clothing. Wraith Emperor explained, I collected this from the remains of people he used for cultivation. It seems his art turns not only soul and body to dust, but clothes as well. It's similar to the ones I found on young Lord. Maybe. The enchanting empress nodded. So you did this, demonic emperor. You're finished. Once the mountain lord knows, you. Everyone. The Sword Emperor's grave voice echoed, we will have to join forces once more, just like when we faced Zhuyi Yifan, and deal with Zhao Chen. Do you still remember the past? Because of the arrival of a saint, Zhui Yifan destroyed the records and detonated. This time, we must keep this a secret if we want to get our hands on the sovereign's inheritance. Why bother doing someone else's job? Everyone nodded and turned to the enchanting empress in unison. Her face twitched and she finally nodded under peer pressure. Proofreader, Papatonks. The sky was dim and drizzling rain fell incessantly. A figure, clad in a black robe, walked on the quiet mountain. Before long, the figure arrived at a pavilion. Looking around, they muttered to themselves, "Why haven't they arrived yet?" "Ha ha ha, Steward Zhua, we've been here waiting for you." 5 people showed up before the man in black. They were the Sword Emperor and 4 more of the 8 emperors. The black robe chuckled and revealed himself to be Zhua Fan. "It's rare to have the distinguished 8 emperors give me such an honor, inviting me, the demonic emperor's steward, in secret." "Steward Zhua, there's no need for pleasantries. You've done well coming alone. Take a seat." The Sword Emperor gestured at a stone table. The others sat as well. Zhua Fan shook the water off his robe and took his seat. He began, "Gentlemen, what is the purpose of this secret invitation? Calling me here discreetly, even avoiding contact with the demonic emperor. You didn't tell him?" "Of course not." Zhua Fan saw the Sword Emperor nervous and smiled. "The demonic emperor is a busy man and need not trouble himself with such trifles. What would be the point of having me then? I am here to address what I can handle." "Right, Steward Zhua is a man of great skill, able to deal with many things in his stead, ha ha ha." The Sword Emperor nodded. Zhua Fan got to the point, "Sir still hasn't answered my question. Why the secret meeting? I'm but a steward and have little power. You're better off talking with the demonic emperor." No, we wanted you." The Sword Emperor snickered. "Steward Zhua, before we begin, I would like to know whether the demonic emperor has been strange lately." "Strange? No, what's so strange about winning?" Zhua Fan raised an eyebrow and the Wraith Emperor grimaced. The Sword Emperor waved his hand. "Steward Zhua is a smart man and should know what I mean. I didn't ask you here to pull the demonic emperor's secrets out of you. I'm only curious about his condition. Even you should know his madness and cruelty on the battlefield were terrifying. This madness can spread and you might find it unleashed on his closest aide." "Ugh." Zhua Fan looked confused. Now that the Sword Emperor mentions it, the demonic emperor has been strange lately. "Strange how?" "He's more secretive, spending his days in seclusion, demanding prisoners and growing his lands. The constant war had taken its toll on his forces, but he still wants to go on. I have to say that the ones trying to advise him against it were executed, except me. Why does he want so many prisoners? Is he practicing some sinister art?" The Sword Emperor stirred as he asked. Zhua Fan was silent. The Sword Emperor asked something else. "Zhua Fan, when did the change start?" "I'm not sure." Zhua Fan shook his head. "Ever since I came from the Nether Sea, I needed a few months to recover from my injuries before returning to Devil Mountain. The demonic emperor has been like this ever since I saw him." "After the Nether Sea?" The 5 emperors' eyes shone with excitement. "The guy must have gotten the Nether Sovereign's treasure. That's what made him so erratic. He has been secretive all this time, wanting it all for himself, just like Zhui Yifan." The 5's purpose was clear. The enchanting empress said coyly, "Steward Zhua, you must have done well under the demonic emperor, his temper considering." "I got by." Zhua Fan smiled. "The demonic emperor may be harsh on others, he treats me with respect. Why else did all his advisors die except for me?" "Ha ha ha." The enchanting empress nodded. "Steward Zhua is a man of great talent. No one would ever wish to part with such an aide. But did you ever think that while he is using you now, the day might come when your value runs out? What do you think he'll do then?" "I believe I'll always be of use." Zhua Fan spoke with pride. The others' faces sank. Despite his poor strength, he is still prideful. The 8 emperors snickered on. Steward Zhua's wisdom is something to admire. I believe that the 8 emperors, even saints, would cherish a talent such as you. But, true power trumps any cunningness. When someone grows beyond everyone else in power, what use would he have of your wisdom? What are you saying? Zhuo Fan flinched, his smile slipping. The enchanting empress nodded, driving her point. Steward Zhuo must know why the demonic emperor is so strong. He will only get stronger still, until his use of you would run out. When every enemy is dead, what's the point of keeping a steward? One should have contingencies for the future, Steward Zhuo. Do you understand? Zhuo Fan squinted. Steward Zhuo. The Wraith Emperor spoke up. Your talent makes you better than the 8 emperors despite not being one. Any emperor who has you by their side would be at the level of the 8 emperors. You are the unsung emperor. While the demonic emperor would have long since fallen without you. Last time, the Falcon Emperor and I joined forces and it was enough to deal with him. Are you willing to waste away under someone else only to be cast aside in the end? Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and looked at the sky. Tell me, what are you planning? We hope you'd help us get rid of Zhao Chen. Now that Zhuo Fan saw their point, the Sword Emperor grew impatient in his joy. A sudden assault on the demonic emperor would only scare him off into hiding. That's why we have to do it in secret. The demonic emperor is paranoid, making it impossible for an outsider to do anything, especially on Devil Mountain. With so many defensive arrays, not even we could slip in undetected. With the demonic emperor in seclusion and all his forces on Devil Mountain under Steward Zhuo's supervision, you just need to clear us a path. Zhuo Fan nodded. What's in it for me? The throne among the 8 emperors beckons you. The 8 emperors laughed at his changed stance. We will elect you as a new emperor among us, even though you're not in the emperor stage, but anyone in your clan can take the seat and be under your control. It will hardly make a difference. And we'll only allow you to sit with us. The puppet is only for others to see, just an honorary title. Can I trust you? We will vow on our Tao hearts. I also told the 6th Sacred Mountain's Lord. He agreed. Even if they send replacements for the 8 emperors, they'll never touch you. You're protected. The 8 emperors gave a firm nod. It's a promise none of us have. We might all be replaced, but not you. The others nodded, goading him. You have all the guarantees you can have, so why hesitate? We're so jealous of you, having the Sacred Mountain at your back. Are you just going to work for the demonic emperor all your life just for him to kill you in the end? Zhuo Fan sneered inside at their urging. The term might look enticing to the ignorant. The chance to remain among the 8 emperors for all your life without the risk of being thrown away. But if you think about it, those old 8 emperors would care about this title once this matter is done? Their eyes are on the sovereign stage, all thanks to a sovereign's inheritance. Why would they waste time on empty titles? These relics sure know how to plot. Zhuo Fan was hoping for this. Regardless, the more they yearned for it the better. So he stroked his chin as he smiled. When will you act, gentlemen? The 5 laughed. Zhuo Fan grinned a devious smile, his eyes icy. You must have enticed that rotten disciple back then as well, I bet. Humph. Proofreader, Papatonks. A month later, inside Devil Mountain, Zhuo Fan came before a stone door. Demonic Emperor, sir, we've taken 3 cities and 2,350 prisoners. Send them in already. A gruff voice echoed, followed by loud booms as the stone door rumbled open. Zhuo Fan walked in. Zhao Chen was panting like a beast, his eyes bloodshot from madness, as he roared, "Where are they? Give them to me." Whoosh. People appeared in the dark room out of nowhere, covering the floor. Zhao Chen's eyes were frenzied, setting his black energy on them like a tide to consume them. He was too deep into his madness and thirst to cultivate to notice Zhuo Fan smirking as he left. His own aide didn't even say goodbye. Corpse explosion. A cold shout boomed and the black energy released a terrifying ripple. Zhao Chen jumped to his feet, slow to react. Boom. The explosions were endless, all over the black energy, sending deadly shockwaves all around. The blasts were so strong they flattened the top of Devil Mountain. Thick dust spread around, swallowing all the eerie, yet lavish, buildings below. Whoosh. The wind whistled as someone moved through the thick dust, landing on the ground and soaking it with his blood. The Wraith Emperor. Zhao Qin raised his sinister face, his eyes bleeding, and roared, "Wraith Emperor, I'm going to pulverize you for what you did." Ha ha ha, but what about the others? A cackle responded as 5 figures landed before him, the other 5 emperors. Zhao Chen's eyes flashed, staring hard at them. "So decrepit fools like you ganged up just so to play me? I should have known none of you are worth crap. First you ganged up on my master, and now on me. Zhao Chen, did you already forget about your share when we attacked your master? Don't call us evil when it suits you. You're no better." The Sword Emperor mocked him. The Wraith Emperor cackled, "Zhao Chen, don't be quick to insult others when you're just as vile. It's so poetic, if you think about it. This is karma for everything you did to your master, ha ha ha." "Karma?" Zhao Chen exclaimed, "You couldn't have entered my lands without someone finding out, especially on Devil Mountain. There are countless arrays on it that would react to your coming. What is going on?" All looked at him with disdain, turning to one side and making Zhao Chen look there as well. He gasped, "You?" "Yes, it is I, demonic emperor, sir." Zhuo Fan smirked with a bow, "I'm thankful for all your care, in giving me final word over your lands and Devil Mountain so that I could get the 8 emperors inside. Forgive me." Zhao Chen's face twitched, "Zhuo Fan, you rotten traitor, I've given you everything and this is how you repay me, by selling me out? Goddamn bastard." Zhao Chen shook and a powerful aura shot for Zhuo Fan. A huge black palm loomed over him. Zhuo Fan paled and fled back. The Sword Emperor intervened, striking with his sword, Sky Breaker. Whoosh! A blinding light flashed and turned into a 300-meter sword, clashing with the huge black palm. Boom! The sky rumbled under their power, with the Sword Emperor frowning and falling back 10 steps and looking at the other in shock. Zhao Chen shuddered and coughed blood. "Sword Emperor, how is it?" The others rushed to his side, looking at Zhao Chen in worry. It was beyond their expectation to find that Zhao Chen was stronger than him, just like Shui Yifan. A sovereign's inheritance is so incredible. The Sword Emperor panted, looking grave, "He's not the same old weak brat. We have to be careful. It's fortunate we acted in time and gave him heavy wounds, or it would be us who'd pay the price later." Zhao Chen raged as he glared. "Zhuo Fan." Zhao Chen's face was covered in blood, "I've been nothing but good to you. Why would you sell me out? I'm wounded because you let the Wraith Emperor fiddle with the corpses and trigger the trap as I absorbed them. What's an ungrateful bastard still doing standing here?" Zhuo Fan stepped up, "Demonic Emperor, sir, everyone has a price. I came under your wing for a career, but as you become stronger and stronger, one day you won't need me. I'd avoid being expendable. And the 8 emperors' terms are quite enticing, making me one of them forever. I had no reason to refuse. So, haha, forgive me. Screw your apology. You're dead for betraying me." Zhao Chen struck with a palm, a black dragon enveloping him. He was going to kill them all, especially Zhuo Fan. "Steward Zhuo, not to worry. He can't harm you," the Sword Emperor shouted, shielding a sneering Zhuo Fan. They said the same thing to Zhao Chen then, but didn't they still attack him now? Their promise isn't worth crap. The others surrounded Zhuo Fan to shield him, unaware of his thoughts. When Zhao Chen drew closer, they struck. "Zhao Chen, you dare mention others when you betrayed your own master? Compared to Steward Zhuo's act, yours is heresy. You have no right to speak. I can betray while no one else can betray me." Zhao Chen focused all his strength into his palms, making the dragon roar and shoot at them. "I'll refine all of you with the nether script, ha ha ha. You won't succeed." The Sword Emperor released his imperial mark, Decimate, Supreme Sword. Haunt, Elusive Wraith. Unite Heaven and Earth, Enchanting Jasper. Whoosh. 5 imperial marks took the skies, making contact with the black dragon in a resounding explosion. A hole got punched in the endless darkness, bringing light. The 6 imperial marks coming together felt like the sacred domain was going to crumble. The 5 shuddered back with red faces and blood at their mouths. Zhao Qin got pushed back a dozen steps and spat so much blood, he soaked the ground. The Wraith Emperor laughed. Zhao Qin, we know your cultivation method is great, but you won't get to refine us so long as we don't let you surround our soul. We just need to match your every blow with all our strength. In your condition, you won't be able to take the shock. A few more times and your body will break. Demonic Emperor, give it up, it's over. Proofreader, Papatonks. Give up. Zhao Qin frowned, his eyes filled with resentment. He stared at them and let out a creepy laughter. Surrender, is it? Ha! Never gonna happen. Once I heal, I will come back for each and every last one of you. The last thing you'll see is me, ha ha ha. The Sword Emperor sneered. Demonic Emperor, we have you surrounded and you still think of fleeing? Just hand over the cultivation method you got from the Nether Sea and we can forget about this. Cultivation method? I just knew it. The only reason all of you got together is over something to gain, just like last time. Zhao Qin shook his head. Well, too bad. I'm not my master, and you won't ever catch me, ha ha ha. Zhao Qin released black energy as he laughed. The Sword Emperor made a sign and cut with his finger. You won't get the chance to flee. Whoosh. A blinding white light flashed across the sky, severing the black energy. They watched as it revealed no one inside. Zhao Qin was gone just like that. What just happened? The Sword Emperor stared hard at Zhuo Fan. Steward Zhuo, you're of a brilliant mind and have been by the Demonic Emperor's side the longest. What was that? Zhuo Fan frowned. The Demonic Emperor must have had an escape ready outside of my knowledge. What's certain is that his act was a distraction. He can't just vanish. There must be a tunnel around here somewhere. Yes, Steward Zhuo is right. Find it. The Sword Emperor shouted and everyone began searching. Zhuo Fan looked around as well. It took them a whole 6 hours before the Enchanting Empress cried in excitement, "Come quick! I found it." In a hidden bush, a deep hole was hidden. I'll take the lead, you follow. The Sword Emperor went on without fear, but Zhuo Fan raised a hand. He said, "Don't bother. He's been gone for 6 hours. We won't catch him. We at least have a trail now. You think he'd leave a clue behind after what happened to him?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. The others frowned, looking dark. The Wraith Emperor said, "The Demonic Emperor has to die before he gets us instead." The others' hearts sank. One had to be ruthless to remove all needless trouble, especially with such a powerful expert around. He had to be removed at once. Steward Zhuo, what do you think? Zhao Qin is sure to take his first revenge on you. The Enchanting Empress asked. The other turned to him. Zhuo Fan used his smarts to get the 8 emperors to respect him. His opinion mattered. Zhuo Fan smiled. He can't run anyway. What does that mean? We can't use this tunnel to find him, but think of his situation. With him badly wounded, no matter how well he hides his tracks, he'll need to heal. And with his cultivation method, he needs people. The Enchanting Empress lit up. We just need to keep a close eye on the people in every area. The moment many are missing, then that's where he must be. Zhuo Fan nodded. That's the idea. They all nodded with smiles. Steward Zhuo is brilliant. It's good he's weak, or he'd be the strongest among us, with none his match. Let's split up and search while paying attention to the population. The Sword Emperor proposed and the others agreed, scattering. Only Zhuo Fan was left behind with a smirk. A strict inspection began across the 8 emperors' lands. With Zhao Qin missing and the 5 emperors' support, Zhuo Fan took over all of Demonic Emperor's land's affairs. Every elite of the Luo clan got sent to grab all the power, taking it over. All now listened to Zhuo Fan's orders. A month went by in peace, when shocking news came from the border between the Demonic Emperor and Enchanting Empress lands. A whole city was gone. The 5 emperors shuddered and rushed to inspect. Zhuo Fan was going someplace else. Rustle. 5 miles from Devil Mountain, in a valley overgrown with fauna, a frail figure struggled to walk through the damp forest with shaky steps, barely reaching a cave. The man shook the water off him and took a deep breath in excitement. His gaunt finger rubbed a ring, filled with satisfaction. I just knew you'd come here. The man shuddered at the voice, looking forward to seeing someone leaning on the cave wall and enjoying tea. Zhuo Fan? Yes, demonic emperor, sir. Zhuo Fan sneered. The gaunt figure's messy hair blew to the side and revealed a raging expression. He was looking far thinner now, but with a thicker black energy around him, just like a monster. How did you find me? I left no trace to this hideout. Easy. Zhuo Fan smiled. Didn't you used to come here in your younger days? You'd start crying after every beating you got, hiding from the world. Yet someone was always by your side. Zhao Chen gasped in fright. How do you know about that? Zhuo Fan smiled and sipped his tea. Zhao Chen grew dark then mocked. Steward Zhuo, you're alone? Why yes, have you seen anyone around here? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Where did your crafty mind go? You actually came alone to find me? You're nothing but a bug. You found me but now you'll die here. Do I need to tell anyone? You can't kill me, ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan said. Zhao Chen gnashed his teeth. I can't. Humph, I kept you alive for so long because of your talent. But now you'll pay for your betrayal. Devil palm. Zhao Chen struck with a 10-meter large black palm. The eerie pressure bore on Zhuo Fan, making the entire cave tremble along with the mountain. Zhuo Fan merely waved it off. Whoosh. The black palm vanished. Zhao Chen jerked and the black dragon came out this time, his imperial mark. Zhuo Fan flicked. With a muffled sound, the dragon was sent flying into Zhao Chen and forcing the latter a dozen steps back. He coughed blood and shuddered from the wounds. How? Why, you're at Qi condensation stage. Wrong, I'm at peak emperor stage, like you. Zhuo Fan sipped his tea. Zhao Chen's eye twitched. Peak emperor, no. There's no way you could disregard my attack if that were so. I'm one of the mighty 8 emperors. Zhuo Fan snickered, but since you asked instead, I'll tell you. Be it the Wraith Art or Devil Palm, they all stem from my teaching you. Breaking them can't be easier. Zhao Chen's mind shuddered, looking at Zhuo Fan like he saw a ghost. Who the hell are you? Proofreader, Papatonks. Who do you think? Zhuo Fan's eyes shone as he stared at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's face twitched, stammering, that's not possible. Master died, detonating his soul. He can't be alive. True, Zhui Yifan couldn't have survived with his soul destroyed, could he? Zhuo Fan smiled. He died, but his yearning lived on, passed on to a dying youth in a strange coincidence as the second Zhui Yifan. No, it should be just his thoughts that passed on. In the end, Zhuo Fan is not Zhui Yifan. Zhao Chen's face twitched, looking confused. What does that mean? Are you Zhui Yifan or Zhuo Fan? Both. The Zhui Yifan of before is the Zhuo Fan of today. Zhuo Fan mocked. Fool, didn't you always want to know the 9 Serenity secret records? This is one of its skills, yearning rebirth. Humans aren't just flesh and soul, but also of mind and desires. You are what your heart is. Zhao Chen shuddered, staggering back, into the wall. Why, you're master. Zhuo Fan smirked. Spare me, master. I was forced to do that. They made me. Please let me live. Zhao Chen plopped to the ground and kowtowed and whined. They are the ones who you should take your anger on, not me. Give me any command and I shall follow it. Bang. Zhao Chen kept knocking his head on the stone. Zhuo Fan merely smiled, yet his expression was devoid of sympathy. Once Zhao Chen got to his 100th banging, Zhuo Fan sighed. Idiot, who told you I wanted revenge on you? Master, why you'll let me go? Zhao Chen perked up with hope. Zhuo Fan grinned. We're master and disciple. I know they lured you after I've experienced their tactics. I could never blame you. Master, thank you so much. Zhao Chen went back to banging his head in gratitude. Zhuo Fan continued, well, did you like cultivating the demon transformation art? The demon transformation art? Zhao Chen was puzzled, isn't it the nether script? Why? The demon transformation art is 9 Serenity's secret record's highest cultivation method. As a seeker of the demonic path, I of course would train in this cultivation method. How could I pass on to my disciple the Nether Sovereign's art? Oh, I see. Master passed on to me the 9 Serenity's secret records. Thank you, Master, thank you. Zhao Chen was overjoyed. Whether the Nether Sovereign or demonic sovereign, it was all the same to him. Zhuo Fan said, you haven't answered me. How is the cultivation method? It's incredible, Master. My strength multiplied in just a few months. I believe in just a few more, I'll become a saint, ha ha ha. Zhao Chen laughed with pride and madness. His face looked eerie with all the black energy around him. Zhuo Fan nodded. Whoosh. Zhao Chen went this way, no mistake. Look at the spiritual signature. Only he could leave such thick demonic energy. He must be nearby. It's them. Zhao Chen panicked, how did they find me? I'm sure I've removed all traces. Idiot. Zhao Chen found Zhuo Fan's gaze to be that of a scolding parent. Master, what can I do for you? Didn't you say you wanted to obey me? Now go and kill them to redeem yourself. Zhuo Fan spoke, atone for your betrayal and we will once again be master and disciple. Zhao Chen was thrilled, yes, Master, understood. He rushed out on the spot, under Zhuo Fan's gaze. You never change, foolish disciple. Sword Emperor, you fools actually came to find me. Now you shall all die, ha ha ha. The Sword Emperor's team was looking around the mountain when Zhao Chen shouted with confidence, covered in a black energy so thick it wilted the nature around him. The 5 gasped at his appearance, going at him with full power. Zhao Chen, hand it over or today will be your last. Planning on stealing my cultivation method? Why not die instead, ha ha ha. Zhao Chen disregarded the 5 in his madness, unleashing black palms at the 2 like rain, devil palm. Sky breaker. Dazzling petals. Wailing wraith. The 5 emperors struck back as well. The earth shook and the sky trembled under their might. Rocks fell in the black cave while the mountains around the area were reduced to dust. Plop. Under the huge backlash, each of them had their meridians strained. The Sword Emperor's group coughed blood and looked weakened. Zhao Chen also spat foul blood, but he still cackled, jumping back at them with all he had, despite his wounds. Boom. The devil palms finally thwarted the 5 emperors, with Zhao Chen looming over the defeated with a smug grin. Ha ha ha, I just have to kill them and then Master will forgive me. With the demonic sovereign's cultivation method, the world will be ours, he he he. Blood rushed out of Zhao Chen's mouth as he spoke, soaking him in it. His mind was focused on the Sword Emperor's group, closing in for the kill. The guys totally lost it. The enchanting empress looked tense, he's badly wounded yet still wants to fight us. He doesn't care about death. That's what makes it so frightening when fighting lunatics. You never know what they're capable of. The Sword Emperor's face shook, looking at Zhao Chen in fear. What's wrong with him? There's no order to his actions, only savagery as he stakes his life. With that cultivation method, he should be cautious, so why risk himself? Why has he gone mad? Damn it, I don't want to die at the hands of a deranged cultivator. The 5 watched as Zhao Chen got closer and closer. Zhao Chen had lost his mind, showing his bloody teeth as he stepped forth. Die, old fools, ha ha ha. The malevolent and terrifying Zhao Chen up and froze in mid-strike. The 5 watched with horror as black energy rushed around him. From inside, wails of agony and terror leaked, like that of a beast. Ah! Zhao Chen flayed on the ground in pain, before the shocked faces of the emperors. What's wrong with him? Zhao Chen's words left them baffled and shivering. Master, what's happening? Save me, Master. Proofreader, Papatonks. Master? What is he talking about? It can't be Zhui Yifan, right? The enchanting empress raised an eyebrow. Didn't he die thousands of years ago? Why would he be calling his name? The sword emperor looked hard at the black energy and the flaying figure. I got it. His cultivation had been taken so extreme he went insane. He must be feeling guilty about Zhui Yifan and is hallucinating. He wants to atone and that's why he calls out. The others found it logical. Zhao Chen had betrayed his master and gotten him killed. He had risen to his master's position as the new demonic emperor, but he had always been feeling guilty for his actions. So this is because his cultivation went astray. They all enjoyed Zhao Chen's torment and agony, even as he squirmed. Zhao Chen wasn't spewing nonsense out of delusions, but really asking for his master's help. However, he should be thankful Zhuo Fan didn't finish the degenerate himself. Idiot. Zhuo Fan sent in Zhao Chen's ear, who flopped on the ground. Master, save me. Can you tell me now what you discovered cultivating the demon transformation art? Help did not come, only Zhuo Fan's question. Zhao Chen was confused. Zhuo Fan said, now you know why I didn't give you the 9 Serenity's secret records. You're too greedy and without restraint. The demon transformation art speeds up cultivation, but do you think it'd be easy just by stealing others' efforts? Every time you steal, you must refine and clean your yuan qi, especially when it comes to taking a person's soul and regrets. It would affect your body and eat you from the inside. I was wrong, Master. I shouldn't have rushed it. Please save me. No, you're only half wrong. Zhuo Fan smiled. Even if you trained right, the demon transformation art wouldn't show its effect on you. Because it isn't complete. What? I omitted the cultivation method's very first warning, to renounce your old cultivation before starting anew. Zhuo Fan sighed. The demon transformation art wants you to absorb another person's cultivation, and for that, you must start afresh to succeed, or the old will mingle with the new and make progress impossible. The more you absorb, the more you err and the stronger the backlash. Then you, Zhao Chen exclaimed. Zhuo Fan smirked. Yes, I feared you'd not live up to my expectations, so I tinkered with it. You never had the chance of using it right. On the other hand, you're impatient and would have failed even if I gave you the real deal. I did it just to be safe. Ha ha ha, so you came to take revenge on me. Zhao Chen cackled as he lay on his back, the dark energy surrounding him and disintegrating his legs. The pain was excruciating, but he had empty eyes full of despair. The 5 emperors were shocked. Now what's going on? Why did he stop? Zhao Chen's expression was flat. Master, you have the strength to take revenge on all the 8 emperors. Why did you go to such lengths? Fool, you're my disciple. It's your duty to have a taste of the same death I had. Also, letting you practice the demonic sovereign's cultivation method is to show you my inner conflict back then. Or you'd still curse me for being selfish even in death and that you were right to betray me. Zhao Chen's mouth trembled as he teared up. The demonic sovereign's cultivation method is enticing but also deadly. It looks fast, but it tests your patience. Without self-control, the ending is the same one I'm having. The demon transformation art was the demonic sovereign's top cultivation method, truly demonic. I should have cleared my mind of all demons first before even attempting it. Master, I'm sorry. Zhao Chen cried in regret. Zhuo Fan sighed. Despite being late, you understand in the end. You can give the devil's fruit to others. Master, you trust me that much? Fool, you think I don't know you? What kind of demonic emperor would you be if not taking others down with you? Ha ha ha, yeah, the revenge isn't just for me alone to carry. Zhao Chen sneered and resisted the pain as he made his ring flash to reveal a jade slip. Let me help you, Master, in taking revenge, by dragging all these fools to hell. You're the only one I ever respected, Master, while holding hatred for them. Whoosh. Zhao Chen lifted his hand and threw the jade slip, right before the 5's eyes. They all looked puzzled. Didn't you want it? Just like thousands of years ago, humph, Zhao Chen let out an eerie smirk. The others scrambled to get it first. The Sword Emperor, the eldest and the most hurt, turned out to be the fastest, holding the jade slip to his chest. The other four looked ready to fight him for it. Hey, Sword Emperor, don't hog it all. We're in this together. Sword Emperor, hand it over, or you'll be sorry. Wait. The Sword Emperor shouted, startling them and barking, we don't know if it's real or not. Let me check it first. The others agreed, but their eyes never left the old man out of their sights, afraid he might make off with it. The Sword Emperor scanned the jade slip and his eyes lit up. Yes, it's the nether script he shouted about. What are you waiting for? Let me see. The Wraith Emperor and the others were too impatient, but the Sword Emperor held a hand up. Don't get too excited. We need to clarify things first. Save it and hand it over. Do you plan to have it all for yourself? Stop spouting nonsense. Of course we must clarify things. Why did he just give it to us? Zhuo Yifan took it to his grave. Ugh. The other looked at Zhao Chen with doubts. Zhao Chen had the black energy disintegrating him still. There's nothing odd about it, but it's the real deal. Or do you want my ring? You'll take it anyway once I die. As I am now, I can't take the cultivation method with me like my master did. Might as well give it to you so the sovereign's inheritance isn't lost. Zhao Chen threw them his ring. They scanned it and found it empty. The Sword Emperor nodded, all are honest before death. Zhao Chen, you're wiser than your master. Wise? Ha ha ha, as if. I just want to know what you plan to do with it. The Sword Emperor gave him a look. Why do you want to know? The nether script is a sovereign cultivation method, but there's evil hidden inside, a hungry devil for thousands of years. My death is warranted, but who among you will be next? Ha ha ha. Zhao Chen cackled like a demon from hell as the black energy turned him to dust. The five shivered, not understanding Zhao Chen's last cry. Not that it mattered, since they had their wish, a sovereign's inheritance at long last. All their eyes were consumed by greed. Sword Emperor, each of us will hold a copy of it and cultivate. You can't. The Sword Emperor refused. The other four glared at him. You want it all for yourself. You saw Zhao Chen's end. Do you want to end up the same? The Sword Emperor pointed at the ashes. The others were solemn. Proofreader, Papatonks. The Sword Emperor gave them a cold glare. Zhao Chen cultivated it and went insane. We all saw how that went. It must be that we struck just as he trained, driving him mad and the cultivation method backlashing. Having others interrupt our cultivation would destroy us as well. What do you propose, Sword Emperor? Do you plan on killing everyone that knows about it, even Zhuo Fan? The Wraith Emperor added. The Sword Emperor shook his head. I have no suggestion. It'd be easy to kill Zhuo Fan, but then the Luo clan will know. We can kill the Luo clan, but then the demonic emperor's lands would be without a head, succumbing to chaos and drawing the sacred mountains' attention. Furthermore, the sacred mountains intend to replace the 8 emperors. So could we remove them as well? It's more than clear how impossible it is. Then how should we handle it? From Zhao Chen's cultivation, training in nether script has 2 problems. One is time, needing a long and undisturbed period of cultivation. That means we need to enter seclusion, where no one can find us. Then the second is resources that contradicts the first. We need to find a populated area, and that would mean leaving trails that would expose us, just like it did to Zhao Chen. Should we wage war like Zhao Chen? The Wraith Emperor proposed. We can fake conflict and use the war to gather materials. They all nodded. Great idea. It had to be a genius who came up with this grand idea. Oh, that was demonic emperor's aide, Zhuo Fan. The enchanting empress shook her head. No, while no one else knows, Zhuo Fan will. But like the Sword Emperor said, taking him out will lead to drawing the sacred mountain's attention. And they warned us not to repeat the past. Zhuo Fan did it because he threatened the 6th sacred mountain. We don't have that leverage. What now? The Wraith Emperor frowned. This won't do, and neither would that. Are we just going to not use this top cultivation method? The Sword Emperor smiled. Only a fool would do that. It all depends whether you are willing to give up your status. What do you mean? Like I said, we need solitude for this art, with only us knowing about it. Even from each other. Everyone is aware of our little tricks. We part today, never to contact each other again, so that we don't frame each other and ruin ourselves. They all raised an eyebrow, nodding. All right, then what about materials? We're 8 emperors with large domains. We can just take from all of them. All of them? The enchanting empress shook. With so many people missing, it will catch the attention of the sacred mountains. The Sword Emperor sneered. This is what I want to warn you about. Do you have the gall to abandon your status as one of the 8 emperors? What? Yes, there will be widespread panic as people go missing en masse. It's impossible for us to remain as the 8 emperors. Losing the public's support, you will never be obeyed even with superior strength. Who in the world will stick to a man-eating devil? The Sword Emperor's eyes shone with malice, laughing. It's not pleasant, I know, but we need to become devils to train in this script. Be it righteousness or demonic, we all seek the path to the sovereign stage, the great Tao. A few millions should be enough. Once we step on the sovereign stage, what need do we have of being the 8 emperors? We can even disregard the sacred mountains. The sacred domain will be ours. The Sword Emperor painted a pretty and enticing picture. The others' gazes turned savage as well, nodding. They thus made copies of it and each went to their sects without looking back. Like they said, the 8 emperors were now no more, but soon they would be the 5 sovereigns. They would meet next only as the rulers of the world, ha ha ha. Whoosh. Zhuo Fan appeared where Zhao Chen disintegrated, grinning. Fool, the geezers bought it. They will soon join you. The 5,000 years long grudge is coming to a close, ha ha ha. He then vanished as well. A month later, on the renovated Devil Mountain, Li Jingtian rushed to Zhuo Fan with a smile. Steward Zhuo, it's just as you said. Those 5 emperors' domains are in a panic. Scores of people are missing overnight. Everything is in chaos. The Ruby Cloud sect and the other sects have closed off from the mortal affairs. No one could get an audience with any of the 8 emperors. They are headless and panicking. He. They learned from Zhao Chen and think the best way to train is by running away. Now that the leaders are gone, we can take all of their lands. Zhuo Fan ordered, elderly, go. Ready the men, wait, there's no war. Just go take over. The Luo clan is more than experienced in dealing with local thugs. Li Jingtian slapped his chest in confidence. Steward Zhuo, in half a month, we'll give you all of the 8 emperors' lands. Once the dragons are ready, we'll be on equal footing with the sacred mountains, he. Zhuo Fan nodded. Qiu Yanhai flashed before the two. Old Qiu, what's wrong? Li Jingtian patted his shoulder. Qiu Yanhai rolled his eyes, bowing to Zhuo Fan and reporting, Steward Zhuo, there are 3 youths from the sacred mountains demanding an audience. They're waiting for the Luo clan. 3? Zhuo Fan asked, what stage? Peak emperors. Oh, they must be here to replace some of the 8 emperors. Zhuo Fan guessed, the sacred mountains are worried they can't restrain the mortals, so they sent 3 of them from the start. With the gambling emperor and falcon emperor dead, 2 spots are vacant. The demonic emperor is gone, but no one knows it, while the 5 remaining emperors will never come out. That leaves youths taking over the positions. Humph, we finally got the old fools to shirk their status and now the sacred mountains came to spoil it. I'll go take their heads. Li Jingtian raged and stomped, but Zhuo Fan stopped him, elderly, it's fine. They're nothing but ignorant whelps. A few words from me and they will be in my control. Killing them will ruin things instead. Really? Li Jingtian blinked, but Steward Zhuo, those superior sacred mountains' young masters are so obnoxious in their arrogance. They don't know anything about our world, yet they plan on ruling us. They won't just give their lands to us. Won't it be hard? Hard? No such thing. It's like taking candy from a baby, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan laughed. You said it yourself. They don't know anything and act arrogant. Then we will stroke their egos, giving them a little something. While the true power will be with the Luo clan, which is seasoned in handling the lands. The three raised an eyebrow then cracked up. Zhuo Fan went to the Luo clan with Qiu Yanhai to see the young masters. Entering the main hall, they saw two youths taking the main seats and grimacing at each sip of tea. Another sat below, dangling his legs in boredom. Entitled pricks at their finest. They take the main seat in another's house and ignore everyone. Zhuo Fan restrained a smile, bowing. Oh, guests from the sacred mountains, forgive my delay. Do you have any idea how long we've waited? You're too damn slow. The youth in the main seat sneered. Zhuo Fan nodded. It's my mistake. It is my fault for being born with only 2 legs and unable to greet you on time. Ha ha ha, elder brother, hear that? Can you imagine a person with 4 legs? That was hilarious. The man in the main seat cracked up with the others joining him. The tense mood was gone in a blink. Luo Yunchang and the girls listened in from outside and giggled. The sacred mountain sent paupers for the 8 emperors. Zhuo Fan was clearly sarcastic, yet they laughed. The scorn flew right over them. By sending these fools to be 8 emperors, the sacred mountains show their utter disregard for human lives beneath their feet. And they expect them to control the sacred domain? Murong Shui lamented over the people's fate, being at the mercy of fools. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhuo Fan bowed with a smile. How may I address you, young masters? Su Tianchuan of the 3rd Sacred Mountain. The leader spoke with his head held high. The second guy chuckled. Chu Xiangfeng of the 5th Sacred Mountain. Wu Qingxiu of the 7th Sacred Mountain. The last one huffed. Zhuo Fan nodded at their self-important introduction. How may I help you young masters today? How? Su Tianchuan mocked. We hear that you're the demonic emperor's aide and most familiar with the 8 emperors. We came to see you so that we can understand the situation. Young masters, you honor me. It's nothing great, just. Su Tianchuan frowned. I'm sure you know why we're here. We 3 want to meet with the 8 emperors and discuss the circumstances of their domains, yet everywhere we went we found no one. We had no choice but to come to the demonic emperor, but we heard that Devil Mountain was flattened a few months ago. We reckoned that the demonic emperor had to be missing, so we came to you instead. To be frank, the 8 emperors don't look after their lands, going around all day long. Now they vanished out of nowhere. It's outrageous. We had to run around all over the place until we could barely walk. The 3 grew angry. Zhuo Fan smiled and shook his head. Young masters, it's still not my place to speak. It's best to wait for them and clarify things. I'm sorry that I can't stay, but I must get back to work. Hold on. Su Tianchuan shouted. You look like you know something about this. Tell us. Young masters, I'm in no position to discuss the 8 emperors. Hey, I told you to speak. You fear them or us? The 3 glared. They're the 8 emperors, but we'll be part of them soon enough. But we're also part of the sacred mountains. Refuse us and your life is forfeit. Zhuo Fan gasped and played the frightened chicken under that threat. Young masters, how can I not say? Whoosh. The trio looked smugly at him. I only ask that you don't get angry. Zhuo Fan sighed. Young masters, a few months ago, the 8 emperors met and had a heated argument about your arrival at Devil Mountain. What did they argue about? They, Zhuo Fan smirked, argued about how to deal with sirs. What? Bam! They slapped the table in outrage. They have some nerve. Are they itching to die? Young masters, they knew their strength and couldn't be open about it. So they could only operate in hiding. How? Talk already. Who knows? Young masters came to replace some of the 8 emperors. Once this happens, there's no doubt that the sacred mountains will replace all of the 8 emperors. Zhuo Fan looked around and leaned over as he whispered, "The Sword Emperor said to never let you succeed." Bam! Su Tianchuan slammed the table hard. "Humph, what gall! They can do nothing against us controlling the lands." They don't need to stop you. As long as they don't do anything, you will just screw up naturally." "What?" Bam! Su Tianchuan punched the table. What did he mean? Hey, don't the Sacred Mountains' entitled pricks know anything else besides hitting tables? Zhuo Fan's face twitched at the deep palm imprint in the table. He said young masters lack common sense and experience with the people below and will cause chaos. They just have to wait. Once you ruin everything, the Sacred Mountains will just call you back and ask them to clean up. That will make 8 emperors crucial to the sacred domain, and to the Sacred Mountains. At the very least they can't be replaced. Humph, as if. Those decrepit fools are too cocky. The trio laughed. We are all great talents of the Sacred Mountains, yet we can't control the meager lands of the emperors? Zhuo Fan nodded. Yeah, the demonic emperor thought the same, persuading others not to go against you, but he got pulled into hiding with them, to force the mess on you, young masters. As a result, the demonic emperor refused and thus. What? They killed the demonic emperor. Zhuo Fan looked devastated. They said if the demonic emperor helped you, then the Sacred Mountains would get in their way and they would become enemies with the mountains, dying in the end. So they killed the demonic emperor and retreated. The disaster on Devil Mountain is proof of this. With 5 against 1, the demonic emperor had no chance. Bam! The 3 slapped the table again. Outrageous. They aren't loyal and stop others from being loyal to us as well. Are those bastards underestimating us? Humph, we'll look after your lands and set them straight. Just you wait. The trio flicked their sleeves and walked out with supreme confidence. Young masters, aren't you here to replace 3 emperors? This is the best chance. The Gambling Emperor and Falcon Emperor are gone, while the Demonic Emperor is dead as well. Young masters can just take their lands. You'll take it for now while we go after the 5 emperors' lands to settle. Su Tianchuan waved carelessly and laughed. We'll show those hiding fools how their lands will be peaceful without them. Nothing will change. They still want to be emperors? As if, ha ha ha. The trio laughed and faded away. Zhuo Fan grinned in disdain. Bunch of fools is what you are. I'll be waiting here for you to come crying back. Whoosh. Li Jingtian came over. Steward Zhuo, should we continue our takeover with them taking over? Wait a few days. Zhuo Fan chuckled. Once they send the lands into chaos, we have the perfect reason to take them for ourselves, ha ha ha. Li Jingtian snickered along. 3 months later, Devil Mountain was restored and Zhuo Fan sat in the main hall's main seat with a grin. After so many years, I'm back where I was. Steward Zhuo. Li Jingtian rushed in with a grin. They're all in chaos, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan asked, what chaos? The Emperor's lands, all are in chaos besides ours. Li Jingtian was excited. Those 5 went into hiding to kidnap people. Then, when people's fears were greatest, the Sacred Mountains youths came to take over. The people were hopeful and the youths happy, thinking they'd soon found the missing people. Only there has been no clue as to where they went. The report angered the young masters, saying the old fools were messing with their affairs. So they were punished, stipulating that they had to find the missing people in 3 days or all heads will roll. As you can imagine, thousands of people died, whole clans and even children. Now everyone lives in fear of the 3 young masters. Now they themselves have no one to order around, with the people leaving their homes and lives they built for generations instead of dealing with them. While the population in the demonic emperor's domain is growing constantly. Zhuo Fan nodded. I knew those pricks were crude and would mess up the lands big time. They only care for results and not the people. Soon, those lands will be left empty. Right? Those 3 are getting restless too, going after the fleeing people. If one escapes, their whole family is executed. They made a slaughterhouse, wanting to kill people for staying and for leaving, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan leaned back on his seat. with the lands in chaos, they will soon turn to us, ha ha ha. Proofreader, Papatonks. In a refined study, Chu Xiangfeng was pacing around anxiously and was soaked in his own sweat. Su Tianchuan held a jade slip and muttered to himself. He ended up smashing it on the table to pieces, looking up with a frown. How do we reply? Reply to what? Wu Qianzhou's face shook, looking pained. We're 3 months into our mission and the elders asked us about the situation. How do we answer? Everyone is fleeing from us. Many clans that mine and gather herbs all went into hiding. The resources have completely stopped being sent to the sacred mountains. How do we explain this to the elders? Think of something. I have. We tried everything we could think of, threats and rewards, but nothing works. We don't have any more people, they're gone. We're from the sacred mountains, yet why are they leaving us? Su Tianchuan's face twitched and grimaced. It has to be a ploy the 8 emperors are playing. They want us to become laughingstocks. How else do you explain the ruined control after all the hard work we've done? We've always been focused on searching for the missing people, so why are the rest leaving us? Something is afoot for sure. Yes, these wretched people should die for not living up to our goodwill. Chu Xiangfeng's eyes flashed as he spat. I've never worked harder in my life. Yet they're still ungrateful? Humph, elder brother, I say we're too lenient and need to be harsher. The next group of people that leave or stop gathering are to be killed along with their entire clan for 10 generations, include the neighbors as well. Kill all of them. I refuse to believe they'll run then. Humph. Bam. Su Tianchuan slammed the table. All you know is killing. What use would that do? Instead of running, they're dead. What do you suggest, elder brother? Su Tianchuan squinted. Where are they going anyway? A few live in remote areas while most go to the demonic emperor's domain. The demonic emperor? Su Tianchuan muttered. The demonic emperor is dead, with no one governing them. Yet they're still going there? Steward Zhuofan must have some skill like they say, since he has the least chaotic area with no independent warlords present. We made slight mistakes here, but we're still united here. There's no war, so there's no reason to run away, especially over there. Brother's right. The other two agreed. They were wrong about one thing. Even without Zhuofan, the demonic emperor's lands would still be stronger even with their infighting. Pa. Su Tianchuan slapped the table. Again, let's go see Zhuofan. Elder brother, what for? To help us with the chaos. You can't. Chu Xiangfeng shook his head. That will mean we're as useless as the 8 emperors say. It's a disgrace. Su Tianchuan mocked. You call that disgrace? Zhuofan is but a steward, not one of the 8 emperors. The demonic emperor used him for his assistance, and so can we. We'll still earn the credit for it. We have to do something or this year's transport of resources to the sacred mountains won't happen. When our masters and senior uncles come and find out the mess we're in, won't we disgrace ourselves by calling back the 8 emperors? Then the sacred mountains will have no reason to replace them and will be the laughingstock for ruining those old guys' plans. Chu Xiangfeng gave a heavy nod. A month later, the 3 walked in with their heads held high into Devil Mountain's main hall. Zhuofan welcomed them with a smile and a bow. Young masters, you honor us with your visit. Enough crap, we need you for something. Su Tianchuan grew impatient as he sat down on the main seat. The other 2 sat at his side. What do you think this is, your house? Zhuofan's face twitched. Ha ha ha, how may I be of service? Nothing much, we just encountered a slight setback in our lands. Can you handle it? Slight? Morons, you call everyone jumping ship a slight setback? These guys have no idea of the severity of it all. The leaders all knew that population was production, fighting force, and generated talent. The 8 emperors looked at who was strongest in terms of lands, but it was actually population. Who had the most people was the strongest. The 8 emperors fought for lands to gain their resources, but also the people. The bigger the domain, the more people it could hold. No matter how deep the grudges, they would never touch the common folk, only another emperor's men. Once the population dropped, it would affect their position, their life, and their fate. But these brats call the loss of people a slight setback. Humph, they'd have been killed ages ago if not for sacred mountains having their backs, regardless of being new 8 emperors. It was also why Zhuo Fan only thought of the insults and didn't voice them. Since I can't touch you, I'll just control you, humph. Zhuo Fan put on a sinister smile. It can't be easier. Oh? Su Tianchuan asked, you can make the fleeing people return and pacify them? Zhuo Fan nodded, it's very easy. When it comes to pacifying, I'm quite good at it. You can see for yourself how there's not the slightest trouble even with the inflow of people into the demonic emperor's domain. Then we'll leave it to you. Bye. Su Tianchuan stood and left in a good mood, already celebrating his win. Zhuo Fan rushed to say, wait. Wah. Without the demonic emperor, everyone is only listening to me because the demonic emperor had given me his power before he died. I am the head steward here, but to intervene in your lands, I will also need a name to earn people's trust and make things smoother. Easy, we'll call you whatever you want. Su Tianchuan clapped his hands. From now on, you are the great steward of all the 8 emperors' lands. Your word is our word. We're behind you all the way. Anyway, it's in your hands now. Do it well and you'll be rewarded. Fail and it's off with your head. Zhuo Fan nodded with a smile, understood. The 3 of them left in joy. Zhuo Fan called Li Jingtian over. It's time for us to take all the 8 emperors' lands. You know what to do. Worry not, Steward Zhuo, we're doing as you asked and taking care of all incoming people into the demonic emperor's domain, instilling in them the highest opinion of the Luo clan's honor and kindness. As long as we take them back, we will soon take all the power of all the lands, he. Zhuo Fan nodded, go. He used the 3 useless bums of the sacred mountains to get his hands on all the lands. For whoever had the people's ear had the world. And to win their ear, one needed to get their respect. All who received the Luo clan's care went back home at the clan's request, proclaiming its honor and kindness. Thus, all the suffering people branded the clan as their savior. The Luo clan's experts were assigned new posts to pacify the people, making it that much easier. In order to quash the panic, Zhuo Fan used his new title the entitled pricks gave him to remove their harsh laws with kinder treatment. He took out many of the clan's assets to re-establish the people that had left. Of course, Zhuo Fan did not forget to leave the right name behind when doing every good deed. The Luo clan thus became the most respected clan everywhere. When the clan also found some criminals that kidnapped people, their popularity was at an all-time high. The Sacred Mountains pricks were nothing compared to the Luo clan, who actually showed results. The 3 ruled in name only, while the people only answered to the Luo clan. Zhuo Fan got his wish in uniting all the lands in just half a year, with the approval of those 3. This was far easier than imposing his own will on them. The local rulers were more than happy the Luo clan came to govern them, making no trouble whatsoever. They hailed them as their saviors from a world of hurt. Proofreader, Papatonks. The criminals are only scapegoats? In a study, Zhuo Fan wore a smile as he bowed to the shocked Su Tianchuan. Chu Xiangfeng looked skeptical. You're saying you have no clue why so many people are missing? Yes, but we don't need to find out anyway. Why? Ha, people care for stability. With so many missing persons, it weighs heavy on their mind, making them uneasy. It's good the missing people happened over a short period. The culprit must have gone into hiding. To calm the populace, we just have to find some scapegoats. Zhuo Fan laughed, leaving the 3 young masters speechless. Su Tianchuan sighed, that's just wicked. Steward Zhuo, how do we reply to this jade slip when the missing people matter isn't solved? Easy, just don't include it. Zhuo Fan snickered, young masters, with the whole of the 8 emperors' lands at peace, you can say you've done all you can to make production thrive and leave out the small stuff, including this. The missing people case can't be reported or it will affect your reputation. Su Tianchuan hesitated, won't that mean lying to the elders? How adorable and gullible. Young Master Su, it's not lying, but thoughtfulness. Zhuofan duped, young master, the seniors on the sacred mountains have a lot on their minds and are worried about you. Telling them every little setback will only make them anxious. It's all in the past now anyway. The results are also good and there's no need to make them angry. It would be very bad if they end up disappointed in you. The three nodded, with Chu Xiangfeng smiling. Oh, Steward Zhua is right. Elder brother, let's not bother master and the others. We have to think of them as well. Ha ha ha, right, thoughtful, being a caring disciple is important. Su Tianchuan was awkward but he sighed in the end. He had no intention of reporting something he failed to do. What he was most afraid of was the other two pinning it on him. It was best for all three to come to a decision together. Then there's Steward Zhua. Su Tianchuan smiled. Thank you for your proposal, Steward Zhua. I'll be sure not to inconvenience our elders, ha ha ha. That isn't good either. Zhuofan now behaved modestly. The sacred mountain's elders love their disciples. They must care so much about you, and since no one is perfect, they can overlook some mistakes you make as part of the new 8 emperors. By saying so you make them worry again since they think you're overworking for their sake. Then what do you propose? Just add some slight incongruities. Zhuofan put on a sinister smile, whispering, nothing too important, only the small stuff. While the missing person's case is to be omitted, you could just say that only 10 or 100 went missing. You won't say that you haven't found the culprits, but that you had a hard time finding some accomplices after months of searching, then executed them. I believe the seniors would be proud of you. The trio nodded with joy and Su Tianchuan wrote a reply under Zhuofan's indications. The sacred mountain sent these three to become part of the 8 emperors, but really to grasp more concrete control over everything. But a couple words from Zhuofan and the pricks ended up in his control instead. Su Tianchuan laughed as he finished. Steward Zhua, you're amazing. Please prepare a draft before each report from now on. My thoughts exactly. This would pull the wool over the sacred mountain's eyes, blind to the real situation in the sacred domain. Besides, the rear was now assured and all he had to do was wait for the dragons to give the signal to attack the sacred mountains. Zhuofan was meticulous, looking after the smallest detail. But when man proposes, God disposes. Luring the 8 emperors away from the big picture and letting them nibble at the sacred domain would turn out to be a pickle later on, something even Zhuofan didn't expect. He was no god after and wasn't all-knowing. Whoosh! A jade slip flew inside a large hall on the 7th sacred mountain, landing in an elder's hand. He smiled and as he read, the plan is going smoothly. The brats are doing a decent job. I was worried they might mess it up. This shows our disciples are the best of the best, true paragons, ha ha ha. We sent the 3 ahead to get used to things there. But now it seems the 8 emperors' lands will soon be a part of the sacred mountains. We'll know the instant the fated man appears and be there to snatch the opportunity. Another elder agreed. The others looked just as pleased. The 7 sacred mountains had been the peak of humanity ever since they came to be formed. But 100 years ago, the sky changed that, a sign that a new human would take the throne and even become sovereign. They could never tolerate anyone better than them, or let this event birth a sovereign. So they chose to control everything to stop it. Only they had the right to ascend to sovereignty. What of old he from the 6th sacred mountain? While the mountain lords convene, he's running off somewhere? One elder glanced at the empty chair. The elder in the main seat chuckled, no point in waiting for him. He won't come. Why? Haven't you heard? His son was killed near Ruby Cloud sect. The people below are still searching for clues over the past year without results. He could no longer wait and went down himself. Himself? A mountain lord, ha ha ha, doesn't he have capable people? That was before. And now? There's been no message from any of them for a year. Someone must have got to them. Oh. They all cried out, first his son and now the scouts. Someone's after our 7 sacred mountains, or is it just the 6th sacred mountain? An elder with a beard shook his head. Troubled times are coming. Maybe the omen of 100 years ago is taking place. In the enchanting Empress lands, a rough man with a bamboo hat walked on a crowded street. He glanced around and grabbed a woman's arm. She cried out, "What are you doing? Where's the enchanting Empress?" "I don't know." "You're wearing Ruby Cloud sex attire, so how can you not know? Talk." The big man had a tight grip on her hand. She teared up under the pain. I really don't know. Master vanished overnight along with many of my sisters. Let go of me. How come you're still here?" I went to see my lover that night and found them gone when I came back." The big man paused and gave her an odd look. "What's going on?" "The broads ran too fast." "Was it out of guilt over my son's death?" He showed his bearded face and threw the woman aside. But then he asked, "Anything strange happened before the enchanting Empress left? Maybe she acted oddly?" "Nothing, just..." "What?" "Shortly after she vanished, many cities around became void of people. The same happened to other emperors' lands." "All the people vanished?" The mountain lord's suspicion grew. "And the same occurred in the other lands?" "Yes." "Curses, just who can do it? Who can take so many people without a sign?" The mountain lord frowned. "Even a saint can't do it. Unless they listen to his orders." "But who is it?" The mountain lord was deep in thought, giving the chance for the woman to escape as she cursed him for being insane. Proofreader, Papatonks. Ignoring the fleeing woman, mountain lord, he focused on his own thoughts. A shout broke through his concentration, with the street bustling with activity. "Look, the Luo clan made an announcement." Everyone rushed in that direction, leaving mountain lord he baffled. "There's nobody surnamed Luo among the 8 emperors." Mountain lord he walked over as well and saw a golden paper on the gatehouse. His eyes picked up on Zhuofan's name. "Where have I heard this name?" Mountain lord he muttered. The enchanting empress said that the demonic emperor had a shrewd man under him related to Chu Qingqing. But since he's working for the demonic emperor, what's he doing in the enchanting empress lands? While he was baffled, the people around him started talking and cleared his doubts. "The Luo clan is honorable and kind. They looked after us in our time of need, and now they're saying they're using their own wealth to help rebuild our homes. It's such a blessing to have them governing us instead. Those 8 emperors fought non-stop and we could only bear the suffering. With the Luo clan in charge of all the lands and Steward was eminent status, the world is at peace, ha ha ha. Luo clan ruling the 8 lands?" Mountain lord he grabbed a man and shouted, "What the hell are you spouting? Aren't they under the 8 emperors? How can the Luo clan take over?" The man winced in pain and looked at him with apprehension. "Have you been living under a rock or something? That's old news. A year ago, 3 emperors died and the rest vanished. There's no 8 emperors anymore. What about the new emperors from the sacred mountains? Did they run away? Them?" At their mention, the man looked sneered despite the pain. "You call those devils emperors? They threw all the lands in chaos the minute they took charge. There were more deaths than from even an 8 emperors war. Plus, to make matters worse, those 3 devils were unreasonable. It's only thanks to the Luo clan's kindness and Steward's wise guidance that this mess was dealt with. Or all of the emperor's lands would have been deserted, with people fleeing into the mountains. Just ask around. Everyone hates those pricks. We'd have long since revolted if not for them having the sacred mountains behind them." Mountain lord his hand shook and he released him. "Where are the fools now?" "Who knows? Anyway, we all follow the Luo clan's lead. No one cares about them. Guess they couldn't live with the shame of staying around and must have run back to sacred mountains." "Pa!" A crisp slap rang and the person tumbled to the ground with a bleeding mouth from the shattered teeth. "Why did you hit me? It's already enough mercy that I only slapped you after you slandered the sacred mountain's disciples." Mountain lord he glared. "Beat it." The man flinched and scrambled away. The crowd scattered to stay clear of his ire. Only mountain lord he was left, along with the bright and dazzling announcement. He tore the announcement to pieces before walking away with pride. "Humph, I'll check on the Ruby Cloud sect first." I'll handle the Luo clan later. An hour later, Mountain Lord he was before Ruby Cloud's sect, finding it run down and deserted. Mountain Lord he roared, enchanting Empress, show yourself. The booming voice shook the heavens and the mountain range trembled. Alas, no one came to meet him. Mountain Lord he was looking dark. That broad is hiding. But where did she go? Crack. At the sound, Mountain Lord he shot over there and arrived at a spring where someone was shaking like a leaf. He yanked the girl's shoulder. Don't kill me. Master, don't kill me. The girl's messy hair was blown away and he recognized her as a Ruby Cloud sect disciple. He cried, where's the enchanting Empress? Talk. Enchanting Empress? The woman's spirit snapped and she wailed, no, don't kill me, master, please. What could have driven this girl to madness? Mountain Lord he looked at her with a cold eye and pierced her skull with his fingers, letting the blood dye her face red. The girl's eyes bugged out and she grimaced in pain. Mountain Lord he showed an evil smile, girl, don't worry, the soul-separating art will trigger your memories so you can remember. Now tell me, who are you? Ruby Cloud sect's head disciple, Fong Min. The woman's face swelled like a red balloon, stammering from pain. Her answer was flat, like her mind was gone. Her soul was in this guy's hand, making it impossible to lie. Even mad as she was, her soul still held memories as she retold everything she knew. Mountain Lord he said, do you know where the enchanting Empress went? Yes, Hidden Dragon Mountain, Broken Cave. What's she doing there? Sea cultivating. Cultivating what? Mountain Lord he roared. Fong Min's terror was reawakened and her soul trembled as her face grimaced harder. I don't know. Master turned scary. She's turning people to dust and her temper is getting wilder. She can't have enough people so she used my sisters to train, even Senior Aunt May fell. I managed to escape amidst the chaos. She wants to get me back. No, I can't go back, I can't, Fong Min's eyes were filled with terror and her soul reacted the same way. With a boom, she detonated her spirit, ravaging the deserted Ruby Cloud sect, leveling half of it. When the dust settled, Mountain Lord he brushed away the dirt on his clothes and looked puzzled. The enchanting Empress kidnapped people to cultivate? But what kind of evil skill is she training in to cause her disciple to go mad? Mountain Lord he sneered, fine, I'll see for myself what you broads are up to. Mountain Lord he vanished. 2 weeks later, before Broken Cave on Hidden Dragon Mountain, there was blood everywhere. He knew he was at the right place and rushed inside. The scene shocked him to the core. The cavern was huge yet before him, the mountains of bones almost filled it. There was also a lot of dust and scraps of clothing everywhere. It looked more like a graveyard. Waving the dust away and the scraps, Mountain Lord he grasped one clothing scrap in particular. This was very familiar to him, belonging to his son. It was the same one enchanting Empress showed it to him and now he was seeing it here. Rotten biddy, get out now. You killed my son, didn't you? I'll rip you to pieces for fooling me. Mountain Lord he roared and the mountain shook. Tornadoes wrecked the cavern. Hi. A shrill cry reached his ears and a woman in gorgeous clothing appeared among the ashes. Her hair was messy and she had a dark face with black energy oozing out of her. Her eyes looked distressed, but more mad than anything. Brother Dong, you finally came to see me. When will you take me to the sacred mountains for us to live together? Proofreader, Papatonks. Yenner. Mountain Lord he's eyes shook as he regarded the familiar clothes and grew outraged. Enchanting Empress, are you mad? What's with this creepy look? The enchanting Empress gave him a coy look. Why, Brother Dong, didn't you like me because of my looks? Now. You were a charming lady before but now just an old biddy warped into a monster. What a joke. Haodong, you don't get to say that. The enchanting Empress bit back. I aged because I scouted 9 Serenity's tomb for you and the demonic energy infected me. I've done so much for you, you ungrateful pig, yet you only ever see me as your lapdog to use and discard. You gave me so many sweet promises back then, saying you'd take me to the sacred mountains. Yet when I got older, you didn't visit me once. The only reason you ever showed up again was because of Qingqing 100 years ago. He Haodong sneered, ungrateful. You have some nerve. Didn't you come on to me for something? We simply made a deal. We had fun for a while, and I gave you an earth cultivation method from the sacred mountains to get your emperor title. I'm the reason a broad like you got to stand tall among the other vicious men. Stop spouting rubbish. I wanted more than that. You said you'd take me to the sacred mountains. You were the most beautiful in the sacred domain, but the sacred mountains is a place based on bloodlines. A lowly nobody has no right to enter. Why did you promise me? You actually took those pillow talks seriously? Yenner, you were never that naive. He Haodong held his head high. I was the 6th sacred mountain lord's successor, and I was not about to ruin my future over some broad. I'll be honest, you had no chance of stepping on sacred mountains even if you were forever as enchanting as your younger self. Why you? The enchanting empress glared at him and she grew more hideous in her rage. Her black energy grew thicker. He Haodong gave her a look of disgust. Look at you, so vile and ghastly. I'm sick just by looking at you. And what is this? He Haodong finally got to the point, holding the ashes in his hand. I don't care what abominable art you're into, but you better explain this to me. Why are these the same as the one you left me when my son died? Did you kill him? Red eyes stared at him with mockery and madness. Ha ha ha, what do you think, brother Dong? You did it? He Haodong grew furious. He was my only son, you stinking broad. How cruel. The enchanting empress sneered, only son? Ha ha ha, that's what you get for everything you've done. You could have had another son, but you were too savage and heartless, preferring to. The enchanting empress rubbed her belly. None is better than some stinking half-breed. He Haodong spat. The enchanting empress cackled. Since Lord Saint doesn't cherish it, or me, you could have killed me then. He Xiaofeng was your only son, so how could I stay my hand from your son? Ha ha ha. Did you really kill my son? He Haodong barked, die, you bloody hag. The enchanting empress sneered, and flicked her hand, turning into black mist and flying out of the cave. He Haodong, let's fight outside. Stand still, you hag. Whoosh. The two flew outside and the enchanting empress looked back at him with laughter. She was wrapped in black energy, with 2 black flowers wearing ghastly faces towering 1,000 meters above He Haodong. Sacred body? He Haodong gasped, you're a saint. Impossible. You never advanced in thousands of years yet now you succeeded in just a year? The cultivation method I gave you could never have helped you. Ha ha ha, He Haodong. I knew you didn't want me on the sacred mountains, so how could you give me a good cultivation method? But when man proposes, God disposes. The sacred mountains aren't the only ones with the best cultivation methods. I found one down here. Humph, cocky much? A mere early saint broad can't do anything against a peak saint like me. He Haodong shot in the air with a disdainful smile. With a swift turn, thunderous lightning appeared around him, and suddenly, a furious Vajra wielding 12 divine swords emerged around him, 300 meters tall, exuding an imposing and ferocious aura. Just as they appeared, they had already caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Vajra and the demon faced each other. Staring at the thunder giant, the enchanting empress recalled the past for a moment, then her gaze turned. Manic. The demonic body shot forth and 2 black lotuses on its back flew out, turning into bloody mouths biting at the thunder giant. Bam! In a burst of lightning, the 2 dark flowers turned to nothing before they could strike. The Vajra held a thunder sword with a fierce and imposing aura. As He Haodong watched, he sneered. He seized the advantage and directed the giant to charge. His other hand grabbed another thunder sword from his back and slashed so fast he unleashed 72 strikes in a blink. When they stopped, a deafening explosion occurred and the demon shattered to pieces. The enchanting empress stumbled, falling to the ground and spewing blood. She was pale as her innards were lacerated, her life hanging by a thread. He Haodong withdrew his sacred body and walked over with malice. He grabbed the enchanting empress by the neck and roared, "Damn broad, you killed my son and I'll send you to hell for this." The enchanting empress sneered like a demon wanting to send the world into oblivion. "Do you not fear death?" He Haodong raised an eyebrow and taunted, "Then I won't kill you, but I'll make you wish I did, ha ha ha." The enchanting empress had the same sneer on her face. He Haodong was puzzled. "You must have lost your mind. You think I can't do it? There's nothing a heartless man like you wouldn't do, ha ha ha." The enchanting empress mocked, "I'm laughing at you, for you can never make me beg for death." "What was that?" "I said, you can never make my life worse for an already dying woman." Ha ha ha. Her laughter was tinged with sadness and bitterness. He Haodong felt conflicted, but then he looked down to see the black energy enveloping her and turning her to dust. She was fading faster and faster, starting with her legs. "What is this?" "Brother Dong." The enchanting empress gave him a taunting look. "I knew this would be my end before I even fought you. It's great that I can let go of all the anger and grief for so many years before dying. But you will never get the chance. You will never know who really killed your son, ha ha ha." "What?" He Haodong barked and shook her. "You didn't kill my son. Then who did? Tell me." The enchanting empress closed her eyes as the black energy ate her alive. In the moment of her death, her mouth formed a bitter smile. "Steward Zhua, you were excellent. Everyone fell for your trick. I should have known that the demonic emperor's cultivation method and He Xiaofeng's death, as well as Qingqing's disappearance, were related to you. I just wanted a sovereign cultivation method so badly, that I didn't care about anything else. Of everyone, you are the only winner standing, easily taking over all the lands with us unable to climb out of this damning cultivation method. What a deep mind, what a thorough plan. But I am not going to pass on this cruel cultivation method on my deathbed like you gave it to us. I'm sorry to disappoint. I may hate him, but I once loved him, despite him not caring, ha ha ha." "Enchanting Empress, tell me now, damn it. Who killed my son?" He Haodong was outraged at her silence. The enchanting empress closed her eyes. "I won't tell you. I won't let you get revenge for another woman's son. It's my last selfish wish. Enchanting empress, farewell." A familiar voice entered her ears. Proofreader, Papatonks. The enchanting empress' brow shook. "Zhua Fan? You can call me an old friend, demonic emperor Zhua Yifan." "What?" "Not many knew of your affair back then, but some of the 8 emperors did, including me." Zhua Fan had his eyes closed. "Not far, sending, I'm doing this to settle our age-long grudge. I gave you the chance to settle your affair, but you chose not to. So that's why." The enchanting empress chuckled. "You came back and now you live up to your name in uniting our lands. For you were the strongest among us." The black energy surged and the enchanting empress was swallowed up, leaving behind nothing but dust. He Haodong's grip now held ashes and broken cloth just like his son. He looked at the sky, confused, and roared, "What the hell is going on? Who killed my son? Where is Chu Qingqing? Is the enchanting empress innocent or not? You'll know in time. There's no need to be hasty, Mountain Lord." Zhua Fan's eyes flashed and he snickered. He stood up and brushed the dirt off his body as he left. A month later, Zhua Fan went to the Luo clan's base and entered his study with a smile. He gave a bookcase a light push and it slided to reveal a shelf with 8 pieces of wood holding the names of the 8 emperors. 3 of them were missing. He took out the enchanting empress token and smiled. "Farewell, enchanting empress." Zhua Fan flicked it behind him. It burned in mid-air, landing in a brazier. "Zhua Fan." Chu Qingqing burst in with a broad smile, but the row of emperor tokens left her startled. What are you doing?" Zhua Fan smiled and shrugged. "Nothing, just cleaning." "Cleaning? These?" Chu Qingqing gave the tokens a skeptical look, feeling uneasy at the missing ones. Then she turned to the piece burning in the brazier, enough remaining for her to discern the enchanting empress being written on it. "Why did you burn my master's token?" Oh, Qingqing, you care so much about the murderer that tormented your family? Chu Qingqing was grave, shaking her head. I don't. She hurt my family, but she is still my master that raised me for a century. How would you choose if you had to kill her? Zhuo Fan was solemn. Chu Qingqing shuddered and teared up. I don't know. I just can't face her. Zhuo Fan, I don't know what to do. It's good that you don't know. Zhuo Fan held her shoulder, sighing. You don't need to know, but I won't lie to you. Your master is dead. What? I'm a man who can differentiate between personal and public matters. If I were you, I would have burned with revenge, going after her life for killing my family. But as she raised me and became my master, as a disciple, I should be filial. Zhuo Fan looked her in the eye. You no longer have to kill her. If you're still concerned, hold her last rites, for all she has done for you. Of course, this is what I'd do. If you find anything painful, just do what your heart tells you and forget what I said. Chu Qingqing rushed to say, no, you're right, opening my eyes. I could never strike her, but the least I can do is hold her last rites as her disciple, for peace of mind. Great, go tell the rest and get ready. Chu Qingqing nodded with a smile, leaving while taking one last look at the wooden tokens. Zhuo Fan smiled as he turned to the tokens, and then there were 4. Of the 8 emperors, only 4 remain. You must be thrilled to finally train in the supreme demonic cultivation method you yearned for so long, ha ha ha. Steward Zhua. Li Jingtian rushed in with a smile. I heard Miss Chu saying she wants to hold a service for her master. Does that mean you succeeded? Zhuo Fan nodded. Yeah, I went to see the enchanting empress and found her a saint in just a year, ha ha ha. She did it in a year when thousands of years didn't help? Li Jingtian smirked. Steward Zhua, you have an obscene cultivation method on you. You could use it to become a saint in no time at all, even sovereign. By then your greatest worry won't come to be, he he he. Zhuo Fan was grave, witnessing the 8 emperors training in the demon transformation art. I am now certain it emphasizes transformation and not absorbing all creation. Cultivation fills your heart with demons. It's better to be slow than rush it so that the demons can be purged and you can stand above them, achieving the pinnacle of the demonic path. Letting demons control you isn't the answer. The demon transformation. Art's swift speed is a great temptation, but only by not falling for its lure will one cultivate its essence. Those like Zhao Chen and the other 8 emperors will fall prey to it. But this is easier said than done. None can understand a sovereign's mind. Elderly, if there comes a time when you seniors touch upon the sovereign stage, remember this, Tao is boundless, thus one must never be impatient. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhua, you're expecting too much. It's best you tell this to old Dan and them. I don't qualify. Li Jingtian beamed. He Haodong had seen the enchanting empress' harrowing demise and he became doubtful and lost. Who killed my son if not her? He had been looking into it for months now but never found anything. He chose to leave it be for now, for he had something urgent to discuss with the old men. The Sacred Mountains' plan for the Emperor lands had gone sideways. They had done the work for others to reap the profits. Their endless pride could never accept such a loss. It was like the Sacred Mountains were taken for fools. Mountain Lord He. On the 7th Sacred Mountain, in front of a splendid hall, He Haodong was greeted by kneeling saints. He Haodong gave them a quick wave as he asked, are the other mountain lords in? The mountain lords are discussing right now. Allow us to notify them. Notify and discuss crap, more like it. Our efforts are taken by someone else and they have time for a chat. He Haodong stormed in. An old man with a long beard in the head seat smiled. Haodong, sit, please. We were just talking about how those brats we sent down are doing a good job in keeping the peace. They still have a knack for leading the people. We intend to send 3 more to take over other spots in the 8 emperors. We are still debating who. Haodong, do you have any young talents on the 6th Sacred Mountain? Let's send someone from your place this time, ha ha ha. Send more fools to dance to another's tunes? To make it worse, they're happy to do it in their ignorance. He Haodong slumped in his chair, gnashing his teeth. Brothers, you're only hearing brats bragging about their great achievements while hiding what's really happening down there. Just send someone to see. The emperor lands are now under the Luo clan's leadership, with the people knowing nothing of the 8 emperors or sacred mountains. The 3 young masters we sent are worse than puppets. At least with royal puppets, the people know who rules. But these dumb brats. What? The 6 gasped. Haodong, what did you say? Just tell us straight what's going on. Who is the Luo clan? We never heard of it. He Haodong's face twitched and he sighed. These fools have been stuck on the sacred mountains all this time and are blind to the world outside. They only focus on the annual tribute, oblivious to the 3 brats acting just like them, ruining the sacred mountain's name with their crude attempts. Then the Luo clan swooped in to take over with no effort. Utter fools. He Haodong took a deep breath and sipped his tea, then he recounted all he'd seen. The 6 old men blinked in shock, then were outraged. The Luo clan deserved death for deceiving the mighty and all-powerful sacred mountains. They didn't even stop to think of the horrors their 3 disciples inflicted on the innocent population, or the scores of people killed unjustly. And now they had the nerve to be angry. Proofreader, Papatonks. Steward Joie, it here. What is? At the break of dawn, Li Jingtian rushed into Zhuo Fan's study. The latter looked up from the latest reports with a frown. Li Jingtian grinned and bowed. Like you predicted, the emperor's lands are in chaos once more. People are missing en masse now from largely the area once belonging to the Wraith Emperor, Sword Emperor and the others. They must have run out of materials and gone out for another hunt, he. Although it's easy to absorb thousands of people, the regrets of each person have to be removed one at a time to prevent the regrets from twisting one's thoughts and causing insanity. Zhao Chen didn't, and neither did the enchanting empress. They have passed the point of no return. Do they think the pinnacle of demonic cultivation is so easy to train in? Zhuo Fan sneered. Li Jingtian nodded with a mocking smile. They were quite careful the first time around, covering their tracks in their abductions and leaving no trace behind. Now they just kill and train in the open. They have already lost it, and didn't even bother to think, What about the people in those areas? In panic. The sudden appearance of those lunatics spread panic and terror. The people are fleeing all over the place. The time for the Luo clan to step up has come. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. Elderly, call old Dan and the other top experts. We're splitting up and removing the last of the 8 emperors for good. It will make the lands hum as the people shout out the Luo clan's name for days on end. Li Jingtian nodded, looking excited. Awesome, we're finally doing it. The top Luo clan experts split into groups for their designated mission to take down the last 4 of the 8 emperors. They might be saints, but the ex-sword kings were no average peak emperors either. Zhuo Fan had complete confidence in them. At the same time, in a lavish pavilion, the 3 sacred mountains disciples lay back in their chairs to enjoy the bright sun. The gentle breeze brought fresh air that soothed their relaxed minds. Su Tianchuan sneered at the 2, being one of the 8 emperors is so damn easy, we're practically on holiday, Yeah, just delegate all matters to others. Why bother doing anything ourselves? We were too green when we arrived and all our hard work was only met with dissatisfaction. Chu Xiangfeng grinned. Elder brother, it's even better than on the sacred mountains. No one bothers us about cultivation, we are free to be our own masters, Wu Qianqiu agreed. The best part of all, we can just forget about the monthly reports to the sacred mountains and just enjoy a life of bliss and freedom. I bet our fellow brothers and sisters would seethe with jealousy if they knew how good we had it. The 3 laughed together. Su Tianchuan sat straight just then. I must say, that Zhuo knows his stuff. We tried all we could to solve the problems, but he did it like it was nothing. I can see why the demonic emperor had him take over his lands. It's so much easier with him around. With him having a handle on everything, we can just kick back and enjoy life. Right? It's amazing how someone of his low cultivation can order so many experts around. They're so quick to listen too, a real talent. Chu Xiangfeng sat straight as well, laughing. Leave the emperor lands in his hands and we'll get endless holidays. Better than on the sacred mountains, right guys? The others laughed along. A thunderous roar had the two shivering. Brats, did the sacred mountains send you here on vacation? Humph, nothing but garbage. Whoosh. The three scrambled out of their chairs in fear, bowing. Greetings, sixth sacred mountain lord. How may we be of assistance? You dare ask me that? You don't even know how bad you messed up. Ugh. The trio looked lost, with Su Tianchuan gathering his courage to say, Mountain Lord, we don't understand what you mean. We have low talents, but we never neglected our duty in the Emperor's lands. With the sacred mountain's blessings, the lands are safe and prosperous. We dare not take such credit. Whatever mistake we might have made, it's unknown to us. Oh, nice excuse you got there. He Haodong mocked, then I should be showering you with rewards for a job well done, right? No, how could we? The three shook their heads with wide smiles. He Haodong's face twitched. You really want a reward? Now ask yourselves. This. Were you the ones who pacified the lands, or you had not the slightest involvement? The trio shook, exclaiming. Mountain Lord, he knows the truth. But what's so bad about it? Why the hissy fit? Mountain Lord, we didn't do everything ourselves, but we found the right man for the job. How is that any different? Su Tianchuan explained, we three alone had to recruit helpers. Master has also warned and trained us to recognize talent. Haven't we done just that? Why so angry? He Haodong glared at their gullible faces. Humph, you found a mighty helper all right. So great that you've made all of the Emperor's lands oblivious of your existence. Everyone only knows of the Luo clan leading and not the sacred mountains. The mere mention of you had them spouting curses and looks of scorn. Is this the great credit you earned the sacred mountains? What? But how? The trio were stunned. Steward Zhua gave us the reports for a preview the past year. How could the world not know we're the ones ruling the 8 Emperor's lands? He Haodong barked, you worthless fools, that's just for show. Have you ever taken a walk outside and seen whose name they're shouting? The Luo clan and Zhua Fan. They don't even know you're his puppets. That's worse than a puppet emperor, who at least the people see and are aware of. Is this why we sent you down here, to be lost in obscurity? What? That. The trio were floored now, then were filled with righteous rage. Su Tianchuan slammed the table, breaking it into pieces this time. That son of she-dog played us for fools. We'll peel his skin and tear his flesh from his bones. The trio shot to their feet to make good on their threats. He Haodong's expression was dark as he flared his nostrils. I'm coming along, since this is why I'm here. You have been an utter disappointment so far. You had no idea the other had used you for the entire year, disgracing the sacred mountains. We can no longer trust you with anything. I'm here to make sure the job is done and not let you mess it up further. He Haodong flew away. The other three gnashed their teeth. Curse that Zhua Fan, toying with us and ruining our good name. We'll have your head for this. You and your Luo clan. Crack. The trio's power exploded with their fury. In a dark forest, the ground was filled with dust and pieces of cloth. As two people appeared, Sword Child said, Dad, just like the other 4 cities, he cultivated here as well. The cities, having been so large, still had some remains, but there's nothing here. That means this is his hideout where he brings back everything he got outside. Zhua Fan snickered and roared, the Sword Emperor, stop hiding. We know you're there. The once great head of the 8 emperors, who reduced his own men to dust and butchered innocents, hasn't got the nerve to show himself? Shut your pie hole. An angry roar came and the world shook. An old man with messy hair flew in the air, staring down at them. His figure looked demonic with the black energy swirling around. Proofreader, Papatonks. The Sword Emperor floated down with his white hair swaying, showing his gaunt face. The corruption from the black energy that surrounded him struck terror in all who saw him. He was nothing like the previous head of the 8 emperors, but a demon that hell spat out. The Sword Emperor cursed like he wasn't aware who Zhuo Fan was. Rubbish. I'm the head of the 8 emperors, the pinnacle of the righteous path. I could never kill my own men. Only the demonic emperor and the like would dirty their hands as such. I am a man of honor and modesty, you have no right to impugn it. Yeah, Dad, there's nothing but dust around. How do you know he killed his men? There's nothing here to show it, not even a bone. His deranged look says it all, he's cultivated for too long. Zhuo Fan pointed at the Sword Emperor's mad gaze. 5 of the 8 emperors went into hiding with their people and enough materials, thinking they would soon come back out, but there's no end to greed. Take the demon transformation art too far and your mind gets warped. When these old fools found their materials ran out, their thirst grew so big they turned on their own people. The fact he looks like this proves he had no control in curbing this desire, or how he went around like a ravenous beast sucking up people's lives. I was thus confident the Sword Emperor's people were reduced to ashes by his own hand. But this geezer still thinks of himself as the model of dignity and honor. His actions drove him even more mad than the enchanting empress to not even recognize his people but to see them as just walking materials. Sword Child nodded. I figured something was up when he didn't even remember the great Steward Zhuo. Steward Zhuo? Who is that? The Sword Emperor shook his head, his eyes hazy. Zhuo Fan smirked in contempt. I was but a nobody and didn't require the Sword Emperor's attention. But there's one name I'm sure he still remembers. Zhuo Fan paused. Sword Emperor, do you remember demonic Emperor Zhuo Yifan? Zhuo Yifan? The Sword Emperor's face shook and he roared, Zhuo Yifan is not the head of the 8 emperors, I am. He is dead, his 9 serenities secret records are mine. He can't threaten me, ha ha ha. That fool, Zhao Chen, I got him in the 8 emperors, but I can remove him just as well. He isn't fit to even fight me. That idiot is worthless. I only helped him to get at his master, hi. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, his face flat, but his eyes mocking. Sword Emperor, you wanted the 9 serenities secret records that much? Of course, the demonic sovereign's cultivation method is something I must have. Since Zhuo Yifan didn't give it, I killed him. Congratulations, you now have it. Oh, really? The Sword Emperor flipped his dirty sleeves to search them. Where's my 9 serenities secret records? In your heart. Aren't you training it? Oh, I am training it? Ha ha ha, I am. The Sword Emperor gave a mad laughter. I've cultivated 9 serenities secret records and become the demonic sovereign. No one can stop me now. The 7 sacred mountains are nothing but bugs at my feet, ha ha ha. Yeah, you reign supreme, the pinnacle of the world. But there is one man who is still above you. Who? The Sword Emperor glared at Zhuo Fan with savagery. Zhuo Fan smiled, me. You? Who are you? Demonic Emperor, Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Yifan uttered. What? The Sword Emperor staggered back 2 steps. No, he died. He can't be alive. You're wrong. Demonic Emperor Zhuo Yifan didn't die, he's standing right before you. As long as he's alive, you will always be second, Sword Emperor Ao Changtian. No. I trained in 9 serenities secret records, I'm the demonic sovereign. The demonic emperor is nothing to me. Wrong, the demonic emperor also trained in 9 serenities secret records, far better than you. You will always be in his shadow. Ah. The Sword Emperor howled, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Zhuo Fan with bloodthirst. He charged with a black blade, slashing at him. Zhuo Yifan, die. Die so I may be the head of the 8 emperors, the best in the world. Ding. The Sword Emperor got flung back from the clash, staggering 5 steps. He now noticed the 8-year-old next to Zhuo Fan and his cruel smile. To get to my dad, you'll have to go through me first. Who are you? He's the Sword Emperor. Zhuo Fan said at the Sword Emperor's shock, he's the Sword Emperor? Then who am I? Whoever you want, but never again can you be the Sword Emperor. because you're not worthy of this title. Zhuo Fan smirked, Sword Emperor, the Emperor of the Sword. He might not be the strongest among the 8 emperors, but he should be at the pinnacle of the sword path, out of everyone's reach. But now, Ao Changtian, someone has surpassed you in the sword. My son won that title, leaving you in the dust, ha ha ha. The Sword Emperor's dark face twisted. No, I'm the Sword Emperor. I have the highest sword skills among the 8 emperors. None can take my name. Bam! The Sword Emperor howled and shot into the sky. Golden lights shone from his body, turning into a huge broadsword, its beauty marred by the black energy corroding it. A sacred body? Sword Child glanced at Zhuo Fan. He became a saint. You won't fight him? As if. I came to take his title. Calling himself the Sword Emperor to my face is like asking to be thrashed. Sword Child snickered and shot for the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor looked at the little thing with rage. You dare steal my name? Take my sword. Whoosh. A golden wave shot from the sky with tremendous power. A sword to crush the heavens, a fortune upon the world, a purger of evil. Humph, you have some nerve to say that. You become evil yourself, a demon, and you dare preach about purging it? Sword Child mocked, drawing 2 fingers in a red glow as he shouted, Soaring sword, obliterate. Bam! The golden wave was smashed apart. The Sword Emperor gasped in disbelief, sending another golden wave, sweeping the 8 emperors, breaking demons and destroying evil. There's no strength in a twisted heart training in dignified swordsmanship. Sword Child mocked, your sword is tainted, yet you call yourself an emperor? You're a disgrace to all sword cultivators in the world. Get lost. Sword Child flicked his hand and a thunder wave shot, using the sundering sword art. The golden wave was crushed once more. The Sword Emperor was stunned. Why are my sacred body swords so weak? Sword Child reached him and his fingers shone black this time, slashing, here's a true sword art, apocalyptic sword. Who? Blackness flooded as it pierced the huge head and cut it in 2. With a mighty explosion, it disintegrated. The Sword Emperor coughed blood and slumped to the ground, having lost all strength. His eyes were still confused, mumbling, why? I'm a saint, so why did my sword grow weaker? Because you abandoned it. Zhuo Fan walked over, sighing. Ao Changtian, when we made a name for ourselves in the sacred domain, none of us would back down from a fight. But in the end, I became the strongest when the 8 emperors formed and you, ever the second. Zhuo Yifan, the Sword Emperor's eyes cleared up somewhat. How are you still alive and look like this? Steward Zhuo. Oh, you're awake? All I know is that I lost. The Sword Emperor gave a bitter smile, but I didn't lose to that child, but against myself. I, the great Sword Emperor, shunned the pursuit of the sword and went for a demonic cultivation method. I cast away my sword and trained in a shaky demonic path. Now that the demonic energy is gone from me, my end has come. I'm dying, but now I've come to realize why. My sword doesn't need the demonic sovereign's cultivation method, for that is not me. Zhuo Fan nodded and took his hand. It's good you realized it. As an old rival, I'll forget all the grudges and send you off. Sure, Zhuo Yifan. The Sword Emperor nodded, looking at the black energy on his hand. What is this? Don't you find giving your strength to the world a waste? It's better to let me take it. You, the Sword Emperor's face shook, sighing, Zhuo Yifan, you're still the same, infuriating. This is what you meant by sending me off, turning me into your material. Be careful not to end up like me. Rest easy, for I've long passed the point of letting greed control me. I have the restraint to not degenerate, he. Ha ha ha, great. I never knew the grudge 5,000 years ago was still ongoing, that it was just the start. It's you who won in the end, old rival. The Sword Emperor closed his eyes without regret, turning to dust. Zhuo Fan let the dust slip from his hand and his eyes shone as his aura surged. Proofreader, Papatonks. Sword Child snickered, Dad, you. Watch over me. With no time to set up a defensive array, Zhuofan sat down with a stern look. Sword Child knew this was serious and looked around with scrutiny. Who? A violent wind blew away the dust high up in the sky while the ground quaked. Zhuofan's power surged higher and higher, seeping into the earth and forcing Sword Child back a few steps. Dad has many sovereign legacies, and now he's entering Saint stage, stronger than ever. The only way for the 7 sacred mountains to get the upper hand against Dad is if they surround him. The hidden sovereign aside, Dad is the strongest in the sacred domain. Zhuofan shook and a black image flew out of his body. It kept growing until it formed a black giant behind him, like a shadow. It reached 500 meters and roared at the heavens. Ah! A draconic roar echoed out as a blacker energy seeped from his body and wrapped the giant. Following cracking sounds, the giant now had black dragon scales all over it. A pitch-black cape fluttered behind, while a dragon maw was emblazoned on its chest with flickering eyes. The draconic roar shook the world around, making Sword Child cover his ears as he felt his soul shaking. He gasped, looking in awe at the huge shadow. This is Dad's sacred body? Amazing. He never felt such a powerful soul attack in his life. Not even the dragon saints could do it. Zhuofan eased a breath and turned grave. He flew up and entered the giant's forehead. Its eyes shone black and golden, with Zhuofan's divine eye of the void and apocalyptic thunderflame eye. He looked like a demonic god ready to bring down the end of days. Sword Child staggered in shock. Zhuofan shouted, "Come, my sword." Yes. Sword Child shot for Zhuofan and turned into the sovereign weapon. Pa! Gripping the blade, Zhuofan grinned and slashed. As the giant's shadow copied him, a 200-meter-long pitch-black sword appeared in its hand, surging with black flames. This was his true sacred body, the peak formed to cause untold destruction. With the apocalyptic sword in his hand, he was at full strength. In the Luo clan's main city, Luo Yunchang and the girls chatted with Chu Qingqing about Zhuofan. At Zhuofan's request, they never revealed the two's past, just talking about his temper and annoying quirks. The girls laughed and giggled sometimes, while complaining the rest. What was constant was their admiration for him. Chu Qingqing was puzzled. "Young Miss Luo, you all like Zhuofan?" Well, the girls blinked and shook their heads in silence. Chu Qingqing found it even more peculiar. "Why then is he only coming at me? I know that all of you are prettier than me, and like Zhuofan more as well, so why?" "Sister Qingqing, don't think too hard about it. He likes you and that's a fact. We also wish him happiness and bless." "Is he just using me?" Chu Qingqing turned nervous. Luo Yunchang guffawed. How can you think that? I saw the 8 emperors' tokens in his room. Just when my master died, he burned her token. So I figured, did he plan on striking the 8 emperors from the start?" Chu Qingqing looked crushed. "Did he get close to me for another reason entirely? Staying in the Luo clan for so long, I can tell that he has a special status, controlling everything. Even your clan head listens to his words. He has nothing to worry about being punished by the clan head. He lied to me from the start." Luo Yunchang sighed and held her shoulder. "Sister Qingqing, you have to believe me. Zhuofan can betray the world, but he would never betray you." "Why?" "We only met a couple of times, so why?" "I'm sure he approached me on purpose too. Besides getting at my master, there must be another reason. Sister Qingqing, Big Brother Zhuo's reason for approaching you is honest. He truly likes you." Schwanger smiled as she explained. This explanation had no real reason and only got Chu Qingqing more worried. "How is it that you all know the reason while I'm the only one in the dark? You all say he's sincere and I also feel it, but I just can't understand why he would ignore all the beauties around him and go for me. I'm not that charming." "Silly sister, it's enough to know he's sincere. Why nitpick about it?" Luo Yunchang sighed. "You two are alike in that, following your own paths. You're the one trying to unravel everything while he's determined to hide it." "Why?" "I don't know." Luo Yunchang shrugged. Maybe he doesn't want to burden you or make you sad. Since you have a new life, he wants to bury the past. Chu Qingqing looked confused, but the knowing girls just gave her a reassuring nod. Just what is going on? She held her head, more confused than ever. Luo Yunchang comforted, silly sister, isn't it enough to know he cares? Why bother thinking so much? Ha ha ha. Chu Qingqing gave a reluctant nod. Luo clan, come out this instant. The sudden shout made the sky tremble. The Luo clan shuddered, with roof tiles falling down. The girls turned to Luo Yunchang. She was grave. Zhuo Fan had all our strongest people sent to kill the lunatics. Now, with no one capable of defending our home, someone comes knocking. Sister Yunchang, let's check the situation first. Yun Shuang proposed. Luo Yunchang nodded and the girls went to the entrance of the Luo clan manor. Luo Yunhai already brought the few emperors he had outside, staring at the four in the sky. A middle-aged man led them, the sixth mountain lord. Senior, how may I address you? I am the clan head Luo Yunhai. What have we done to offend you, senior? Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. He Haodong sneered. Su Tianchuan was the one to speak with pride. Where's Zhuo Fan? Tell him to come out now. Oh, Steward Zhuo, he's been awfully busy in the Emperor lands. He's taken people to settle matters. You'll have to wait a few months for his return. There's someone stirring things in Emperor lands? Why don't I know of this? Su Tianchuan roared. Zhuo Fan has some nerve, moving as he wants, not even informing us three of the Emperor land situation. He plans on taking them from us. Curses, I had high hopes for him giving him such a crucial position, but he took advantage of my goodwill. God damn it. Su Tianchuan raved and Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. Sir. We are the true rulers of the Emperor lands, the sacred mountains, three representatives within the 8 emperors. Su Tianchuan's nostrils flared, then pointed at He Haodong with respect. He is the 6th sacred mountain's lord. Your clan dared to deceive us and now shall receive the capital punishment. Luo Yunhai gasped. The 6th sacred mountain? Here so soon. But we have yet to hear from the dragons. He Haodong huffed. Stop wasting time and just kill them, to preserve the sacred mountain's dignity. Once Zhuo Fan returns, deal with him as well. Let all of the 8 emperors' lands know today that they're under your control while the Luo clan seized power and were executed. Yes. The trio snickered and turned to the Luo clan with savage glints in their eyes. Proofreader, Papatonks. Luo Yunhai's face twitched, his heart sank as he looked behind at his people. They were average emperors and couldn't handle the 3 peak emperors from the sacred mountains. It would have been great if that was all, but there was also the mountain lord. The mountain lord was a peak saint. With Steward Zhuo and all the other true experts gone, they stood no chance at even escaping. Luo Yunhai lamented at their fate. Su Tianchuan's trio grinned with malice. Their bloodlust spiked and their auras surged, ready to crush the Luo clan into the dust. Wait. A gentle voice came as a figure rushed before them and stalled the trio's bloodthirst. Su Tianchuan sneered. What is it, young miss, do you want to be our first victim? Humph, kill me and you're through. Oh, quite the temper on you. We are the sacred mountain's disciples, yet you think your backer can fight us? Of course. Who's the suicidal moron? Right under your nose. The girl pointed straight at He Haodong. The trio started. He Haodong was curious. Young miss, do you know me? Nope. Why would I bother to protect you? Because you want me. The girl shouted. He Haodong gave her a long look, more confused. Su Tianchuan mocked. Lass, don't flatter yourself. You think you're the most beautiful lady in the sacred domain? Humph, who am I? The girl glared at He Xiaofeng. Mountain Lord He. If you really are the 6th Mountain Lord, then you'd know I'm Chu Qingqing, just like your son and my master. You were actually here? He Haodong's brow shot up, muttering, so the Luo clan took you from the Ruby Clouds sect when they found you missing? I left and wasn't taken. I don't care, This just means they have something to do with my son's death. He Haodong's fury grew, his terrible aura spreading over everyone and making Su Tianchuan shiver back. Mountain Lord, he is angry. Talk. How did my son die? You were all ignored for so long thinking you were weaklings, but this proves I need to conduct a thorough investigation. Mountain Lord, what are you saying? We had nothing to do with your son. Luo Yunhai played dumb. He knew the moment that the fact Zhuo Fan killed He Xiaofeng got out, the Luo clan would turn into a grave. They just had to bear through it for a bit and their lives would still hang on. He had to, so Zhuo Fan and the others could arrive on time to save them. He Haodong ignored their excuse, thirsty for vengeance. Humph, I don't need you to admit it either. You can't escape involvement either. Su Tianchuan, show no mercy. Yes. The trio laughed and shot down. Luo Yunhai panicked and got ready to fight. Chu Qingqing held a spiritual sword and brought it to her neck, shouting, just try it. If even one man dies today, I will join them in the afterlife. Your century of planning will all go to waste. Wait. He Haodong raised his hand, stopping the confused trio. He Haodong glared at her, what's your relation to them? Why protect them? You don't need to know, since they had nothing to do with your son. Let them go and I'll come with you. Or the only thing you'll be getting are corpses and an unsolved riddle. Chu Qingqing smiled. He Haodong nodded, fine. The enchanting empress raised quite the stubborn disciple. Now put down the sword. I promise you. But you must also promise to listen to me and I'll let them go. Chu Qingqing looked back at the Luo clan with worry, then gave a firm nod. All right, now come with me. He Haodong was grave as he left, his voice echoing, and the clan head, he'll be coming with me to the sacred mountains. I need to clarify some things. As for the rest, I don't care. Luo Yunhai gave the others a nod and flew up with Chu Qingqing after him. The three young masters remained behind with the Luo clan. With the clan head gone and no experts, there was no telling when Steward Zhuo would be back to handle matters. Bang! Then suddenly, explosions resounded around the Luo clan and people were crashing into the ground as they coughed blood. Luo Yunchang cried out at the vile trio. What are you doing? The Mountain Lord promised to let us go. The Mountain Lord promised not to kill you, but that didn't mean we can't beat you. We promised nothing. The trio grinned with malice. Zhuo Fan had the nerve to toy with us, making us receive punishment from the sacred mountains, so we'll make him pay. Once he returns, I'll show him what happens. To bugs in the 8 emperors' lands who try to rise above their station. Luo Yunchang's face sank. A month later, Zhuo Fan smiled at the city coming up in front, almost home. I wonder if Qingqing missed me. She won't be the only one. Sword Child snickered. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Rustle. Dozens of figures flew next to the two, Dan Qingxin and the others. They noticed Zhuo Fan was now at the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment stage and they lit up. Steward Zhuo, you advanced. Yeah, Dad is now a saint. Sword Child spoke with glee. The others gasped, so soon? Ha ha ha, it was just luck. Zhuo Fan was casual, I found it such a waste letting all the demonic energy Sword Emperor refined just vanish. So I took it and happened to break through. Since the source of his demonic energy is the same as mine, it was very easy to take it. Dan Qingxin nodded and mentioned, Steward Zhuo's advancement is a reason to celebrate, but be careful not to stray like them. We witnessed just what happens when you lose your way. Their strength only increased while their path crumbled, just like a powerful wild animal. I'd rather be stuck than turn into such a saint. Yeah, but don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Zhuo Fan nodded, did you handle the other 8 emperors? They all laughed, with Li Jingtian declaring, Steward Zhuo, those madmen were nothing. It might have been a little tough with just one, but we were 5 against them, making it very easy. Good, this is a big matter and we'll make a statement when we return home, that the sacred mountain saints are causing havoc and we're waging war with them to stop them. Yes. Everyone nodded. Sword Child gasped as he pointed. Father, why are the flags crooked on the broken walls? Did someone come here? Can't be. Zhuo Fan frowned. The 8 emperors' lands are ours, and with the sacred mountains in the dark, none can challenge us. Unless. Zhuo Fan flew faster. Proofreader, Papatonks. Crack. The sharp sound of whips echoed in the Luo clan's wide gardens, where a dozen poles were placed with Luo Yunchang and the other high officials tied up to them. They all looked pale and bleeding, but their eyes were firm. Pa! Su Tianchuan cracked the whip once more, then threw it away like a child. Elder brother, I've whipped them hundreds of times. I'm tired. Tired? That's nowhere near enough. All elders of the sacred mountains laugh at us. The great sacred mountain's disciples ended up running in circles in the 8 emperors' lands. We are too ashamed to go back as we are. Su Tianchuan turned a savage grin to his victims. This is all because of them. The 8 emperors' lands think they're governed by the Luo clan, not sacred mountains. The Luo clan usurped power and must suffer. But Mountain Lord, he said not to kill them. That's why we're only venting on them. Su Tianchuan held out his hand in anger. Just give me the whip. I'll do it this time. Chu Xiangfeng sighed and handed it over. Su Tianchuan used his 2 hands to test the whip around, then turned his vicious gaze on the helpless people. He approached a girl and nodded. You. Su Tianchuan swung back and let it fall. Luo Yunchang panicked. Stop. She's just a child. She can't take your hits. I'll take her place. It's because she can't, it'll be her torture. Su Tianchuan cackled. Whipping Spirit King's tough bodies won't make you feel a thing. Only this young girl with low cultivation will have a full taste of pain. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. The whip flicked in action. Luo Yunchang panicked. Siphon. The girl had long since lost consciousness and couldn't hear her. A muffled sound came just then and the whip halted in the air. Su Tianchuan flinched and found Zhuo Fan holding it. He had a hard face, while Dan Qingxen and the rest looked ready for war. They'd been gone for a couple of months, yet someone made a mess of their clan? Intolerable. Zhuo Fan. Luo Yunchang and Su Tianchuan cried out at the same time. The first was of joy while the second was of anger and shock for not noticing when a bug took his whip. Zhuo Fan glared and muttered, none in the 8 emperors' lands would mess with the Luo clan. The sacred mountains can't reach us either, unless they're the entitled puppeteered pricks got wilder and came here for a fight. The odds of that happening are next to 0, rather than enjoying their happy lives. So why, humph, to think it's actually you. Zhuo Fan, you have some nerve. You dared to use us for puppets. Su Tianchuan roared, I'm going to kill you for your treachery, even if Mountain Lord he promised not to kill the Luo clan. You must die. Su Tianchuan shot for Zhuo Fan with bloodlust, a palm to the face. Zhuo Fan merely grabbed Su Tianchuan's hand, startling Qian Qiu and Wu Qianqiu. It was beyond their comprehension how a peak emperor like Su Tianchuan could be grabbed like that. Su Tianchuan was stunned, then baffled. He then noticed the iron grip holding him and how powerless he was. Zhuo Fan ignored their shock. Mountain Lord he? 6 Mountain Lord, he Xiaofeng's dad? That's right, now let go before you're dead. Su Tianchuan replied while attempting to yank his hand free. Zhuo Fan's hand shook and Su Tianchuan lunged forward. A bang followed as Zhuo Fan slapped him to pieces, Su Tianchuan's body exploding in a shower of blood and flesh. SSS. The other 2 gasped and shivered. Why you killed a sacred mountain's disciple? Are you suicidal? Our fate is not up to you to decide. Zhuo Fan showed a vicious smile, since you won't be there to see it. Zhuo Fan gave Dan Qingxen a look and the Sword Kings unleashed their deadly sword arts on the 2. An Emperor Stage Sacred Mountain's disciple had the advantage with the superior skills and cultivation method, but that was gone when facing Sword Kings who inherited the sovereign's legacy. In a blink, the 2 breathed their last and were reduced to pieces. Zhuo Fan signaled the men to release the people on the pillars, while he went to untie Luo Yunchang and the girls. His heart bled at their wounds. What happened? Where's Yunhai and Qingqing? The girls looked away and Zhuo Fan understood. Did Mountain Lord he seal your cultivation? There's no way those three could have captured you. It's because Sister Yunchang worried about your plans. Schwanger glared at him. I was about to fight when the trio began attacking. But Sister Yunchang blocked us, not wanting to expose us and ruin your plan. Since they only wanted to hurt us and not kill us, it wouldn't matter. Zhuo Fan was lost, looking at Luo Yunchang's happy face. I was just too worried about your plans. Since we knew nothing, we couldn't do anything to ruin them. Now Qingqing and Yunhai are now on the 6th sacred mountain. If we had attacked those pricks, then the sacred mountains would notice and ruin everything. So we held in this little torment, for the bigger picture. We discuss what to do when you came back, rather than have all our work fail. Young miss, you're still the same, looking at the future, the bellwether of the Luo clan. Even without Yunhai around, you can lead the Luo clan with no problem. Zhuo Fan praised. Luo Yunchang's eyes shone, looking at the pieces on the ground. By the looks of it, has Steward Zhuo's machination come to fruition? Not quite, but now I can't take it anymore. Zhuo Fan's eyes burned with rage. Since the Mountain Lord came for us, we have no choice but to fight. Li Jingtian, Qiu Yanhai. Sir. Rush to the Dragon Lands and confirm the situation. No matter the preparations, they are to march to the sacred mountains. The 8 emperors' lands are now safe, leaving only flanking the sacred mountains. Isn't this what they've always been waiting for? Any longer and the sacred mountains will take the 8 emperors' lands and will make things worse for the Dragon Lands. Make them come to a quick decision, even if it means only a couple hundred experts of assistance. Understood. The two flew away. Shui Qingjian, Heaven and Earth Sages. Sir. Send all the men of the Luo clan to announce that the Sacred Mountains' wretched act of stealing the 8 emperors' lands resources and cutting the future of common cultivators. That they're sending people to mess with the 8 emperors' lands and treat us all like slaves. They are practicing vile arts and raising us to become their materials. They are behind all the missing people from the start and the mad 8 emperors recently. Pin everything on the sacred mountains. With those 3 pricks setting an example, the people have had enough of the sacred mountains. They'll believe anything at this point. Zhuo Fan gave an evil grin. I want the sacred mountains name dragged through the mud and then some. Understood. The 3 got to work. Luo Yunchang frowned. The sacred mountains are too strong. Even with the 8 emperors' lands believing us, the people would never voice their anger. I know, but I don't need them in the war, just to side with us ideologically. They also need a leader. Zhuo Fan smirked. Young miss, declare that the Mountain Lord he abducted Yunhai and say that we'll have justice. Declare war. War? Luo Yunchang was worried. Then we'll soon be fighting for real. Isn't it too early to start when the dragons have yet to send word? Don't worry, declaring war won't mean an immediate war. Zhuo Fan smirked, clenching his fists. I'll have all of the sacred domain and the sacred mountains regard us with caution at the declaration of war. Proofreader, Papatonks. Everything bad that happened over the past 3 months in the sacred domain had all been blamed on the 7 sacred mountains by the Luo clan. The news was explosive, with the people hardly believing their ears. They were skeptical at first, or rather not wanting to believe it out of fear. For these events meant that they were mortal enemies with the sacred mountains. The 8 emperors had killed countless people for their own selfish need to cultivate, while the pricks backed by the sacred mountains declared deadly laws that killed even more, and these two were in fact related. The people wanted revenge for all those tragic deaths. But the enemy was too strong. What was a mantis to do when facing a chariot? As such, the people labeled it as a misunderstanding, that the sacred mountains weren't evil. Now though, the Luo clan ripped the facade wide open, declaring war on the sacred mountains. It was like saying, since none of you gave the guts to fight, we are willing to become their lambs instead. The people were conflicted. The sacred mountains were too strong. They didn't have the strength to fight them. It was suicide. Then a righteous leader came, just in time to guide the lost flock and bring them justice. The bright announcement was pasted in every corner of the 8 emperors' lands, alarming the folks once more. By the authority vested in us, in a world where the heavens and the earth show no mercy, treating all living beings as mere livestock, and where saints act unrighteously, extracting the blood and flesh of the common people, we, the united forces of the House of Luo, now decree to carry out the will of heaven. We shall unite with heroes from all corners of the world, together, to confront the sacred mountains, to punish its wrongdoing, to quell the grievances of the common people, and enact heaven's will. All the people read the red words with shock. The Luo clan wants to punish the sacred mountains. Cries sprouted all around. How can this be? Who in the sacred domain can ever contest with the sacred mountains? The Luo clan is honorable, but would they defy the true powers that be? What a pity. With the 8 emperors finally gone and the Luo clan ruling the lands, we could finally live in peace. Now they're going to their deaths. But to what end? The Luo clan is suicidal and the lands will be in conflict again. All the people talked about the recent announcements, all shaking their heads and lamenting about the Luo clan's short-sightedness, as well as the harsh times awaiting them. Who will unite the lands with the Luo clan gone? Only a few got fired up, deciding to go to the Luo clan and join them in the war. Even if death was a certainty, they would go down swinging. While some hid and grinned in the shadows. They waited for the Luo clan to die so they could take over the lands. All the opinions were either of support, of denial, or lamentation, but none around truly believed in it. The situation was clear, even the evil sacred mountains were still almighty. The Luo clan was still just a bug. The outcome was obvious. Then, a shocking event had taken the world by storm, changing their opinions on the spot. On the 6th sacred mountain, in a dark chamber, Luo Yunhai was tied to a cross and bleeding, forming a large bloodstain at his feet. The flickering torches shone on his pale face now and then, revealing his weak state. The mountain lord stood before him, glaring and unfeeling. He reached out to wipe some blood on the swollen face, mocking, "Still won't talk. I'm giving you one more chance to tell me the truth. How did my son die? Who did it?" "I don't know. Pa." Luo Yunhai's voice was rough and quiet, followed by a sudden strike that flung his head to the side. He chose to bear through the pain rather than cry out. His chest had a metal rod through it. It was now being yanked around and made blood gush out. "Still won't talk. You won't die, but sometimes life can be worse than death." He Haodong gnashed his teeth and roared, "Tell me who killed my son." "I don't know." Luo Yunhai closed his eyes and howled. He Haodong was outraged. "Humph, have it your way. If you don't know, then what's Chu Qingqing doing in your clan?" "I told you. She came here by herself. That's all I know." "Bullshit, she doesn't have the strength to get out of the Ruby Cloud sect. There were emperors watching her every movement as well. The enchanting Empress had told me already, so don't try to lie to me." He Haodong's tone went higher as he finished. With blood dripping constantly, Luo Yunhai still stuck to his same words, "I don't know. She just came to the Luo clan and said she left the Ruby Cloud sect, that she could only rely on us. How should I know how she escaped? Go ask her instead." "You think I don't want that instead of wasting time on you?" He Haodong grew mad. "Are you oblivious or just faking not knowing how important she is to me? Using force on her will ruin everything I worked for over the past century." "Huff." Luo Yunhai panted, his eyes mocking, "So this is the sacred mountain lord, nothing but a common street thug. Since you can't deal with her, you're taking out on me." "Humph, well, I know nothing." Bam! Luo Yunhai's head flung to the side from the punch, coughing blood and teeth. "Ignorant fool, stop being pretentious." He Haodong left with a flick of his sleeves. "The fools of 8 emperors' lands are getting outrageous to look down on the divine sacred mountains. It's time we teach them what real terror is." He Haodong closed the iron gate behind him. Luo Yunhai smiled as he sighed. "It's like Big Brother Zhuo said, he won't touch Sister Qingqing. I'm relieved." Luo Yunhai closed his eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. He Haodong walked out of the room and two people appeared in a bow. He Haodong glared. How's the girl? Is she making trouble? Mountain Lord, all she's done is insist on wanting to see that kid. Good, just remember to treat her well if we want to get anything. Yes, Mountain Lord, just like the ancient texts say. She can only give what she holds of her own will, never forced. We won't let the young miss feel any regret. Good. He Haodong nodded and held a bloody piece of clothing with a warm smile. He then went with the two towards a refined room. He knocked. Ching-ching, may I come in? Enter. He Haodong smiled at her cold tone and regarded the charming Chu Ching-ching inside as he entered. Chu Ching-ching was urgent in her demands. Where's Yunhai? Where are you holding him? Don't worry, Ching-ching, young Master Luo is my friend that I treat with respect and care. He's my guest, ha ha ha. I want to see him. Chu Ching-ching said. He Haodong shook his head, looking kind, way different from the vicious side he showed moments before. It's not possible. Men and women need to keep their distance. You and Fenger haven't married, but I see you as my daughter-in-law. I could never let some random boy get close to you. It'll be a scandal throughout the sacred mountains. Don't call me that. Your son is dead and I have nothing to do with the sacred mountains. Chu Ching-ching snapped. He Haodong sighed. My son had to have been fated with you. He was so excited when he came back from outside. You were all he talked about. I could tell that he was in love. Just keep acting. You think I haven't heard your sons talk with my master? That's not love, but selfishness over something I have. Chu Ching-ching rolled her eyes, though she didn't reveal it, for if He Haodong knew his deceit was out, he wouldn't be as accommodating. To save Luo Yunhai, to keep the Luo clan safe, she had to play along. Proofreader, Papatonks. Having been around the Luo clan and Zhuofan for so long, I've become shifty myself. I mean clever, yes clever. Chu Ching-ching showed a bright smile and bowed. Mountain Lord I'm gratified, but I don't feel the same way for young master. I ask that you let us go. A girl's heart can't be forced. This means Fenger isn't the lucky one. It's not your fault, Miss Chu. He Haodong looked out the window, looking pained. At the devastating news of my son's demise, I could only shed tears and nothing else. Miss Chu, I ask that you please tell me anything you might know about his death. He Haodong gave Chu Ching-ching a deep bow. Chu Ching-ching helped him up. Senior, you're being too courteous to someone like me. It's only proper. If I can clear my son's injustice, then I will even kowtow. He put on a sincere expression, with tears brimming in his eyes. Chu Ching-ching realized she'd have fallen for his trick if not for knowing the truth. Even so, her young heart was still moved. He must love his son. Regardless of sympathy, she would still not rat Zhuofan out. Ugh! He Haodong held his chest and fell to the ground, looking pale. Chu Ching-ching panicked and rushed to help. Senior, what's wrong? Miss Chu, I can't bear it. Could you promise me something? He Haodong had a ragged breathing. Chu Ching-ching was quick to agree. Tell me. This is for you. He Haodong showed her a jade bracelet in 5 colors. It's made of ancient jade harvested from the sea abyss forest. It only forms once a million years. It helps clear the mind and strengthen the soul. Even those with poor talent can become saints. Chu Ching-ching was shocked. Sea abyss forest has sea beasts and flying spiritual beasts around at the 12th and 11th level. Even saints don't go there. This must be invaluable. Yes, it is. He strained to explain. Those spiritual beasts always watch over it with scrutiny. Since it can open their minds, then they would never let anyone take it. The 7 sacred mountains had suffered great losses to take just this piece. And now it's yours. No, I can't accept something so rare. It's because it's valuable that I'm giving you in Fenger's stead. Cough. He Haodong coughed, blood looking weaker. I planned on gifting it to Fenger's future wife, but with him gone and as he loved you, I'll give it to you in his stead. He Haodong forced it in Chu Ching-ching's hand, but she still shook her head. I can't accept. Qingqing, did you forget your promise to me? If you refuse, I'll just destroy the Luo clan. Chu Qingqing shuddered and was silent. He Haodong smiled and coughed a few more times. Chu Qingqing didn't know what to do. Two people rushed in just then and cried out at He Haodong's state. Mountain Lord, are you all right? I'm fine. I can't bear it. He Haodong smiled at Chu Qingqing. Qingqing, you can go now. Go? Yes, I got my wish, so you can go. He Haodong smiled through his tears. Ever since Fenger passed, I had two wishes. To find the cause of his death, for revenge, and give this bracelet to you for my son. The second is the most important, for this fulfills Fenger's longing. Now I am at peace. He Haodong sighed with a smile, closing his eyes like he was no longer for this world. The two people cried out in panic, Mountain Lord, you can't go. Senior, wake up. Chu Qingqing shook all over. Isn't Senior a peak saint? How did he become so weak? The two attendants sighed. Miss, ever since young Lord passed, Mountain Lord has been sick with worry and in despair. His cultivation went wrong and his heart was plagued by demons. He took medicine, but it didn't help. He had no reason to live, even if he is a peak saint. Chu Qingqing was filled with worry. He was ruthless, but he loved his son dearly. What will become of the sixth sacred mountain with the Mountain Lord's passing? Civil war, chaos, murder? We'd take Mountain Lord's place if we could. The two teared up and said, Miss, the Mountain Lord said you can go. I will take care of everything, so that you and young Master Luo can leave. We will handle the funeral and won't be seeing any more guests. Chu Qingqing hesitated. Let's not get too hasty. I'll stay to send Senior off. Doesn't Miss hate the Mountain Lord for taking you? Why would I hate him? He has always been kind to me and I'd feel pain to see him go like this. You don't want the Mountain Lord to die? Of course not. Chu Qingqing sighed. He is so kind, hurting so much for his son, so pitiful. I really wish I could save him. The two nodded and said, Miss, why not try it? Maybe your kindness and thoughts could help him. The Mountain Lord has always seen you as a daughter-in-law. Without his son, you're the only one he cares about in the world. That's why he would give you the most precious item on the six sacred mountains. Looking at the bracelet, Chu Qingqing nodded and held He Haodong's hand, using her yuan qi. Senior, hold on, don't die. He Haodong was still unconscious. The attendants were panicking. Miss Chu, you can do it. Heal his heart and the Mountain Lord will surely wake up. Chu Qingqing nodded and used her yuan qi until she was almost spent, even sweating from exertion. Miss Chu, forgive us for not being of any help. The Mountain Lord cared so much about you, only your yuan qi can wake him. We fear our yuan qi will only make it worse. The Mountain Lord's heart is broken and not his body. I know. Chu Qingqing gnashed her teeth and worked harder, with no results. The two urged her harder. Miss Chu, you have to save him with all your heart. Your sincerity is sure to save the Mountain Lord. Chu Qingqing closed her eyes and gave all she had. Chu Qingqing slumped from tiredness, leaving the attendant sighing. Mountain Lord, she did her best but nothing came out. This means she must be committed with all her being for it to work. He Haodong's pale face returned to normal and looked at Chu Qingqing with gnashed teeth. I had Fenger get her to be smitten with him so that his death would be the best case to make this work. Now even if this chick wants to save me, it's not at her own sacrifice, so it is of no use. The two were silent. He Haodong stood. Let her rest. We'll think of something. Also, go to the Luo clan and see if Zhuo Fan is back. I heard the two are in love and maybe we can use that prick to get the thing out of her. Mountain Lord, won't we fail letting him get it out of Miss Chu? Fool, ever heard of sleight of hand? I'll just grab it before it goes to him. He Haodong glared. A mocking laughter reached their ears just then. Ha ha ha, you want sovereignty? Foul wretched bugs like you aren't worth it. Proofreader, Papatonks. Who said that? He Haodong barked. Boom. A violent sword wave came crashing down from the heavens above, laying the fine room to ruins and disintegrating everything in its path. The mighty sword energy surged and Yihaodong with his attendants were sent flying in the explosion. Once the dust settled, everything was leveled, with no one in sight. Yihaodong shuddered, looking stiffly at the sky. A true expert has come. Whoosh. The Sacred Mountains experts rushed at the commotion, only to see Yihaodong, Mountain Lord. What happened? Are you all right? I am fine. Yihaodong found it hard to speak, still out of it. Then he panicked and rummaged through the rubble. Where's Chu Qingqing? The two attendants bowed. Mountain Lord, wasn't she killed? No, the attack was to blind us and not to kill us. We wouldn't have survived otherwise. Yihaodong was solemn. The others bowed. Mountain Lord, what happened? Someone came to save Chu Qingqing. Yihaodong gnashed his teeth, his voice shaking from rage and fear. The others gasped, roaring, no way. We've guarded the sixth sacred mountain all these years. Not even other mountain saints can slip in. How could he just come in and slip out unnoticed after attacking the Mountain Lord? He must be terrifying. Yihaodong wiped his brow. He can come and go as he pleases and toyed with our lives. His strength must be monstrous. Did he kill my son? Was he after the thing in the girl? The others were stunned. Mountain Lord, does that mean getting revenge for young Lord? What revenge? Yihaodong shook his head. The problem is, can we take the thing back when such a mystery expert holds it? When did the sacred domain have such a monstrous figure? It's horrible. Yihaodong sighed, while the others were deep in thought about their future. They had been after Chu Qingqing for 100 years now, only for another to take her from them. All their effort was in vain. In the secret room, Luo Yunhai was hanging by a thread on the cross. Bam! The thick steel door was kicked open. Luo Yunhai cheered, Big Brother Zhua, you came. Hush, we came to save you. Zhua Fan and Sword Child got close and took out the rods before giving him a healing ill. Where's Qingqing? Luo Yunhai shook his head. I don't know. I've been locked up since we arrived. But I don't think they'll try anything with her. I know they have plans for Qingqing and won't touch her. Zhua Fan patted his shoulder, his eyes fierce. You've been through a lot, brother, but now I'm taking revenge, 10 times over. Luo Yunhai nodded. Zhua Fan was talking big. This was the Sacred Mountains, filled with experts, and he wanted to run amok. What about finding you out and making it worse? Luo Yunhai had unflinching belief in his big brother. When he said something, he'd do it. Putting the wounded Luo Yunhai on his back, Zhua Fan had Sword Child scout ahead. Be quiet and don't alert them. We'll get at these fools after we find Qingqing and she's safe. I know, Dad. I know your style. I won't let them get any upper hands on us. Sword Child nodded. Luo Yunhai was curious. Big Brother Zhua, didn't you make a scene 2 hours ago? Aren't they alerted already? I think they are. 2 hours ago? Zhua Fan raised an eyebrow. We only just arrived. We were still far away 2 hours ago to have done anything. It wasn't you who made such a loud noise. Of course not, I'm not that reckless. Going in head first will get them to hang you two over my head. Zhua Fan gasped. Oh, right, who else made a scene on the Sacred Mountains besides us? Is it inner conflict? Zhua Fan turned to Sword Child. He shook his head. Inner conflict with no guards around? Expecting no defensive array from the great Sacred Mountains is far-fetched. They think no one would attack this place? So it was because someone struck already. He, Dad, our luck is great. Someone took the brunt while we saw no patrols. But who did it? Zhua Fan was doubtful. There are hardly any with the strength and nerve to strike at the Sacred Mountains. Who the hell cares? With the Sacred Mountains in panic, we have an easy time moving. Zhua Fan nodded. Right. Let's get Qingqing and then we'll be free to act. The sixth Sacred Mountain is going to disappear from the Sacred Domain. Zhua Fan smirked and left with Luo Yunhai on his back and Sword Child guarding them. 2 steps out the door. And someone shouted, "Who are you? Where are you taking the prisoner?" "It's an emperor." "And that peak?" Juofan and Sword Child shared a look and a devious grin. Sword Child flashed and ran through the man, exploding him to pieces. Sword Child dusted his hands in disdain. "Emperors are now beneath me and he dared block us? Idiot! How dare you!" Another shout came and hundreds of auras appeared in front. Juofan was grave. "Curses, they're all saints. The sacred mountains are filled with experts. What now, Dad? Get past them or kill them?" Sword Child whispered. Juofan paused. "I came here to kill them and earn a name. But they have Qingsheng and we can't attack. Should we just get through first? Then use your sacred body and my strength. They can't stop you." Juofan nodded and black energy spilled out of him, forming his sacred body. Fighting saints would be taxing, especially if he were killing every one of them. But carving a bloody path wasn't hard. One man stood out shouting, sealing the fate of the 6th sacred mountain. "Who are you? Were you the ones who took Chu Qingsheng? Talk." "Qingsheng isn't here." Juofan caught his meaning. "Someone has come ahead and rescued her. I don't know who or why, but one thing is certain, Qingsheng isn't here. He could let loose." Juofan snickered. "Hey you, was that the truth? I am the 6th mountain lord, He Haodong." He Haodong barked. A sword wave fell on Chu Qingsheng's room and leveled it. "Since then, she's been missing. Did you take her? Do you know what that was? Speak." Juofan smiled in realization. "Sorry, but we don't know who that was. We only came for our clan head." "Clan head?" He Haodong then noticed Luo Yunhai on his back. "I see now. You're from the Luo clan. Humph, you have some nerve. 8 Emperor's lands bugs showing up here on the sacred mountains trying to take someone. Your entire clan is dead?" "Dead? Humph." Juofan laughed. "You should worry about your 6th sacred mountain first." Proofreader, Papatonks. Everyone looked at Juofan's grin with gaping mouths. Many of them started laughing and mocking his outrageous claim. Juofan was the first in ages to challenge the sacred mountains. He Haodong enjoyed deriding him. "Whose fool are you? Are you so slow in the head to spout such nonsense? I am the Luo clan's steward, Juofan." "You're that Juofan?" He Haodong was silent, then shouted, "You're the guy close to Qingsheng? Did you have something to do with her rescue?" "Humph, it doesn't matter, since it has nothing to do with you." Juofan smirked, flying with Luo Yunhai on his back. "You don't need to know where you're going." They turned to Juofan with lost gazes. "He's not even in the profound heaven stage yet he can fly. He's full of tricks." One elder roared and flew after him. He shone golden and a giant with 12 shields appeared around him. He was a mid-saint. "You're boasting and looking for trouble on the 6th sacred mountain, for that you will die here. You won't escape. We'll see soon enough who among us will die." "Humph, as you wish." Juofan quipped, letting black energy flood the heavens and taking the form of a black giant, violent and powerful. They all gasped. "He's a saint? How? How could anyone from the 8 Emperor's lands have the arts to reach the saint stage?" Reaching a higher stage needed more than just talent and perception. A cultivation method was paramount, needing a heaven-ranked method to become a saint. But all such cultivation methods were long since monopolized by the sacred mountains. For a saint to appear outside of the sacred mountains was a slim chance, only through incredible talent or perception in creating their own heaven-ranked cultivation method. The 7 sacred mountains would pursue anyone that was such a man to join them, while the ones that refused just wandered about. With few rogue saints about, they were no threat and they weren't stupid enough to attack the 7 sacred mountains, maintaining balance of the sacred domain. It was unthinkable how someone had the nerve to use 3 of the sacred mountain's disciples for pawns and then come take someone from their mountain. What was more, it was done by Juofan, whom they all knew to be weak. Everyone was filled with bloodlust. Instead of just minding his own business, he kept thwarting the sacred mountain's plans. He had to die. He Haodong roared, Elder Lu, kill him. Yes, Mountain Lord. Elder Lu grinned in confidence. It was obvious to anyone that one was mid and the other was an early saint. He would win for sure. Soaring demonic dragon. Zhuofan sneered and the huge dragon on the giant's chest shot out of it. Boom! A dreadful explosion echoed that shook the skies. Elder Lu had his guard down, taking Zhuofan for easy pickings, and the black dragon made a half-a-mile large hole in the elder's giant. The 12 shields crumbled to dust. Elder Lu coughed blood as his sacred body collapsed, falling to the ground. Elder Lu! The others cried out, while their minds abuzz from what they saw. Elder Lu is stronger and trained in a high cultivation method on the sacred mountains. How did he lose so fast? Even if the punk has the aptitude to make a cultivation method to reach the saint stage, it can't match with ours, polished over millions of years. A draconic roar echoed and the black dragon turned on Elder Lu, swallowing him whole. The dragon returned to Zhuofan's sacred body's chest. The head looked violent as its maw spilled black energy. The others felt a chill down their spines. What a savage sacred body! He Haodong frowned and flew up. Lightning crackled and a Vajra body with 12 great swords on its back appeared around him. Whoosh! He Haodong took 2 of the thunder blades and hacked at Zhuofan. Oh, Mountain Lord is going ahead. Is it to save face? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Well, sorry to disappoint. Soaring demonic dragon. The dragon roared once more and came out of the giant's chest, going for He Haodong. Bam! He Haodong was ready, blocking with a thunderblade and using the other to strike. The black dragon got split in 2, vanishing like black mist. Zhuofan shook and staggered back at the backlash. But then, his giant sported another black dragon head, while Zhuofan turned serious for once. Humph, you're peak saint after all and have some skill. Cut the crap and die. He Haodong went on the offensive. His 2 thunderblades sending thousands of sword waves at Zhuofan. Zhuofan had his sacred body dance through the strikes, suddenly pausing when the attack stopped. Dozens of lashes appeared on his sacred body, his scales broke, turning to dust. Zhuofan shook and blood leaked from his mouth. Luo Yunhai cried, Big brother Zhuo, are you alright? Mountain Lord is formidable. The crowd cheered seeing Zhuofan being pushed back. There's nothing amazing about getting a couple dozen hits in from thousands. This guy is good. He Haodong saw the truth and his expression grew grave. He was a peak saint while the other was a fresh one. It should be an easy job killing him. But the way he avoided most of his attacks showed he lost in that exchange. If they were of equal cultivation, then he himself would die in one hit. This kid isn't normal, that's why Elder Lu suffered. He Haodong's thunderblades flashed through the air as he went for Zhuofan, blocking any chance at dodging. Luo Yunhai cried, Big brother Zhuo. Mountain Lord, kill him. Those below cheered. Zhuofan squinted and shouted, Come, my sword. Yes, father. Whoosh. The ignored sword child flew in the sky, turning into a black blade and entering Zhuofan's hand. He Haodong's violent sword hacked at Zhuofan. Boom! With a sudden thunderclap, a black glow shone and the sword vanished. Everyone looked agape, with He Haodong staggering back 2 steps as the 2 thunderblades in his hands crumbled. He Haodong coughed blood and shuddered. He watched as Zhuofan's giant held a black longsword, the same one his real body was holding. Both of them had black flames licking its blade, eerie and sinister. Proofreader, Papatonks. He Haodong's face shook, his eyes grew wide. He then turned grave as he got his arm behind him. All that mattered now was winning, regardless of what the enemy came up with. He Haodong charged again, unleashing another sword image, to which Zhuofan merely waved his black sword. Crack. The 2 new thunderblades crumbled to nothing. Everyone gasped, gawking at Zhuofan in disbelief. What sword is that to be so deadly? The 12 thunderblades on Mountain Lord He's back were a part of his sacred body, made of lightning. Like the 12th heaven purple lightning, tough beyond belief and at the 6th grade sacred weapon level. How could they just break? He Haodong was just as baffled. Regardless of these issues, he chose to still go through with it. He had come out alone and now he had to finish off Zhuo Fan to preserve his dignity as the big boss on the mountain. Zhuo Fan killed Elder Lu and he came out to win back the loss and get revenge. Falling back now would only bring him shame. He Haodong took a deep breath and roared, heaven-breaking swords. Ding! The remaining 8 thunderblades flew from his back and soared into the sky, appearing like flashes of lightning. Black holes cracked in the sky from their incredible power, forming a net and threatening to break the fabric of space. The 8 thunderblades multiplied into a thunderstorm, ready to rain havoc on the world below. The sheer amount struck fear in all beings. The audience cheered. Mountain Lord He's supreme martial art is out. It drove terror into the hearts of many 11th level dragon saints in the past Great War. Now it was used on some poor lonely bastard. Who would ever have the same honor of facing Mountain Lord He's ultimate skill alone? Mountain Lord He hasn't used it in ages, and now the crowd was excited to see it again. All smirked at Zhuo Fan's plight, writing him off. Humph, it's all over for you. Even with your hard blade, there's nothing you can do against a flood of sword waves. Your sacred body will be crushed and death will surely follow, ha ha ha. There will be nothing left of you to bury. You should be honored to die at the same move that defeated many dragons, humph. All the saints took it as Zhuo Fan's doom, while Luo Yunhai looked on with worry. Zhuo Fan just smiled and grinned. Sword child, wanna give it a try? Dad, it's merely a concept and I haven't understood it. It's too risky against so many enemies. Sword child sighed. Zhuo Fan didn't care, it's because there's so many that makes it a good practice run. Where else am I supposed to test it? I let the fight drag out just so I could train. Alright, try it then, Divine Eye of the Void and the Apocalyptic Sword together. The sword shook and black energy seeped out. Kill! He Haodong signaled and the thunderblades fell like a torrent of heavy rain, right on Zhuo Fan's head. The immense pressure had the black energy on Zhuo Fan's giant tremble. All looked on with sneers. Zhuo Fan was confident as he raised the demonic sword. Zhuo Fan and the giant's right eye shone in 9 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void 9th stage, Void Eater. Apocalyptic sword art, obliterate. Zhuo Fan and Sword Child shouted at the same time and the giant spun, cutting with the great sword all around. The space warped around it under the eerie power, spreading out farther and farther away. The incoming deadly thunderblades warped as well, with the space around them vanishing into nothing. Not a single thunderblade could ever get within 10 meters of Zhuo Fan, vanishing into thin air. He Haodong guffawed, what the hell? The others were stumped as well. Where are the lightning swords? Where did they go? Ah! A sudden cry broke the stifling silence. They looked up to see He Haodong's Vajra sacred body twisting like the thunderblades. He couldn't even get away. The sacred body twisted beyond recognition before vanishing under the eyes of all the saints. He Haodong gasped and shouted, what kind of martial art is this? Mountain Lord shouldn't you be asking about your son's death instead? What? He Haodong shuddered. Zhuo Fan nodded, yes, I killed him. You? He Haodong raged, clenching his fists and then popping out of existence just like that. The others were overwhelmed with shock. Where's Mountain Lord Did he die? The guy used one creepy art. What on earth did it do? Even Luo Yunhai. On Zhuo Fan's back was baffled, Big Brother Zhuo. Ha ha ha, it's the first trial run, so of course you don't know. Zhuo Fan explained, after becoming a saint, my divine eye of the void reached the 9th stage, Void Eater, allowing it to devour all space in my domain. Sword Child used his strongest apocalyptic sword art in correlation with my attack to form an apocalyptic void and annihilate all in my domain before they even notice. As the devouring spreads out, any caught within it will vanish before they know it. Luo Yunhai gasped, then you can kill anyone, even those caught off guard, before they even know it. Not quite. This skill uses apocalyptic sword art, and if the other has higher swordsmanship, then I can't touch him. There's someone who can block your sword when a peak saint couldn't? Luo Yunhai started. Zhuo Fan was grave, of course, since S peak saint is nothing. I've always been afraid of the one equal to me, no, the one above me. Zhuo Fan felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, thinking how the enemy was 3 stages above in the divine eye of the void. Whoosh. Zhuo Fan shuddered and the black giant vanished. Luo Yunhai asked, Big brother Zhuo. He's spent. Let's get him and force him to give Mountain Lord He back. He must have used some trick to grab Mountain Lord He. The saints roared and hundreds charged with their power on display. Zhuo Fan wiped his brow and said to Luo Yunhai, I'm not used to the 9th stage and it takes a lot out of me. Killing a peak saint, and working in combination with Sword Child to unleash that attack left me empty. What do we do? Luo Yunhai glanced at the savage saints coming to kill them. Zhuo Fan smirked, like I said, crush them. Proofreader, Papatonks. Crush them? How, when there's so many? Luo Yunhai didn't understand. Zhuo Fan smirked, with this. Zhuo Fan took out a huge golden fireball. Its dreaded power surged around, forcing the many sacred bodies to halt in fear. What is that? Why does it feel so scary? A dragon breath pill. Zhuo Fan smiled at the familiar ball. Decimating dragon ancestor gave me 3 of these in mortal domain, each unleashing his full power. I wasted one for revenge, another against heaven's sealing CAO, and this is the last. I planned to save it when things got dire, especially against him, but I have no choice. Since these guys want to die so much, I'll oblige them, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan flicked the huge fireball on top of their heads, laughing, here's a present for you. I, Zhuo Fan, am a man of my word. I said I'll crush you and that's what I'll do, ha ha ha. We have to block it. The others felt the tremendous power of the dragon breath pill and shouted. Everyone used their best skills against it along with their sacred bodies. Despite the hundreds of saints using enough power to destroy the world, it was still not enough to even shake the fireball. It hardly even shrank. Under the fearful eyes of all, the golden fireball struck them. Boom! A huge explosion was unleashed, followed by a sudden heat wave. The decimating golden flame swallowed the 6th sacred mountain whole. The mighty saint army had no time to scream their last before they burned to ashes. Their tough bodies were eroded and vanished, even faster than when Zhuo Fan handled He Haodong. In seconds, the 6th sacred mountain was a raging sea of golden flames. The beautiful sceneries, the fancy pavilions, all were reduced to dust. In just one strike, a great sacred mountain now disappeared from reality. Only the golden sea of flames was the sole proof of it ever existing, and of the horror that was unleashed to erase it. Luo Yunhai's face twitched as he gasped. He never got to see such an astonishing spectacle in his life. Big brother Zhuo, that's why you weren't scared. You had such a trick up your sleeve. A shame it was the last one. Zhuo Fan clicked his tongue. Next time I meet tough opposition, better keep my nose down. Then again, there probably aren't that many out there at my level, ha ha ha. Luo Yunhai nodded. You killed the 6th sacred mountain lord, that means you can dominate anyone in the sacred domain in a duel. You're also the only one in the clan capable of fighting the sacred mountains. What do we do when the other mountains come knocking? It's for that reason that I used the precious dragon breath pill to crush the 6th sacred mountain. Zhuo Fan eased a breath. The worst thing about humans is their cowardly natures, the sacred mountains included. The stronger you are, the more afraid they'll be. If I had left it after saving you and Qincheng, then all of the sacred mountains would have come for revenge. Since I killed those entitled pricks, the sacred mountains, who value reputation and dignity above all else, will definitely have come in force. Luo Yunhai was grave. Yes, the sacred domain is just like the mortal domain. The higher-ups or emperors are nothing but hypocrites. For their name, they'll never see reason, nor honor. That's why I crushed the 6th sacred mountain, to give them a fright. They don't know my limit and won't rush to get me out of fear of suffering the same fate. We can drag it out for a year and a bit, wait on the dragon's report so that we may really have a fighting chance against the sacred mountains. Before that, bluffing is the way to go. Luo Yunhai smiled, just like when the Luo clan got set up and Veiled Dragon Pavilion thought we were something big when we had nothing. Yeah, the sacred mountains may believe that we still have dragon breath pills when in reality we've already run out. Zhuo Fan smirked and the two laughed. Luo Yunhai frowned. Mountain Lord, he said, someone took Qingcheng, but who and to where? Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. If he came to the sacred mountains, he could have easily killed some girl. But now I don't know where to look for her. The expert had to be a top power in the sacred domain. Out of the 7 sacred mountains, that leaves dragon lands. But it doesn't look like they would move. Maybe there's some hidden power like us? Could be, but that would be even worse. Zhuo Fan sighed, leaving after giving the flames one last look. Let's go, I'll think about Qingcheng later. We now need to spread this news throughout the 8 emperors' lands. We'll grasp the people's support and become their leader. Once the dragons respond, we can crush the rest of the sacred mountains and usher in a brave new world. Zhuo Fan left the sea of flames. A shadow watched him go from a distance, decimating dragon ancestors' fire. He's with the sacred beasts. Ugh. The man shook and looked back to see Chu Qingcheng groaning. The man shook his head. The kid has different tastes now, giving a sovereign path to this girl, ha ha ha. The man left as well. A month later, news of the 6th sacred mountain's destruction rocked the sacred domain. The top power in the sacred domain for eons up and got crushed just 'cause you said so. Not even the dragons would do it if they could. They can crush a mountain as well, but they could never destroy all of them. For even dragons could be surrounded and defeated as more and more mountains joined the attack. That was why the dragons had no chance against the sacred mountains. Now, though, the 6th sacred mountain was no more. It left people in disbelief, for this meant one thing only. That the other party was so strong it could finish a mountain like nothing, and that it was so large that it trumped the 6th sacred mountain's defenses, stopping them from even calling for help. When did the sacred domain have such a powerful group? People shook their heads. Damn blasted rumor. How come something like this happens? What fool would believe this crap? Ha ha ha, what morons. Then came the Luo clan's announcement, stirring the people once more. The rumor they wrote off as exaggeration ended up confirmed. That meant they could believe it, leaving the people in shock that a sacred mountain was no more. What was even more astonishing was that the new Luo clan from the 8 emperors' lands was the one that did it. Is the Luo clan that strong? Can they go to war and crush the sacred mountains just 'cause they say it? That's the everlasting sacred mountains for eons and eons we're talking about here. Some upstart clan up and wasted the 6th mountain and its people? Everyone in the sacred domain felt numb, their worldview crumbling. So sacred mountains aren't that tough like they claim. Their day has come and a new overlord will replace them. Proofreader, Papatonks. In the large hall on the 7th sacred mountain, 6 elders sat in their chairs, overlooking the 3 youths below. The 3 youths kneeled in respect. The elder with the long beard nodded. You have been carefully selected among all the talents to go out and replace Su Tianchuan and the other 2 in taking over the 8 emperors' lands. I hope you won't disappoint us like they did. Mountain Lord, we won't fail you. They cupped their hands and declared. The elders nodded with smiles. Su Tianchuan's group had been an utter disappointment, but if there was one thing the sacred mountains had, it was disciples. They had done a harsher selection this time around and chosen the best of the best to replace those fools. This should settle it, ha ha ha. The elder with the long beard waved them away. You're to leave in 3 days. Yes, Mountain Lord. They bowed again as they withdrew. The elder with the long beard turned to the others. I have high hopes for these 3. They aren't arrogant and reckless. They are more than enough to take over the 8 emperors' lands. Yeah. The others nodded and an elder with white brows added, Old he has been gone for a long time to just be setting those 3 brats straight. What's taking him so long? We haven't heard from the brats either. Strange. The other squinted. The elder with the long beard waved it off. Ha ha ha, those brats must have been so berated by old he that they feel too ashamed to come back. They must be working hard to make up for their mistakes in the 8 Emperors' lands. It may take time to uproot the devious and heinous Luo clan from this world and restore the sacred mountain's dignity. Old he must be keeping watch. Everything should be fine, ha ha ha. Everyone nodded and smiled. Mountain Lord, this is bad. A shocked voice came from outside. The elder with the long beard frowned and shouted back, "What happened that has you so panicked?" Report. Mountain Lord, this is really bad. A young man entered the hall incoherent and distraught. He fell to his knees and stammered, "It's crazy, utter madness." What is? Speak clearly. The 8 Emperors' lands have risen up. The youth yelled. Su Tianchuan and the 2 senior brothers were killed by the Luo clan, and their heads are hanging on the Luo clan's gate. They also declared to all the lands that they'll eliminate the 7 sacred mountains. What? The 6 elders were shocked, with the elder with the long beard slapping his armrest in rage. Outrageous. The Luo clan must have gone mad to kill someone from the sacred mountains. And they even dare say something like that? Humph, they should have been removed from the start. Tell some elders to annihilate the Luo clan. Let all of the 8 Emperors' lands know what braggarts get for running their mouth. The disciple cried there, still not going out. The elder with the long beard roared, "What are you standing there for? I gave you an order." Mountain Lord, I don't believe a few elders are enough. This involves the 6th sacred mountain. Allow me to finish. What? A few sacred mountains elders aren't enough for a nobody clan? I even thought it was too much. The elder with the long beard shook and glared, "Who is your master? You dare question my orders?" The disciple reported, "Mountain Lord, I'd never. There's just another matter I need to report. Mountain Lord can decide after Sir hears it." Speak. The 6th sacred mountain is no more. Ugh. The 6 old men went wide-eyed from disbelief. The elder with the long beard blinked at a loss. "See, come again?" The youth repeated himself and the head elder finally clutched his sparse hair in shock. This can't be. The elder with the long beard howled at last. Oldie's 6th sacred mountain has many experts with hardly anyone daring to attack it, with no one capable of crushing it. Where did you get that information? Don't go spouting things. The youth's lips quivered. "Mountain Lord, I'd wish for it to be fake, but I was sent to look into the 6th sacred mountain and saw it destroyed. The entire mountain is gone, now replaced by a strange golden sea of flames. It burns for thousands upon thousands of miles. Mountain lords can go inspect it for themselves." Plop. The elder with the long beard slumped in his chair, lost. For the disciple to say that, it meant this was real. How could a mighty sacred mountain? The elders were dark, their hearts sinking in fear. If the 6th sacred mountain was gone, then what about the rest? They all shuddered. The grand and godlike mountain lords for thousands of years might be gone overnight. Dread gripped their hearts. Who did it? Did you find out? As long as the culprit doesn't say it, it will be hard to find out. The elder with white brows spoke in shock. The others nodded, their faced hard. The disciple bowed. "Mountain lords, there's no need to investigate, for the culprit declared it himself." Who? They all shouted at the same time. The youth muttered, "The Luo clan from the 8 Emperors' lands." What? Mountain lords, the information first came from the Luo clan's announcements. It declares that Mountain Lord he had gone to the Luo clan and took their clan head. So the head steward Zhua Fan went to the 6th sacred mountain in rage. He not only rescued his clan head but also flattened the mountain. The youth retold the same words on the declaration. No one took it seriously when they declared war, but with the 6th sacred mountain gone, the 8 Emperors' lands are boiling. The people go to the Luo clan and help them defeat us. All of Emperor lands see us with enmity. Mountain lords, this is why I did not convey your order. With the Emperor lands as our enemy, sending someone will have all eyes on them, but with the Luo clan having the power to destroy a mountain, there's even more reason to be prudent. Sending the elders will only get them killed. I asked Mountain Lord to reconsider. The elder with the long beard's face twitched and clenched his fists. A puny 8 Emperor's land clan dared to destroy a sacred mountain? Something just isn't right here. Yeah, this much power is a rarity. Unless... What? The head elder turned to the elder with white brows. The latter continued, do you all remember the ancient legend? You mean? The 10 sovereigns fell, the 5 beasts vanquished, Shu Jing is gone, and the sacred mountains live on. The elder with white brows said, after the supreme experts vanished in ancient times, the sacred mountains took over the sacred domain, but there's one place that still strikes fear in us. Mirror Moon Cottage. They all shouted. The elder with white brows continued, yes, the Lord of Mirror Moon Cottage, Sir Shui Jing, is rumored to be exceptional. Some of our people offended him in ignorance and made thousands of saints on 7 sacred mountains die. No one knew what happened or who triggered it. Since then, the 7 sacred mountains made a rule to never mess with Sir Shui Jing and his people. After all these years, with the sacred mountains growing with every generation, Sir Shui Jing was never seen again and was forgotten. Now that the 6th sacred mountain is destroyed, it made me remember about an old senior's warning. Maybe the Luo clan is theirs? SSS. Everyone gasped, their hearts shuddering. If it were true, then they had brought doom to themselves. Proofreader, Papatonks. Between the walls of an empty valley stood a bamboo pavilion. The waterfall next to it rumbled as it fell in a clear pool, completing the mesmerizing scenery. A youth in white of around 20 sat in the pavilion, playing the zither. His finger gracefully traced the strings, sending a soothing melody throughout the valley. Birds and butterflies gathered around, drawn to his music. Ugh! A groan came from a bed hidden by a curtain. The young master never stopped his performance. Awake? Where am I? Chu Qingqing parted the veil and looked about. She was pale, squinting at the scenery with alertness. Who are you? The youth smiled. Miss, you're safe here. I mean you no harm. You have exhausted yourself in the 6th sacred mountain, affecting your soul. You're still weakened and need rest. You didn't answer my question. Chu Qingqing was on guard. The youth paused. Miss is so cautious. I can't understand how you could let that He Haodong fool you so easily into wasting your yuan qi. Ha ha ha, it's good that you didn't care too much about him, or you'd have lost more than just your yuan qi, the thing someone granted you. But this proves how kind you are. I can understand why he'd give it to you. What are you talking about? Nothing, I'm just recalling some old matters. The youth continued playing. Allow me to introduce myself. Everyone calls me Sir Shui Jing and Miss can call me the same. This is my home, Mirror Moon Cottage. Miss, you can stay here safely and no one will disturb you. Chu Qingqing gave him a long look. You're keeping me here? No, I'm only inviting Miss to be my guest. You won't stop me from leaving? Of course not. I'm a man of my word. Shui Jing focused on playing the zither. Chu Qingqing nodded and smiled. You're a dog if you break it. Not just a dog, but a she-dog. I want to find Zhuo Fan. Don't stop me. Chu Qingqing flew out of the pavilion and into the sky. Shui Jing kept playing the zither. Chu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. I don't care who you are, but you can't keep me here. I am looking for Zhuo Fan to see what he has to say about you. If you're nice, I'll come back and thank you. But you're too strange to be nice. Chu Qingqing flew further away. An hour later, Chu Qingqing crossed 10 mountains and saw no one on her way, not even a trace of civilization. She was perplexed. Where am I? There's no one here. She wanted to find someone and ask for directions to the Luo clan. 6 hours later, Chu Qingqing was still feeling weak. She was getting tired from flying and the blazing sun overhead. She then noticed a creek in a valley and landed. But then she heard a zither being played and perked up. Where there's a zither, there's people. Chu Qingqing skipped over to the source, brushing the veil away to enter the pavilion. Excuse me, Chu Qingqing froze in her tracks. It was Shui Jing who kept playing. Shui Jing smiled. Miss Chu, you're back. You need to rest in your condition. Why is it you? Chu Qingqing looked around dumbstruck. Why am I back here? I clearly left. Shui Jing shook his head, smiling. Chu Qingqing cupped her hands in anger. Goodbye. Chu Qingqing rushed out again, with Shui Jing still playing. Another 12 hours passed and Chu Qingqing looked determined but tired. She paused in the air in shock. The familiar zither was heard once more. Maybe, no, he can't still be here. Chu Qingqing shook her head and landed in the familiar valley, seeing Shui Jing with his zither. Shui Jing smiled. Miss Chu, you need to rest after being gone for so long or you're only going to get worse. What did you do? Chu Qingqing clenched her hands in anger. You said you won't keep me but you're not honest. The zither stopped and Shui Jing smiled. Miss Chu, have I done something to you? You must have put up an illusory array to keep me returning here every time. You're holding me prisoner. Shui Jing shook his head. Miss Chu, I vow on my Tao heart that there's no array around. Why can't I go out? This is Mirror Moon Cottage, where everything is an illusion. Fame and fortune, love and hate, these are what trap mortals from seeing the way out. What keeps you here is no array, but your own heart. Shui Jing smiled and vanished, his voice sounding through the valley. Miss Chu, just rest here. I will come back every few days. Take care. Wait. Let me go. Chu Qingqing shouted at the air. She took a deep breath and shot out with determination in another direction. But she still ended up here. Panting from exhaustion, Chu Qingqing tried again and again, with the same result. All she had done was waste time and energy. After trying for 8 times, Chu Qingqing was too spent and blacked out in the air. She fell but the stones below warped and turned into the bed in the pavilion. The next morning, Chu Qingqing woke up to find herself back in the bed and saw the same waterfall outside and birds chirping. Her heart was in a panic, unable to escape. Shui Jing looked down from a tall peak with a sneer. Everything is an illusion here, with riches and fame ephemeral. The ignorant can't escape their own hearts. Chu Qingqing is a rare good person, yet not even she can, let alone others. The world is hopeless, isn't it, Sword Heart? No matter whether they appear hopeless, fate is not for ants to decide. It's the will of the heavens. A middle-aged man next to him had a sharp gaze. His empty left sleeve floated in the wind. Shui Jing held a confident smile, like he was in control, leaving. Sword Heart watched him go with a hard gaze. The last act of Heaven's Will was about to start. Proofreader, Papatonks. Tap, tap. A finger struck the table, betraying Zhuofan's pensive mind. Li Jingtian rushed into the room and Zhuofan quickly asked, "What's the news?" "Steward Zhuo, there's no clue about Miss Chu." "I couldn't find," Li Jingtian sighed with a hung head. Zhuofan looked down as well, pacing in thought. There aren't many that can breach the sacred mountains and take someone away, and even fewer are those capable of doing it without leaving a trail. I just can't figure out who could be behind this. Did anyone in the sacred domain have such a power? Li Jingtian was worried. He was new to the sacred domain, but even he had heard many rumors about most powers in these lands. To him, the sacred mountains were the peak of the sacred domain. Who then could steal someone from under their nose? They can't be a nobody, that's for sure. Steward Zhuo, does the sacred domain have any hidden experts? Li Jingtian mentioned. Zhuofan shook his head. For them to be hidden means not many are aware of them. I do know of a few rogue saints, but they aren't as strong as the sacred mountains, let alone taking someone from them. Unless. What? Elderly, who are above saints. Li Jingtian lit up. Sovereign? Zhuofan was grave. He'd seen his fair share of sovereigns, and feared the one that never showed himself. He had been consoling himself thinking they were all gone, or that they were too weak to show up. But after meeting them, he woke up to reality. It's not that they can't be found, but they don't want to be found. While them finding you can't be easier. Was taking Chu Qingqing a clear strike on me though? Was the culprit the one he feared the most? Zhuo Fan was sunk in thought. He didn't fear death, but involving innocence. He was no longer alone. Is the Luo clan's steward, Zhuo Fan, here? I am 7th Sacred Mountain Lord, He Yunshan, here to request a meeting. Star Reader, not related to 6th Mountain Lord. Different surname. The sound of thunder struck from the sky and shook the Luo clan. Zhuo Fan heard and winced. The 7th Mountain Lord? Here so soon? Steward Zhuo, the dragons are still silent. What do we do? Li Jingtian was tense. Zhuo Fan thought for a moment. Relax, for them to seek us and not fight us proves they are afraid. The dragon breath pill might have gotten to them. We just have to be cool about it and they won't do anything. Let's go meet them. Yes, Steward Zhuo. Zhuo Fan led the way with Li Jingtian behind. The two flew for the city gates. The Luo clan's gates were surrounded by hundreds of people surging with incredible strength that struck fear in all. Saints. In the lead were 6 people, the mountain lords. The elder with a long beard squinted and analyzed everyone. His eyes flickered with doubt. The others were just as baffled. That's strange. All of the Luo clan is filled with nobodies. There are some at the Emperor stage with impressive strength, but nothing Sacred Mountains can't handle. Would the Sacred Mountains bother with a clan lacking even a saint? Absolutely not. So how come this nobody clan ended up flattening a sacred mountain? The 6 elders whispered among each other. What do you think? Completely average and not anything like Sir Shui Jing. A great master should have great disciples. It makes no sense for Shui Jing to not have saints. The problem lay with Steward Zhuo Fan. They say he alone went to level old He's peak. Is it only him under Shui Jing? We'll test it out, and if they're related to Sir Shui Jing, we'll just gloss over it. At worst, he'll lead the 8 emperors' lands. It was old He who messed with the Luo clan. It has nothing to do with us. The elders nodded, looking like obscene sycophants with those bobbing heads and flattering looks. But the elder with a white long beard looked hard. But if Sir Shui Jing has nothing to do with Zhuo Fan or the Luo clan, that they're only acting, then we can't have this clan breathe a second more, regardless of who leveled the 6th sacred mountain. Our dignity shall not be stepped on by some bugs. No one will fear us otherwise. They all agreed. Yep, hard on the weak and cowards against the strong, classic thugs. Whoosh. Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian arrived and the elders looked startled. Zhuo Fan was in the foundation establishment stage, worse than a cripple. But since he could fly in, that meant he was far stronger. The elders looked grave. Caution is advised against him. The elder with a long beard began with a cough. I am 7th Sacred Mountain Lord, He Yunshan. Are you perhaps the Grand Steward, by the name of Zhuo Fan? It is I. Zhuo Fan smiled. To what do we owe the visit? Why? Steward Zhuo doesn't know? He Yunshan raised an eyebrow in anger, his eyes cold. Didn't you hear how everyone says that Steward Zhuo leveled the 6th sacred mountain? Zhuo Fan nodded with a smile. There's no need to hear, for I did do it. Fast talker. He Yunshan cursed at Zhuo Fan's blunt reply while he was looking calm on the outside, even praising him with a thumbs up. The others were dark. Zhuo Fan's carefree reply let them know he wasn't scared of the hundreds of saints around. He never gave a hoot about the sacred mountains, for he had a stronger backer. Should we step down then? Old He's peak got wasted. It's not our problem anyway. We're not even close. There's no need to fight with some mystery expert. The elders withdrew on the spot. He Yunshan paused and shouted, since Steward Zhuo admits, then I'll be frank as well. What has the 6th sacred mountain done to earn Steward Zhuo's ire? As he was of the 7 sacred mountains like us, We would like to know the reason. Shit, did we not come to find their limit to see if they can bleed or not? Why nitpick? If he was under Shui Jing, then the latter might just come out to ruin them. You can kill your mountain for all we care, just don't drag us into this. Everyone sighed, with the elder with long beard pulling He Yunshan's sleeve, hinting to back off before it was too late. He Yunshan pulled away in anger with a righteous look. Humph, an explanation? Zhuo Fan barked. The Luo clan helped the Sacred Mountain's disciples handle the 8 emperors' lands and bring peace, only to have Mountain Lord he come take our clan head to torture and imprison our people. You think I could take that lying down? He Haodong fake surprise. He Haodong did that? Ugh. Even the saints were stumped. Come on, what is that supposed to mean? Don't act like you don't know him. Aren't we on the same side? What's with the exaggerated shock? Steward Zhua, please accept my humble apologies. He Haodong gave a curt bow. We just didn't know and ask for your forgiveness. I'd have cut ties with him if I knew he was so despicable and ungrateful. Farewell, Steward Zhua. He Yunshan turned around and left, looking holy. Zhuo Fan gave him a long look, returning a stiff gesture. This guy has no damn shame. Proofreader, Papatonks. The crowd watched the old fool running his mouth with all kinds of tricks, then just walked off like it was nothing. Oh, right, since they are fleeing from Zhuo Fan, doesn't that mean that the Sacred Mountains are afraid? What about our dignity? What about ruling the sacred domain? Since He Haodong was dead and he started lashing out at him, that was just to keep appearances for the people that the Sacred Mountains were still honorable. The Sacred Mountains are just, we are not here to pick on the weak and steal. We just didn't know, or we'd have long put a stop to this. That ought to buy people's opinion. The real issue was Zhuo Fan. If he was related to Sir Shui Jing, the Sacred Mountains dumped everything on He Haodong to save them the trouble. So they sold out He Haodong to escape Sir Shui Jing's issue. 3 birds with 1 stone. He Yunshan looked to be talkative, but in fact he was saving his skin. Geezer, you still have tricks, I see. Impressive. The old guys sighed at He Yunshan's prideful exit. They were the peak of the sacred domain, holding the best resources and sought Tao for the sovereign stage, while not messing with the trifles of those below. The insights gained from the negotiations millions of years ago seemed forgotten. As they got stronger, they were rather straightforward, not willing to waste time with anything. It was a surprise to see Mountain Lord He so sharp at his age, using his noggin to maneuver out of this pickle, ahaha. While the Sacred Mountains were scared of Zhuo Fan and withdrew, a sudden shout came from above all. What are you bastards doing at the Luo clan? They are under my protection. A draconic roar. A golden tail 500 meters long hacked at the saints. The deadly power made some of the weaker saints gasp. What kind of power is this? Dragon Sovereign. The 6 mountain lords gasped. They shuddered and 6 golden sacred bodies emerged. They used all their power to block the tail. Bam! The sudden clash rent the space, with the entire sky soon turning pitch black like the sky just shattered. The 6 mountain lords staggered 5 steps, looking grave. Boom! The huge dragon turned into a tough man, standing tall in the sky. The sudden stomping he made created 2 black holes. He grinned with fire in his eyes. Ha ha ha, geezers, I see you're missing someone. You're not facing me with the usual 7-star sacred sword array. Dragon Sovereign, what are you doing here? He Yunshan squinted. Did you forget our deal? Dragons will never set foot on human lands, or the war between the 7 sacred mountains and dragons will start anew. And? Humph. He Yunshan mocked. I guess the pain faded with time. What about all those dragons that died last time? We're missing 1 sacred mountain, but 6 are more than enough to handle you, dragons. Scurry back to your dragon lands if you don't want a repeat of the massacre. Ha ha ha, big words. Dragon Sovereign laughed. We had so many casualties last time because of your little tricks, baiting us to fight within the 8 emperors' lands. Fighting in an unfamiliar place, we were butchered. You're not stronger than us, but you had a raise to waste our strength. That's why we died, because you whittled us down. It'll be the same now as well. These are our lands and you will die. Wrong. This time the 8 emperors' lands aren't the 7 sacred mountains' turf, but our backyard. The dragon sovereign grinned. We no longer need to chase you around the 8 emperors' lands, and only need to attack your mountains. We never fear an open confrontation, but you will suffer. He Yunshan sneered. Backyard? As if. The 8 emperors' lands are for human cultivators. You have now entered a swamp, with enemies on all sides. They may be weak, like bugs, but these bugs can bite you to death. You're delusional if you think they have your back. It's already done. The dragon sovereign grinned in disdain, going to Zhuo Fan to shock everyone with his salute. Steward Zhuo, I heard you have all of the 8 emperors' lands at your beck and call. I am astonished. Now I have a clear line of sight for the sacred mountains. I only ask for your forgiveness for being stalled by minor difficulties. Dragon Sovereign is too kind. I've been looking forward to having you with us and helping us. Now I'm thrilled to have you. Zhuo Fan bowed back. He Yunshan and the elders were dumbstruck. Zhuo Fan. Steward Zhuo. The dragon sovereign gave them a taunting look. Based on your words last time, we have come with all our forces to deal with the sacred mountains. A 1 million strong army, including 3,000 dragon saints, 12,000 dragon emperors and hundreds of thousands of dragon kings and below are marching through the 8 emperors' lands without obstruction. They will be here with you shortly. I've never had such an easy trek in ages, and it's all thanks to Steward Zhuo. Ha ha ha. He Yunshan's face twitched, roaring, Zhuo Fan, you betrayed your kin and let dragons invade? And you call yourself a man? Of course, since I never harmed my kin. Zhuo Fan sneered, while you, standing aloft in your sacred mountains, have stolen everything from the sacred domain, its cultivation arts and resources, crushing the cultivators like bugs. Do you call yourself a man? Your win against the dragons was because the sacred domain had your back, but after the war, you still tyrannized the 8 emperors' lands, not even appreciating their help and sacrifice. You're not fit to rule the sacred domain. Zhuo Fan cursed them with a smile. I grew up in the 8 emperors' lands, having grown stronger only by stealing from others until I finally became the demonic emperor. I had no gratitude for anyone, nor did I treat anyone as my equal, for I got everything with my own 2 hands. While I had no love, I hated all of you from the sacred mountains. Why do you get to have the best resources and lord over us without doing anything? The sacred mountains people, even those inferior in talent, are just given strength, but others have to work for it. The 8 emperors had to give more than half of the land's resources to you before they could share anything with their people. But what about those that toiled to gather these resources your sacred mountains so easily obtained? They got only scraps. Those rogue cultivators are even worse off, like me. And power is everything in the sacred domain. The weak are not fit to have anything. Strive to take it if you can. He Yunshan barked. Zhuo Fan nodded and clapped. You're right, I understood this only after becoming an emperor. All that strive below are nothing but ants, no matter how happy or miserable. They are nothing for the ones above. To change your fate, you shouldn't rob each other, but instead the highest peak. So I'm now robbing just like you wished. Ha ha ha. Ugh. He Yunshan blinked, his heart racing in anger. They were always working to stop those ants from doing that. Now a damn power actually showed up that could do it. Glancing at the sneering dragon sovereign, He Yunshan gritted his teeth. Damn Zhuo Fan, humanity's traitor, letting dragons in like the little bastard he is. So stop trying to use humans and dragons to differentiate us. To me, there's only enemy and ally. Zhuo Fan sneered, you always use a few meager resources to lure cultivators of the 8 emperors' lands to fight against each other. When the dragons attacked, you used them again as expendables, under the guise of a human alliance. Now I have all the 8 emperors' lands and the dragons in a human-dragon alliance. And our enemy is only you, the sacred mountains. Bullshit. You think everyone's like you, greedy and willing to help the dragons crush the pinnacle of humanity? Yeah, many refused at first, but then I declared my war on the sacred mountains and that all of your resources and high cultivation methods are ours. The people jumped at the offer. What? All of the sacred mountains experts shouted, feeling a chill down their spine. Proofreader, Papatonks. At their dark faces, Juofan shrugged with a smile. Why act that way if I knew? As humans, none of us would willingly recruit another race to fight other humans. If this does occur, then the perpetrator should ask themselves what they did to make it happen. You just had to share your resources and high cultivation methods with the people of the 8 emperors' lands, giving them hope of rising to the top, and they would never resort to this. Where then is the virtue, the honor, in fighting for someone that won't even feed them? You made it this way with your own actions. No, the sacred mountains must live forever, and for that to happen, no outsiders are allowed to invade. We are in the right. He Yunshan spoke with conviction. Juofan, I admit that you're a rare talent, but you're not one of us. The more amazing you are, the more you need to die so that we can remove all threats to the sacred mountains. This shall never change. And thus you dug your own grave. When the water is stagnant, it will need to flow again. You've been at the top for too long. Your disciples have everything and lost everything. Without experience, without hardship, there's no progress. This is the root cause for not having a single sovereign despite all your saints, not even a half sovereign. You're nothing but thugs hoarding resources with a bit more yuan qi than the rest. You are strangling the prospects of future generations. You all are the real criminals of humanity. He Yunshan's face twitched. The sacred mountains train in the strongest cultivation methods, and we don't move around as long as we have resources so that we ease our understanding of Tao. This is the fastest way to the sovereign stage. Instead of sharing resources thinly across everyone, we centralize the resources on the best talents. None of the resources will be wasted. Of course, these cultivators must support the sacred mountains as well. We must keep it in the family. Ha! Excuses. Juofan sighed and shouted, Shangguan Feixiong, with me. Whoosh. Shangguan Feixiong flashed before him and Juofan patted his shoulder. He's of average talent, yet can fight most of your saints as just an emperor. Care to try? As if that's possible. He Yunshan sneered, the difference in those stages is insurmountable. Not even the 8 emperors could harm a saint. We shall see. He pushed Shangguan Feixiong forward and the latter moved forward. He Yunshan looked at a disciple and that disciple stepped out, immediately summoning his sacred body. He's the worst saint of ours. I'll be easy on you, so. Boom. A shocking explosion cut off his smug declaration. A scarlet glow ran through the disciple's sacred body, punching a large hole in it. The disciple coughed blood and slumped to the ground while his sacred body vanished. What? Everyone gasped, watching the red sword image return to Shangguan Feixiong's body. Soaring sword mark. Much obliged. Shangguan Feixiong returned to Juofan, bowing. The elders were dumbstruck. How did an emperor do that? The dragon sovereign laughed. Steward Zhua has amazing people. My elder said your men are incredible, far beyond average, and can contend with our dragons, if not overcome them. Now that I see it, I'm convinced, ha ha ha. Thank you, dragon sovereign. Juofan smiled, turning to the dumbstruck elders. He's my weakest as well, but through his experiences, he came to make his own sword art. Tao and martial arts are a combination beyond anyone's imagination. Cooped up in your precious mountains, hoarding resources is actually an utter waste. If you had any bit of wisdom, you'd have shared them instead of stealing them from normal cultivators. He Yunshan glared at Juofan and left. Juofan, dragon sovereign, see you on the battlefield. He won't give up until it's too late. Stuck with his own idea despite having no argument. Then let them witness our alliance's might until he cries, he. The dragon sovereign said, Steward Zhua, besides us, many spiritual beasts have answered the call of the sacred beasts, coming over. We're going to erase the sacred mountains from this world. Juofan nodded. Humans are such hypocrites. They want an eternal win, but hate all that's evil, making up some grand excuse in the end. When all facades are stripped away, they play the devil. Ha ha ha, I'm ashamed to call myself human. Would you like to be a part of us then? You inherited dragon ancestors' refined body and Cheelan's arm. You're no longer a human. Even so, I still want to be humane. Why? Dragon Sovereign asked, didn't you just mock humanity's character? Yeah, but there are some. Zhuo Fan smiled and looked at all the people in the city. I am no longer alone, ahaha. The sacred mountains returned to prepare for war. The elders were dark, with the elder with long beard saying to He Yunshan, old fellow, are we really going to war? Does Zhuo Fan have anything to do with Sir Shui Jing? Most likely not. He must have got the help of the dragons to ruin the sixth sacred mountain. There's no connection with Sir Shui Jing. Why so certain? He Yunshan paused in his flight. They say Sir Shui Jing is like a ghost, incredible and elusive. He alone can wipe out our 7 sacred mountains, so why go to dragons for help? Dragon Sovereign's appearance proved that Zhuo Fan has the dragon support and not Sir Shui Jing's. That makes sense. The elder with a long beard sighed, but the dragons aren't much better either. We've lost the 8 emperors' lands, our best front lines, and we now have no choice but to fight in the open. We'll suffer greatly. We still have to go to war. He Yunshan clenched his fist, his eyes firm. We'd have hopes of salvaging this if it were mere revenge or about the sacred mountain's dignity, but you heard Zhuo Fan's plan. The punk wants to share everything that makes the sacred mountains dominant in the sacred domain. Losing this war means losing our hold on the sacred domain. We can never allow this to happen. They all nodded. You want our riches? In your dreams. The 6 mountain lords rushed back to their mountains to prepare. With the 8 emperors' lands no longer theirs to block the dragon's advance, the sacred mountains would become the main battlefield. Shortly thereafter, the war began. With so many people fighting in such a small area, the war could only be a bloody one. This was the first ever sacred domain war. With all beings now fighting, the 8 emperors' lands, dragons, sacred mountains, and spiritual beasts. With each deafening quake, along with terrifying shockwaves, the weaker cultivators and dragons fell to their deaths, the first victims of the disaster. The 7 sacred mountains placed a guardian formation and formed their defenses while Zhuo Fan and the Dragon Sovereign commanded a raging charge. The 7 sacred mountains had plenty of experts though, with only the dragons having the power to handle 3 of the mountains. But as they were defended, the dragons were at a disadvantage, suffering grave losses. Zhuo Fan didn't mind, slowly chipping them away as they fought. He waited for the spiritual beast army to arrive and showcase their true power. With the 9 Serenity's secret records in his hand, he knew all arrays. In just half a month, Zhuo Fan stripped the 6 sacred mountains' defensive arrays. The savage beasts ran amok across their mountains, killing anything on sight along with the dragons. The sacred mountains' army crumbled. Zhuo Fan's side held supremacy with their unstoppable power. The lofty sacred mountains that had stood above in the sacred domain for millions of years were about to fall. In the clamor of the battlefield, 9 shadows appeared above, each holding piercing eyes and thick aura, beyond what any saint on the sacred mountains could achieve. Proofreader, Papatonks. Boom. The string of explosions drowned the bitter cries of demise and endless fighting on the battlefield. Both sides couldn't even hear their own voices. A million dragons, from big to small, blotted the sky. Their savage claws turned enemies into ribbons. 100,000 giants faced them on the battlefield like gods of war, stopping their onslaught. As wails and cries echoed about, the giants vanished one by one, with some dragons riddled with holes tumbling to the ground. The earth was soaked in blood, covered in corpses, yet no one cared, each too busy butchering the other side. The sheer brutality of this war drove all its fighters into a frenzy. Whoosh! 2 black sword waves flashed and 2 giants fell. Zhuo Fan held his demonic sword as he marched in his sacred body. The sacred mountains experts were nothing to him. Dan Qingshan's group had nobody who could summon a sacred body, but their special imperial marks were enough to bridge the gap and contend with early saints. As for the Luo clan, they were pinned against the weaker forces of the Sacred Mountains. The Sacred Mountains were filled with experts and the Luo clan was too weak to really stand out. The rest of the 8 Emperor's land's forces that came for a peace now could hardly find someone to fight. Shit, the Luo clan has so many experts in their pockets. Watching the endless blood flowing, a spirit king sighed, looking tense the next second. What are we even doing here? We can't do anything. Looking at his team, thinking to join the war only to find out it was so brutal, any errant shockwave could blast them apart. They were just too weak for this stage. They were cannon fodder to begin with. Another man looked around for any opening, but shook his head. Let it go, brothers. Even the weakest of the Sacred Mountains aren't for us. Let's wait for the end and scour the battlefield. Think about all the good stuff they must have on them. They're easy picking. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to lend a hand? A shout shook the group, lowering their heads. Young Miss Luo, we have little strength to be of any help. Who said anything about fighting? Help with logistics. Do you have any idea how many healing pills we need, how many wounded need looking after? We need all the help we can get, so don't just sit there and watch. Logistics? The guy's face twitched. Young Miss Luo, we're still Spirit Kings. I'm not called North Forest Ravager for nothing. Putting us to work, isn't it a little? We came to fight Sacred Mountains, not. Then by all means, fight. Luo Yunchang nodded, gesturing at the cruel and bloody scene. How about taking on the enemy to leave your mark? I'll even give you a Sacred Mountain for your efforts. Well. Glancing at the space riddled in black cracks and holes, with limbs flying all over the place, he gulped hard. Leave the wounded to us, and the logistics. The front lines have sunk into madness. The group left at once with lowered heads. They were all heroes and wanted to use this historic event to make their names known throughout the lands, but they were just too weak. Shuang'er sighed as they went. Sister Yunchang, they just wanted some credit, to spur their careers. Your harsh tone cut them deep. Humph, they're too cocky to be able to do anything. He's just some local boss, yet he calls himself the North Forest Ravager. He came here to bite something and I saved him and his group from a meaningless and ignorant death. Luo Yunchang sneered, glancing at Zhuo Fan. He's not like Zhuo Fan, knowing his worth, laying low or taunting accordingly. A leader must be flexible, it is how the Luo clan conducts itself. Amaze the world in one fell swoop, if you have what it takes. Shuang'er nodded. Big Brother Zhuo is nearing the peak and he will make his appearance. Bam! With the lashing of a huge golden tail, the 6 mountain lords fell back 5 steps. The huge golden dragon roared in mockery. Ha ha ha, old fools, the Sacred Mountains are done for and so are you. You have nothing. He Yinshan looked around at the battlefield dominated by dragons and spiritual beasts, while his forces were thinning out faster and faster. Zhuo Fan and the Luo clan were fierce as well, giving him a chill. They had it bad enough against spiritual beasts and dragons, united in an unprecedented alliance, but Zhuo Fan's force made it even worse, dooming his Sacred Mountains. He just didn't understand why these beasts would join up. They never had any contact. Old he, flee. The elder with the long beard said. He Yinshan looked back to see the others nodding. Where there's life, there's hope. The long-bearded elder grabbed his shoulder. We lost the Sacred Mountains, but it won't matter. We need to stay alive and kindle the hope of our disciples to make a comeback. Old man, we have lost, so let's go. What's done is done. He Yinshan's lips shook, clenching his fists. He gave a firm nod and shouted, Sacred Mountains, retreat. The 6 were the first to flee. The disciples had long since lost their will to fight and fled as well. Leave none alive, after them. Zhuo Fan was not about to give them any chance of hiding. He roared and took the lead in going after them. The rest followed in a mad race. Who? The dragon sovereign whipped his tail to launch himself behind the 6 elders and claw at them. Ha ha ha, you think it's that easy? Dragon sovereign, don't be cruel. He Yinshan gnashed his teeth, roaring to hide his fear. The dragon sovereign was the mightiest of the dragons, a peak 12th level spiritual beast, a half-sovereign. The 7 sacred mountains worked together in the last war to squeeze a win with their arrays and strength. This time, they had lost much strength and couldn't fight back. They had no chance against the half-sovereign. The dragon sovereign cackled at his empty threat. Cruel? You call me cruel when there's not a shred of friendship between us? Did you forget how you slaughtered my people by scores? Now you just want to flee? Boom! The dragon sovereign flicked his tail and the sky cracked apart. The 6 faced the harsh blow and tried to block it. This time, they had nowhere to go. They would soon be surrounded and would either die from dragon sovereign or from the mob. What a cruel irony, die from the same tactic they used on them. The 6 lamented their doom, in despair. Bam! A huge sword wave crashed into the huge tail, deflecting it. The dragon sovereign tumbled many times before he adjusted. He saw blood on his tail. What? There are still half-sovereigns among humans? Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. An old man came out of nowhere, with a short and red mustache. He was surrounded by a red glow, his eyes so sharp that even Dragon Sovereign felt pierced by his gaze. Dragon Sovereign's eyes shook. He's not a pushover, but an ancient power. Boom. More explosions resounded everywhere and powerful waves swept the battlefield. Zhuofan's group got blocked by one of them and its radiance, unable to advance. Once the dust settled, he saw 7 figures of different ages holding incredible power. They looked plain, but they were ready to unleash devastation the moment they struck. Half-sovereigns. Zhuofan was grave, his legs going numb. He didn't know that the sacred mountains had 7 half-sovereigns. They were at the level of Dragon Sovereign, peak saints, yes, but worlds apart. For these people's understanding of Tao reached the peak, unlike average peak saints. Their power was tremendous. Didn't Dragon Sovereign say there's no one like that in the 7 sacred mountains? He had gone to 6th sacred mountain and saw no one similar either. That was why he threw the dragon breath pill. Why then would the 7 half-sovereigns come out only now? Zhuofan stood there, unmoving. The 7 were too strong and the dragons and spiritual beasts sensed that. They no longer advanced. Just as they were about to finish off the sacred mountains, these 7 interfered to stop the mad chase. The disciples looked behind and gaped. Did we have such experts? How come I didn't know that? They were too dumbstruck to even think of fleeing. Dad, they feel familiar. Sword Child neared him and whispered. Zhuofan squinted and nodded. Yes, it's like the aura of the 5 divine swords. Dan Qingshen, Murong Lai and the others were grave. We have trained on our insights on the divine swords and are most familiar with this energy. Vaulting, soaring, sealing heaven, sundering, decimating, they are all here. Only they are far deeper than our energies. They must be a level above us. It's not cultivation, but sword insight. Sword Child nodded. Yes, as I am a unity of the 5, I can sense the sword path they wield, almost physically. That's why they're half-sovereigns. My apocalyptic sword path has the cultivation of half-sovereign and I can fight, but this isn't the right time. Dad, should we fall back? It's not for us to decide. Zhuofan squinted at the 7. The others nodded and sighed. The war stopped only if the strong wanted to stop. They had the power to run amok the battlefield, but now that the 7 half-sovereigns appeared, they lost all dominance. But were they on Sacred Mountain's side? What did they want? To help the Sacred Mountains, or were they a third party? Everyone was tense. Boom! A sudden explosion shook the skies as a large body crushed the ground. Everyone gasped at the wounded Dragon Sovereign, their strongest attacker. He was wounded and barely got to his feet. Zhuofan recognized what made those wounds. Whoosh! The red-mustached elder floated down. Zhuofan turned grave. Curses, another half-sovereign. The 6 mountain lords came back looking smug. They could tell these experts were here to help them. Who knew what karma they sowed to deserve such boon in this late hour? We got 8 unstoppable experts to help us now, ha ha ha. Dragon Sovereign roared and glared at the red-haired elder. Who are you? Why are you helping those fools? The red-haired elder stood like the other 7, silent. Zhuofan saw the disregard and looked around for a way out. They didn't come to kill them, that was certain, just to stop sacred mountains from being utterly destroyed. They might get to withdraw at least. None here wanted to fight them anyway. Dragon Sovereign, I think we should. I don't care who you are, the grudge with the sacred mountains ends today. Those 6 must die. Dragon Sovereign roared over Zhuofan's advice, going at the 8 for an attack. Dragons, tear them apart. Don't. Zhuofan shouted, but it was too late. The red-haired elder gave him a glance. Then they moved. Huge sacred bodies appeared, each holding a sword, be it in flames, be it of frost. The red-haired elder held a red blade shaking the heavens with its aura. Dragon Sovereign found himself surrounded by the 8 of them as they slashed. PFF. The huge Dragon Sovereign's eyes shook, his eyes burning, but then blood spilled everywhere as the 8 strikes landed. Dragon Sovereign was split apart, unleashing a torrent of blood. Some of the flesh froze, another was void of blood, and others were charred. The audience gasped in disbelief. This can't be happening. Dragon Sovereign, the strongest dragon, was dead in an instant. Zhuofan knew this was coming and his heart sank, for the 8 outnumbered Dragon Sovereign. Fighting 8 at the same level was suicide. Dragon Sovereign wanted to win with numbers, but he misjudged the 8. They weren't just half-sovereigns, but had deep insights into the 5 sacred swords. Like the sacred mountain's disciples, they were the sword sovereign's men. It was obvious Dragon Sovereign would die so easily. Now that he was no more, the dragons were no longer a threat. Whoosh. The 8 returned before the crowd, withdrawing their sacred bodies and waited. Dan Qingshan nodded, the 5 sword paths. Yeah, their pinnacle. Zhuofan sighed, the invincible sword would have reached it as well if he came here. Curses, having 8 invincible swords blocking me is insufferable. The others nodded. In the mortal domain, 1 invincible sword was bad enough, but now there were 8. They were certain that even if they were half-sovereigns themselves, they still couldn't do anything to these freaks. They were geniuses, but these 8 were ultimate freaks like the invincible sword, 1 in a billion. They could see that despite the same sword path, they were leagues beyond their level. Dan Qingshan's group clenched their fists. The 8 were the peak of sword arts they wanted to surpass. Proofreader, Papatonks. The silence was deafening. The sudden event overwhelmed everyone. The mighty Dragon Sovereign died just like that, his tough body unable to block the 8 swords at all. The dragons were filled with rage and vengeance, only clenching their fists. While He Yunshan beamed with joy at the turnaround. Experts came from above to save them. Heaven's mercy and ancestors' blessings are upon us. The elders rushed over with respect. Senior, may we know your great name? We are ever grateful to you for saving sacred mountains. Wretched thing, you killed our Dragon Sovereign. We won't let you get away with this. Kill them. A roar came from below and the crowd howled in rage. The dragons turned into their main form and charged at the 8, all million of them. The 8 didn't care, looking over with a flat expression. Zhuofan's brow shook, shouting, "Stop, stop this instant. This isn't right." The dragons had gone mad at the loss of Dragon Sovereign and couldn't hear him. Boom! A sword wave came crashing down and the dragon army was reduced to slag, raining down as blood and gore. The huge dragons were cut down to an inch-sized chunks, those same tough bodies. Zhuofan's face shook from shock. Everyone paled and shuddered. Even the sacred mountain's people gaped. 1,000,000 dragons, dead just like that. They all looked stiffly at a middle-aged man missing a left hand. The 8 half-sovereigns bowed at once. Another half-sovereign. Zhuo Fan gulped, looking grave, even scarier than the 8, an entire level above. Dan Qingshan gazed at the one-armed man with a heavy heart. The 8 were like invincible sword, yet this man was actually stronger than the freaks. Unlike the 8, he had a sword that was related to the 8's but different. This left Dan Qingshan and the others contemplating. Sword Child stared hard. Father, I find his aura even more familiar. I feel the same, but why? Zhuo Fan muttered, they inherited the 5 sword paths, but he doesn't look like it. He feels independent, yet not. Zhuo Fan winced just then, regaining his calm the next moment. No way. Did I just meet him? I must be overreacting. Everyone looked at the newcomer with shock, joy, fear. No one noticed that his eyes were cold. Stop fighting. Both sides are at peace. Both parties eased a breath. He Yinshan rejoiced, someone had helped stop their sacred mountains from being destroyed. Zhuo Fan sighed, but at least they weren't on the sacred mountain's side, or his side would have been finished. The 8 invincible sword-like people were already a pain, but now this guy showed up. It was better not to fight. A shame for dragon sovereign's wasted death. We'll think about avenging him later. Alas, not all were as sensible as him, with some on his side oblivious and ready to bring disaster on all. Who are you? We almost had sacred mountains and you just want us to stop. A shout came from the Human-Dragon Alliance. Zhuo Fan turned to look at an emperor from the Emperor lands talking big. He saw there were only 9 enemies while they had millions, so he felt superior. He wanted the sacred mountain stuff, and to do that, he needed them dead. Zhuo Fan got his meaning but wanted to wring his neck. Why? Because of power. We can't do anything with them here. Can't you just leave it well enough alone? Go die alone for all we care and not drag us into this. Fighting the sacred mountains had nothing to do with you either. You're so weak you're not even in the front lines. Someone get him out of my sight. I don't want to see him ever again. Zhuo Fan shouted and a Luo clansman dragged him like a dog. But the guy kept shouting, Steward Zhuo Fan, what did I do? Why are you doing this to me? Even more reason for you to die, for your ignorance. Make sure to burn him to ashes. Yes. The Luo clansman obeyed and dragged the poor devil to his doom. What did I do? The lone-armed man smirked, I am Sword Heart, Sir Shui Jing's close aide. Any objections? Sir Shui Jing? Sacred Mountain's elders and Zhuo Fan cried out. The rest were stumped at who that was. Who is that? I never heard of him. Is he strong? Everyone whispered, pointing at the 9. They didn't know Shui Jing, but from their strength, they were sure he had to be incredible. He Yinshan came to Sword Heart and cupped their hands. We thank Sir Shui Jing for his assistance. The 6 sacred mountains won't ever forget this. Sword Heart didn't even look at him. Steward Zhuo, do you know Shui Jing? Dan Qingshan saw Zhuo Fan's gaze and the crowd's oblivious looks and asked, no senior of sacred domain seems to know this man. Zhuo Fan nodded, squinting, yeah, Sir Shui Jing's great name has been forgotten by the sacred domain, for he does not seek fame and fortune. How do you know him? How can I not? Zhuo Fan continued with a sigh, since he is sort of my master. What? Dan Qingshan gasped, Steward Zhuo's master? He Yinshan gasped when he heard that, about to have a meltdown. Sir Shui Jing is his master? Then are these experts here to help us or them? What do we do if they will help the brat? He Yinshan and the elders looked between Sword Heart and Zhuo Fan, unable to come up with an answer. Sword Heart smiled. This only confused the 6 elders. Sir Shui Jing, you're still on that million-years-old issue? You first give us hope only to plunge us in despair? Proofreader, Papatonks. Dan Qingshan looked at them cluelessly, asking, Steward Zhuo, what's going on? Isn't Sir Shui Jing on our side as your master? Not necessarily. Zhuo Fan muttered, I only call him master because of how I see him, not due to both of us accepting it as such. That was also just a chat I had, not truly an imparting of teaching. It's why I said he was sort of my master. Dan Qingshan grew tense. What does that mean? Steward Zhua, speak clearly. Shui Jing's people are too strong for us to handle. We need to know how to treat them. We're no different than strangers. It's best you keep your distance. Zhua Fan nodded. This is an old story. When I was in the Radiant stage, an ant in the sacred domain, I was cocky as a kid and pissed off a lot of people. I ended up severely wounded when I had the misfortune to find Mirror Moon Cottage, where Sir Shui Jing saved me and healed me for 2 weeks. In this time, Sir Shui Jing played the zither and chess with me, talking about demonic path. I had little understanding of the demonic path and was finally catching a glimpse of its meaning, that it was not just about fighting and stealing. If not for those 2 weeks, I wouldn't be here, instead ending up erratic like 4 scheming demons. Dan Qingshan nodded. Sir Shui Jing has been kind and taught you, so Steward Zhua sees him as a kind of master. No, I was just some brat then and had no right to call Sir Shui Jing a friend. I just listened to his lectures. It's more right to say I was close to Elder Yuan, since we exchanged our thoughts and experiences on the demonic path. While with Sir Shui Jing, I had no path to begin with and could only listen. Zhua Fan looked at them. I'm calling him master because in those weeks he taught me the way of the world, how to read the big picture. He said random demons are cannon fodder and never rise above. If I wanted to become a true demon, I needed to know the devil and humanity and control it so one could walk free. It was then I walked the demonic path, and I considered him my mentor, though he doesn't think much of the demonic path, which is why he's sort of a master as he walks another path. Dan Qingshan nodded. And then? I healed and left there. When I became the head of the 8 emperors, I wanted to give my thanks to him, but couldn't find him. Zhua Fan felt at a loss. Many times I think back and feel it was a dream, that there's no Mirror Moon Cottage or Sir Shui Jing. But now I see that it's all real. It's not me who sought him, but him coming for me. Zhua Fan's eyes shone, looking at Sword Heart. Sword Heart stared at him with a smile. Zhua Fan, Sir Shui Jing wishes to see you. The usual place. I know. He gave a hard nod, turning to the rest. I'm going to see my mentor. If I don't come back, you are to take the Luo clan and retreat. Don't mess with anything in the sacred domain. Dan Qingshan gasped. You think you're in danger? Who knows? I'll need to meet him first. Zhua Fan sighed and flew towards the place in his memories. Sword Child wanted to follow, but a huge figure barred his way. Sword Heart. Sword Child stepped back in fear. It wasn't due to power, but instinct, something he couldn't control. Sword Heart smiled. There's no point for you to go. Sir Shui Jing will always see the one he wants, and those that want to see him won't ever get the chance. I'm Dad's sword. I'm not leaving his side. Sword Child spoke hard. Sword Heart nodded. Same here. I am Sir Shui Jing's sword, but I don't protect Sir, because there's no need. I just want to kill enemies. Sword Child clenched his fists, feeling familiarity and danger from him. Since we're free, let our swords have a chat. Sword Heart showed a smile at the child's cautious gaze. Sir Shui Jing might be interested in you and could let you return to Zhua Fan. Sword Heart flew away. Sword Child went after him. The 2 sides and the 8 experts were left behind looking at each other with cold eyes. He Yinshan put on a thin smile. I wonder what Sir Shui Jing wishes to talk about with Zhua Fan. Ha ha ha, Sword Heart took the child as well. Could you, sirs, assemble in Sacred Mountains Hall? The red-haired elder shouted, and the 7 experts urged the Sacred Mountains side to go there. He Yinshan didn't ask and followed their bidding since none could beat them. Dan Qingshan paused, then gathered the Luo clan's forces to go home and wait. They were restless, worried for Zhua Fan's sake. From what Zhua Fan said, he expected the worst from Shui Jing's invitation. This only made them more worried. Zhua Fan had always faced someone who he could strike at and handle with a preemptive strike. But this time he was passive in this invitation. I hope Steward Zhua is overreacting and Sir Shui Jing will be amiable. Dan Qingshan shook his head with a sigh. The others looked grave. Crossing mountain ranges, Zhuofan relied on his memories to reach the familiar valley with the pavilion. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan nodded. I finally found it, just like before. But why did I come here then but couldn't find it again? Whoosh! Zhuofan parted the veil and entered the pavilion with cupped hands. Sir Shui Jing, I come at your invitation. Zhuofan? Zhuofan blinked, crying at the familiar voice. Qingqing? Chu Qingqing skipped over in a rush, throwing herself in his arms from joy. Did you come to find me? How did you know I was here? I didn't. I came to see Sir Shui Jing. Zhuofan hugged her, happy, but then he calmed down. I see, it was Sir Shui Jing who rescued you. Chu Qingqing frowned, shaking her head. I don't know, since I fell unconscious in the 6th sacred mountain then I woke up here. That means Sir Shui Jing did it. Only he has such incredible skill to do it. But why did he bring you here? Is it? Zhuofan squinted. You're alone here? Where is Sir Shui Jing? Chu Qingqing blushed, glaring at him. What did you say? You expect me to live here with another man? Humph. No, that's not it at all, Qingqing. I was just asking where Sir Shui Jing was. Not here. He only met me the first time then was gone for months. Chu Qingqing muttered. Zhuofan, let's just leave. This place is strange. I just can't seem to leave no matter where I go. Strange? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and looked from where he came to find it had changed. Everything looked symmetrical and identical. The stony path he followed was now gone. Illusion? Zhuofan used his left eye, the black thunderflame burning strong, and the air twisted. Apocalyptic thunderflame I could burn even illusions and could make an exit and shed light on what was happening. Proofreader, Papatonks. Who? Black flames spread out and sizzled Zhuofan's surroundings, but nothing changed as he withdrew them. Chu Qingqing panicked. How is it? Can you break the barrier? If there was a barrier. Zhuofan frowned in doubt. This doesn't look like a barrier, or illusion. My thunderflame would have destroyed them by now if there was. Chu Qingqing hesitated. This is really strange and absurd. Qingqing, did Sir Shui Jing say something to you? Zhuofan asked. Chu Qingqing pondered and nodded. He did vow on Dao Heart that there's no barrier or array. He also said that it's my heart keeping me here, not him. Heart trapping oneself? Zhuofan paced around. Humans are plagued with complex desire and could never see their real selves beyond them. You need to remove them and clear your heart to see clearly. Zhuofan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Chu Qingqing cocked her head. Hum. A hum was heard and Zhuofan's surroundings had ripples spreading out, each twisted reality, even himself. Chu Qingqing was baffled, but then a hand took her hand and left with her. She cried at the sudden force, stumbling. When she straightened, the surroundings left her speechless. The valley was gone, as was the waterfall and pavilion. They were now before a small courtyard with a building and a side room. Chu Qingqing blinked at a loss. This is the valley you couldn't leave. Zhuofan smirked. It's nothing but a courtyard, stuck running circles in it. No matter where you went, someone kept deceiving your perception. Inability to break the hold kept you here. Chu Qingqing gasped. There's a skill like that? Then how did you? Zhuofan's right eye shone in 3 golden halos. Maybe I have the same skill as the user. Zhuofan smiled as the rings faded, patting her hand. A zither played that drew Chu Qingqing's attention and made her fearful, pulling on Zhuofan. It's him, that Shui Jing who trapped me. It's fine. What comes comes. Zhuofan led her to the sounds, arriving behind the building before a youth in his 20s playing the zither. Chu Qingqing was scared, hiding behind Zhuofan, who bowed. Greetings, Sir Shui Jing. The zither didn't stop, with Shui Jing looking up at him. These years have helped you broaden your heart and mind, escaping the hold on your heart so soon. Very good. Shui Jing smiled. Zhuo Fan smiled. You're too kind, sir, I still have a long way to go. I didn't even realize when Sir tampered with my heart. Sir is the true expert. Ha ha ha, you're not as cocky as before. You've matured a lot. Shui Jing nodded and stopped playing. He waved to a chessboard. It's been ages since our last game. Allow me to see your progress. Zhuo Fan nodded, with your permission. He sat down with Chu Qingqing next to him, looking at Shui Jing's mysterious smile. Pieces fell on the board, each fighting to overcome the other side. An hour later, the pieces looked entangled. You're much calmer now and have lost your recklessness. Shui Jing placed a white piece. Zhuo Fan nodded and placed a black one. I am grateful for your lecture. Gains and losses matter not, one needs to see the big picture to succeed. I will never forget that lesson. You not only held it close, but built on it. You're an entirely different person. You're too kind, sir. It's all thanks to you. It's a shame the same quirk remains. Shui Jing gave him a look inside. You like to take risks and employ schemes. That's very dangerous for a big player. The higher you go, the shrewder your opponent will become, just like you, if not better. By trying to be clever, you're only revealing your weakness to be destroyed. Pa. Shui Jing placed a piece, hard, removing many of Zhuo Fan's. The outcome was obvious. Zhuo Fan's face was dark. Yeah, sir is right. I started off as a nobody, unable to contend with the big players. But why do you, big players, still bother with a nobody like me, heavenly sovereign? You finally figured it out? Shui Jing replied with calm. Only Chu Qingqing gaped. The heavenly sovereign? The strongest of the 10 ancient sovereigns? No way. Didn't they all fall? Even the Nether Sovereign could only wander the Nether Sea as a lost soul. How can the heavenly sovereign still be alive? Yeah, they have fallen, so how could the heavenly sovereign they all fought against still survive? Shui Jing chuckled, always staring at Zhuo Fan. What makes you so sure? Zhuo Fan spoke. Ever since I got Sir's divine eye of the void, I felt apprehensive, afraid that one day you'll come after me and ruin me for stealing it. But then I thought to myself that this was all a stage, as the other sovereigns showed themselves to me and taught me. I didn't think myself special for this many big players to value me so much. So I was thinking that maybe all of this is a setup. Yes, you're far stronger and can see the lining. Go on. Shui Jing waved. Zhuo Fan said, those freaks just now must be from the mortal domain. I could feel the aura of the sacred weapons on them. That moment I felt all was lost, that I would run into Sir and you would butcher me. But when I heard they were your men, all became clearer. Heavenly Sovereign, you don't want to kill me, but use me. You wouldn't have helped me otherwise, guiding me on the demonic path. Crack. Shui Jing clapped. Well said, but that's on the basis that I'm the Heavenly Sovereign. And if I'm not him? Moon mirror fades to void, to nothing, which is the void path. Zhuo Fan laughed. Sir, you've stated who you are a long time ago. It's just that none ever thought of it from that perspective. Who would have thought that the first sovereign would now be toying with people as Shui Jing? The skill you used to trap me and Qingqing in the courtyard was the divine eye of the void 3rd stage, Mirage World, right? Zhuo Fan's right, I shone in 3 halos, but since I'm still weak and ignorant still in the void path, I can only create illusions in a certain area, while Sir is able to implant them in people's minds. I only escaped because I know some of the void path. Zhuo Fan. The Heavenly Sovereign smiled. You've done well going to the mortal domain this time. I'm impressed. Thank you, but there's still something I've yet to understand. When you saved me and led me on the demonic path, it wasn't just a coincidence, was it? I just can't understand why all the big players are interested in little old me. Zhuo Fan shouted in the lion's den. The Heavenly Sovereign would have flattened him if his use ran its course. The fact he was breathing proved he had value, and it was now his turn to leverage that to find out the truth. Fan had seen many things and the confusion within him only grew deeper. Now he found the courage to have a showdown with this sovereign. Proofreader, Papatonks. Heavenly Sovereign sneered, you know you're a nobody, a pawn in the big player's game, then you should also know that no choice is yours, guided without even realizing. It's not even a path you chose. My little brother. What do you mean? Fan started. Heavenly Sovereign shook his head, the past is the past. You don't have to know. Understand this, as I admit of leading you on, you should also play along. What makes you so sure I'll listen? Like I said, you have no choice. Heavenly Sovereign mocked in Chu Qingqing's direction. Fan tensed and clenched his fists. The space cracked to reveal a portal, reflecting a lush forest. Heavenly Sovereign pointed, this is Emotion Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. Go and take his sovereign path. Emotion Sovereign? The most mysterious of the 10? Fan blinked. He's barely been mentioned in the 9 Serenity's secret records, with the world having not even rumors about him. How am I supposed to do that? Heavenly Sovereign smiled, you will do what others can't. Accepting their path is within their plans, don't worry. They. Fan squinted, you mean Nether Sovereign's group? They gave me their path and you have also. What the hell are you all up to? Would they still give it to me knowing you had sent me? Fan, you're overthinking it, ha ha ha. Heavenly Sovereign laughed, remember my lesson. The higher you climb, the useless tricks become. We all fight in the open to control everything. Our dealing has long been anticipated by those guys. That goes both ways as well. Just like this game of chess. We all can see what pieces go and stay, but the outcome is clear. You're in the open and not over, understand? Fan didn't argue, glancing at Song Lin's worried face and reassuring her with a glance before going through the portal. Birds chirped and danced in the air from branch to branch. The place was paradise, without anything evil, heavy, or strange. It was the best place for one to live in seclusion. Though something was odd that caught his eye. Everything here came in pairs, including objects. 2 insects flying side by side, squirrels hopping together, and even weeds growing in pairs, all joined in a bizarre manner. The lone sun above struck a solitary figure in this paradise of emotion. Fan chuckled, then it dawned on him to look across the sky and notice the moon. Just like Emotion Sovereign, to bring even the sun and moon together. Fan walked on, with nothing stopping him. Except for some odd sights, the sovereign seat of enlightenment had no defenses. It was the complete opposite from the dark, eerie Nether Sea. This forest only knew tranquility and peace. Heavenly Sovereign is almighty, so why doesn't he come here, insisting that I go instead? Peculiar. Fan was trying to unravel the 10 Sovereigns game and his role in it. It didn't get him anywhere, so he gave up, just focusing on walking until he reached a cave. It had Cave of Emotion written above it. Greetings, Sovereign. Fan gave a deep bow in respect. There was no reply, only silence. Fan cursed, is he out, or was Heavenly Sovereign's aim off? He was about to ask again. You're finally here. A faint woman's voice came from within. Yeah. Fan nodded, proving Heavenly Sovereign's words. His destiny was to be the Sovereign's pawn. All of them were waiting for him. Who let you in? The voice asked. Fan was frank, Sovereign, it was Heavenly Sovereign who brought me to your seat of enlightenment. After all this time, it'd be strange for Heavenly Sovereign not to notice. 9 Serenities was right, the final winner is still up to fate. Fan spoke baffled, Sovereign, I can just go if you want. No, I've waited for you for too long. There's no way you're leaving. After her stern words, a prismatic light flew out of the cave. It entered Fan's body and stayed there. Fan patted himself, making an odd face, is that it? Yes, you're now free to go. Shouldn't it be like Nether Sovereign's group? Fan scratched his head at how absurdly easy getting something so important was. Don't you need to test me? Or guide me? It's kind of casual. It's yours now and you're dissatisfied? Beat it. Ugh, fine. Joao Fan blinked at the temper and left with a bow. Take care, sovereign. He went for a few minutes before returning to the portal. He gave one last look back before stepping through. The minute he did, the paradise faded away. The pairs of insects and birds were gone, the sun and moon were no more. Only a dark wind blew below the heavy clouds, over the endless bones roamed by mangy dogs and ravens as they searched for scraps. The paradise had become hell. The voice echoed from the cave, if heaven has love, heaven is also old. Love is the deadliest poison in the world. Heavenly Sovereign ran amok through the world, yet fell for my bewitching and never again set foot here. Having sent him to take my path, this means he's close to removing it. We are running out of time. Bali Yuyu, are you ready? A lady stood ice cold in the cave. She nodded. A pink glow filled the cave. We're going to act soon, so let me remind you. My soul trace relied on my path to survive for so long. The day I send it away is the day I will be gone from this world. But I'll be able to control it once more through you. You can't withstand a path's might and will disintegrate. Do you still accept? Don't you want to stop Heavenly Sovereign? Why say this now? Bali Yuyu looked at the cave with a cold gaze. The voice came once more, there's no grudge between us and Heavenly Sovereign. Blocking him is because of our diverging paths. Mortal world's emotions have no play in this. I'm happy that you'd sacrifice yourself for me, but as emotion sovereign I need to confirm your decision. For emotion is hard as stone. Mastering emotion means you need to feel them at their most intense. Nether Sovereign sent you here believing you have the capability. I know that your emotions are one-sided. Whether they can reach or not. I know. I won't let him die before me. Bali Yuyu was determined, showing a faint smile. With a boom, the cave shone bright, then entered Bali Yuyu. Bali Yuyu shuddered, from pain, but soon her eyes opened to reveal a dreadful gaze. Rumble. The mountain crumbled and all in 1,000 miles turned to dust. Bali Yuyu flew away, gone in a blink. 100 miles from Mirror Moon Cottage, as sacred stones entered the earth, a strange array took form. Secretive Aura took a deep breath and made a sign. Li Jingtian's group were grave. Miss Schwanger, can we actually save Steward Zhuo with this array? Even Steward Zhuo has no confidence in defeating Shui Jing with his mastery of arrays. How can you? It's not to fight Shui Jing, but to guide him. Schwanger looked pained. This is my ancestors' mission to our clan, to give Big Brother Zhuo a way out. A prismatic light shone and Schwanger released a frightening aura that got everyone gapping. Proofreader, Papatonks. Sword Heart walked towards the towering cliff, smiling at the setting sun and the cautious Sword Child. Sword Heart spoke to himself, he'll soon get his wish and this world will be at peace. Sword Child just stared. What's your name? Sword Heart asked. Sword Child. Did your master name you? No, he's my father. Sword Child's eyes were hard. Sword Heart shook his head, just like humanity, to treat his sword as a son. How does your master see you? Isn't it obvious? His heart. Sword Heart sighed, sword points where your heart is. I am his sword, moving at his heart's intent. We are one, he and I. Does he see you as a brother then? Not a brother, for they aren't of one mind, while we are. Sword Heart smiled, what he wants to do, I want as well. Not like your master's fancy speech, calling you son. Isn't parenthood a form of slavery? You have to obey and you have to listen. Being humane is so fake, so short-sighted. Humph, and? Sword Child mocked, your master made you like him, but in the end you're just a copy. You're both working to improve, at best, while nothing more than a replica at worst. My father treats us like sons, but he never forces us to follow him. The same with the Luo clan head, the same with Qilin. I am but a sword. So who is the master and who is the servant? Sword Heart looked at the sky. Heavenly Tao has no emotions, in eternal solitude, unmarred by human complexions. That's why the 10 ancient sovereigns were in the end one heaven and 9 people. The 9 shared their paths, while the heavenly Tao is only one. The same goes for us. It's not that he made a copy of himself, it's that heavenly Tao resembles itself. I'm his sword and he shows me where heavenly Tao is so we can create a pure world. What's that got to do with my dad? He never bothered you. Of course it's related. He's crucial. Be it for heavenly Tao, or humanity, the world's direction rests on him. Everything is in the hands of one man. Sword Heart smiled. If all goes well, tonight we get to see the world's direction, ha ha ha. Sword Child shuddered, unease creeping in. Whoosh. 2 figures bowed before Sword Heart. Sir, it's done. They were 2 of the 8 freaks. Sword Heart waved them away, and said to Sword Child, do you know what they are? Once the strongest in the mortal domain, men that sought the pinnacle. But the more they do, the more frustrated they feel when they reach a wall they cannot cross. Having never failed before, they become restless. It was then that I stepped in and promised to fulfill their wishes, so they bowed their heads. And once someone does, he can never raise it again. This is the debased humanity. They're all cultivators from the mortal domain that learned from the sacred weapons? Yes, the tougher the environment, the stronger the people. After the ancient period, sacred domain no longer had anyone impressive. Only the mortal domain would bring about someone adequate every million years or so. Sword Heart nodded, then he showed utter disdain, and the result? They're stuck as half-sovereigns, their immense pride turned into cowardice from crushing doubt in their abilities as they begin seeking other ways and ultimately sealing their hope to ever reach sovereignty. That's why they can never be sovereigns. If the sovereign is alive for that path, the seat is taken, Sword Sovereign shouted. Sword Heart shook his head, wrong. The 10 paths to heaven hints at being only 10, but that doesn't mean they can't change. It may be hard, but if one found an alternative, another road, they too could become sovereign in the sword. Sword Child, there was once Patriarch Blood Demon who lived a long time ago. He had the bravery to do it, coming the closest to realizing it. Later on, people heard of his attempt and always believed the 10 paths are ever taken, losing their courage. Will you brave it, little one? Sword Child's eyes grew with thirst for battle. Ha ha ha, you may never get the chance, if your master fails. Sword Heart laughed and patted the little head. Come, let's see your master's last act, and maybe for the last time. Sword Heart left and Sword Child followed. The 2 arrived at Heavenly Sovereign's courtyard, to find him in his chair and looking at the chessboard with intense gaze. Chu Qingqing paced around, looking at the portal with worry now and then. Sword Heart and Sword Child landed. Sword Heart bowed. It's ready. Marvelous. Heavenly Sovereign gave Sword Child a look, while Chu Qingqing gasped, what are you doing here? It's too dangerous. Where's father? Sword Child asked. Chu Qingqing looked at the portal and sighed. He went to find Emotion Sovereign. It feels like the 2 sovereigns are mortal enemies. As Zhuo Fan represents Heavenly Sovereign, maybe. Chu Qingqing shook her head. Sword Child looked worried as well. Zhuo Fan casually stepped out of the portal and the 2 welcomed him with smiles. Heavenly Sovereign gave him a look and mocked, just like I said, the woman gave it to you. I have it, so what do you want from me now? Zhuo Fan sighed. Heavenly Sovereign shrugged, popping another portal open, leading to the sacred mountains, where their disciples and the 6 mountain lords were. Only they were all unconscious. Zhuo Fan gave Heavenly Sovereign a quizzical look. Heavenly Sovereign spoke, as 9 Serenity's inheritor, you trained in the demon transformation art to the early saint stage. You're a ways away from reaching the peak. As for your heart and mind, the many sovereign inheritances you have proved its broadness. To reach the sovereign stage, all that is needed is build-up. What? Zhuo Fan gasped, you want me to suck them dry? Of course, why else would I stop slaughtering? As sacred mountains, disciples practice the most upright methods and have a solid foundation. Using them will lead to best results. Just what's your game, making me a sovereign? Think of it as me helping you out. Heavenly Sovereign snickered, not just me, but other sovereigns wish for it as well. There'd be no point dumping so many paths on you to increase your own otherwise. But your goals differ. Why do you care? Did you forget your place, pawn? You have no power here. Heavenly Sovereign mocked as he glanced at Chu Qingcheng and Sword Child. I'd have drowned you in materials by now, if not for haste makes waste. You think I wanted to wait for so long? Are you doing it or not? Zhuo Fan's face shook and looked around with a sigh. He made a sign and black energy leaked out of him. In a blink, a sea of black drowning the crowd. They didn't even twitch as they disintegrated. The black energy returned to Zhuo Fan and filled him with endless strength. Heavenly Sovereign smirked, you're holding back, afraid that demon transformation art will eat you alive like your disciple and everyone? Don't worry, the backlash happens only with a weak body, unable to handle all those energies, and with a weak mind that succumbs to the victim's regrets. You've passed them with flying colors. No, cultivate already. Screw you. Zhuo Fan shook, unleashing a violent wave of black energy that turned all the people to dust in a blink. Chu Qingcheng shirked back in fear, with Heavenly Sovereign nodding. Let's take this brief moment to compound Heavenly Tao like old times, brother, the argument before the Great War. Heavenly Sovereign's eyes shone. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhuo Fan was surrounded by black energy, but he was still able to listen. When the universe was in its primordial state, the heavens and the earth were pure and clear, all things were honest, and there was a flourishing vitality. The prevalent upright energy made it the clearest time in the entire cosmos. Heavenly Sovereign stood and paced. With the coming of humanity, the world's vitality got twisted. With humanity having demons in their hearts, the world's righteousness was challenged by the demonic path, confusing it further. Yes, the demonic path was never a part of the world, it came from people. In other words, the heart is the root of all evil. Doesn't that mean to cleanse the world, one has to purge the source? Zhuo Fan spoke from his cultivation. Isn't this funny, talking about eradicating the demonic path when I'm part of it? It's because you reached its peak that you understand the wretchedness of a human heart. I'm asking you in all honesty. Heavenly Sovereign was filled with bloodthirst. The vile humans have only worked to doom their fate with the countless crimes. They should all die, right? Zhuo Fan took a deep breath. Yes, humans are vile, but... No, but... In your journey as a demonic cultivator for so many years, you've been seeking any little reason why humanity shouldn't be purged. And now you became a true demon from a nobody. You see the good and bad in their hearts and know that humanity must die. Then you should be supporting me this time, right? When have I gone against you? Can I even do that? This is absurd. Zhuo Fan was confused. Chu Qingcheng scrounged up her courage to dispute. Humanity is evil, but also good and honorable. You can't condemn it just because there's some bad in them. You may be a sovereign, but aren't you human first and foremost? Yeah, I was once a human, but ever since I attained my void path to become heavenly sovereign, I no longer saw myself as such. I'm cultivating the heavenly Tao, emptiness. All my traits as a human are now void. I'm heavenly Tao's envoy, enacting judgment in its stead to remove any filth poisoning it. It's my duty. Heavenly Sovereign sneered, it's because I was once human that I understand how deep this poison runs. Reap the world once so that it may be pure again. As for that honor and good you spout about, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan shuddered and his strength exploded before subsiding. Heavenly Sovereign patted his shoulder, well done. Demon transformation art is truly incredible, as the fastest cultivation method in the world. You're already at mid-saint stage. There's just something I can't fathom. Why is your cultivation regressing to the 5th layer of foundation establishment stage? It's really baffling, ha ha ha. This is the true self-art, having learned it from an elder in the mortal domain. At the peak of your path, you return to your origins. Isn't this something big players like you strive for? No, since I never heard any among us 10 speak of such a clever cultivation method. Every sovereign drew their cultivation method from their paths. Seize the moon and sun, block the stars, ruin the world, all of these are incredible. This true self-art looks odd, but so plain, made for nobodies. Heavenly Sovereign shrugged, keep going. Demon transformation art takes everything in creation. The mortal cultivation method won't affect it, ha ha ha. Zhuofan closed his eyes, ignoring his mocking. Humph smiled and said, right, Miss Chu said something about honor and good. Humph, hypocrite, that honor and good you speak of are nothing but covers to hide twisted and vile hearts. It has no relation to true righteousness. Humans only care about themselves, their wants, even beguiling others to stop them from targeting them. So they need a good excuse to take the main role on the stage. What purging evil and vanquishing demons? They're nothing but excuses to invade and remove all their threats. Who'd act otherwise? You're sort of a righteous cultivator. Think of all the times when righteousness was invoked, wasn't it to steal or cheat, or kill some threat? Was there any time they fought for another? Chu Qingqing was shaken up and Heavenly Sovereign let her be, turning to Zhuofan, you know this better than most, Zhuofan. In dealing with 8 emperors and sacred mountains, you used the moral high ground, didn't you? It was the only way to avoid others from surrounding you when you attacked, giving them a common cause. It's why I said you've done right by going to the mortal domain, turning into a full-fledged demon by understanding the other's demons and using them. However, I have to admit that some, the very rare kind, truly are kind like a flower. Zhuofan shuddered and his power surged once more. He was at late saint stage in power and his cultivation regressed to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment stage. Heavenly Sovereign gave him a long look. I never denied the world not having true kind people. And? Human minds get twisted. Once this kindness gets swallowed by the filth of the world, it gets spat out as demonic, vile, and abhorred. By seeing their evil, you understand this better than anyone. The human heart is the least reliable in the world. An angel can become a demon overnight, sullying the world. The kindness of humans is nothing more than the incubation period of demons. They all turn in time. Who? Thousands of saints were now dust, with but a few still alive. Zhuofan's power grew to peak saint stage. Heavenly Sovereign looked to be winning, his right eye shone in 10 golden halos. Little brother, just like before, you have no way of convincing me. So just the same, lend me a hand and help me reach the supreme stage, to become the ultimate being so that I may destroy the world and rebirth it. Boom! The sky changed as a huge eye appeared above everyone. 10 golden rings shone in its center. Zhuofan shook and felt crushed, unable to breathe. His bones felt like they might give. Heavenly Sovereign, what are you doing? Zhuofan cried out. Heavenly Sovereign smirked, taking out the sovereign paths those guys gave you. Divine Eye of the Void 10th stage, Void Cave. Whoosh. The 10 golden rings in the sky shone brighter and Zhuofan felt his strength boiling. His skin turned red and blood seeped out. His strength drifted outward, like something was being pulled from his being. Ah! Zhuofan heard a shriek, forcing his head to look with gritted teeth. Chu Qingqing suffered the same, looking in pain and crying out from the torment as something was being pulled away. Heavenly Sovereign, you had me do it, so let me. Leave her alone. My word is my bond. Miss Chu will be free, but I need to take something first. Heavenly Sovereign smiled, his eyes shining golden. A prismatic glow came out of Chu Qingqing and flew in the sky, vanishing inside the huge eye. That's... Yes, 9 Serenity's path you left on her. Heavenly Sovereign explained. Chu Qingqing fell limp on the ground, pale and weak. Zhuofan was worried and Heavenly Sovereign mollified. Worry not, I only want the path, not to hurt her. She just needs some rest. Though after I rebirth the world, I can't promise she'd survive, ha ha ha. Heavenly Sovereign, isn't the path for the owner to decide. That's for common people. I am Heavenly Sovereign, and my divine eye of the void 10th stage, void cave, can take anything, even a sovereign path. Heavenly Sovereign chuckled at his confusion. Of course, if she had a sovereign strength, it might have been harder. But this is all she amounts to. Next up is you, my little brother, ha ha ha. Proofreader, Papatonks. With a crazed smile, the Heavenly Sovereign's 10 golden halos in his eyes shined brightly. Zhuofan felt the pain of having something pulled out of him. Ah! He cried out as a prismatic glow flew out, vanishing in the huge eye. Tyrant Emperor Path, check. The Heavenly Sovereign smirked triumphantly as Zhuofan roared in constant agony as prismatic glows flew out of him. Chu Qingqing panted and witnessed his torture with worry. She felt the scene familiar, making his shouting far more painful than what she went through. Chu Qingqing sobbed and crawled at a painfully slow pace, far too weak, Zhuofan. Sword Child was frantic, wanting to help, but Divine Eye of the Void's power was too great, pressing him down into the ground. PFF. The prismatic glows entered the huge eye and Zhuofan bled from every inch of skin. As the last glow left him, Zhuofan had no strength to even shout. The final path, the Emotion Sovereigns. Ha ha ha, the Heavenly Sovereign laughed, I'm the winner in the end. The Heavenly Daos will be rid of humanity and become pure. Sword Child roared, you got what you wanted, now let my father go. So young and yet to already have awareness. You're quite filial for a demonic cultivator like Zhuofan. Heavenly Sovereign mocked, too bad you're wrong in assuming that I got everything. He can't go yet. What more do you want? The peak of the human path, Zhuofan's demon transformation art trained to the peak. The golden rings in his eyes shined even brighter. Ah! Zhuofan felt like he was flayed alive by thousands of knives and pokers. His eyes bulged as blood flowed out of him. He howled at the top of his lungs as the black energy seeped out of him and vanished in the huge eye in the sky. Zhuofan's roars didn't stop. Following his strength being robbed, his very soul came out as well, stripped of everything. Zhuofan quieted, looking near dead. Sword Child roared in anger, you took everything from him and still want more? His soul will be destroyed and die. It's the path he chose. He lost, and like our agreement, he will now help with my path. The Heavenly Sovereign smiled at the frail soul, little brother, I won in the end, and you lost. Without you, I couldn't have won. You're my stepping stone and I won't forget you, destroying you for good. Farewell. Father. Zhuofan. Sword Child and Chu Qingqing shouted, but Zhuofan was silent. He was still in a haze. Bam! A sudden shudder passes through the world and sky, causing the huge eye to quake and the golden rings to dim. Zhuofan's frail soul relaxed, feeling strength again, enough to exist. Sword Child finally stood up and looked at the sky, the pressure's gone. Who's there? The Heavenly Sovereign's right eye shone in 12 golden halos, while his left flickered with purple lightning, glaring at the empty sky. Sword Heart was grave, who can barge into the Heavenly Sovereign's world? Whoosh! A familiar figure appeared before them, her cold eyes glaring at the Heavenly Sovereign. Yu. Miss Yu. Zhuofan cried. Chu Qingqing rejoiced at newfound hope. But why was she so strong? How did she just enter the Heavenly Sovereign's domain? Bali Yu looked at the weak soul, I'm not Bali Yu, I'm the Emotion Sovereign. I'm using Bali Yu's body to save them. Save them? You dare talk big using a trace of your soul to take over a mortal body? You're nowhere near strong enough. The Heavenly Sovereign mocked, this is my world and not yours. What can you possibly do? You don't even have your path, you're only a half-sovereign at best. The Emotion Sovereign smirked and looked at the huge eye, who said I don't. There it is. You call the path I stole with my void path still yours? All the more reason why you'll lose it. The Emotion Sovereign gave a taunting look, Heavenly Sovereign, remember your fall? Heaven has emotion and will pierce everything. You fell for my bewitching and spent all the following ages in this abode without stepping a foot outside. You were afraid of the world's energy infecting yours and ruining the heartless heavenly Taos you hold dear. The heavenly sovereign raged, that was a cheap blow you did when I was weakened from fighting the others. If not for my unworthy little brother's help from the shadows, you'd never have succeeded. Moreover, I reduced you to a mere trace, only hanging on with the help of your path. Once my little brother is back, you'll have nothing to be smug about. It's no boasting, but a fact. My emotion path is the bane of your heartless heavenly Taos. Once a void path has emotion, it can no longer be empty. You worked hard in removing all human emotions to cultivate the void path, and when emotion seeps back in, demise is nigh. This time I have the demon transformation art to remove your emotion and the bewitching you placed on me. Emotion sovereign, you lost. We'll see. The crux is if you can remove them. The heavenly sovereign's face grew dark. The emotion sovereign smirked as she made a sign. A pink glow spread throughout the sky. The huge eye shuddered and its aura grew weaker. Heavenly sovereign, you have taken my path, but have yet to absorb it. I can still control it. I will have emotion reach its peak and infect your void path and ruin your heartless heavenly Taos cultivation. Think again. The heavenly sovereign shouted, making a sign to have the huge eye shone brighter. My void path is the righteous way of the world. It can't be infected. You're just a trace relying on a puny human to steal a sovereign path. How long do you think you can hold on for? In a minute you'll die along with that trace. Zhuo Fan looked in shock at Bali Yuyu. More than enough. The emotion sovereign turned to Zhuo Fan. I'll stall him for a minute. Run. He was too weak to even move. The heavenly sovereign sneered, your minute will be wasted. Whoosh. A shadow flashed as Sword Child reached Zhuo Fan to hold his soul. No, it won't. Thank you, Senior, I and Dad won't forget you. Though we can never repay you. Whoosh. Sword Heart blocked Sword Child. Sword Child looked grave. He had no confidence he could win against this incredible enemy. They were going to fail. The enemy had 2 experts. Even with the sovereign being stalled, they couldn't do anything about the second. The outlook was bleak. Proofreader, Papatonks. Sword Heart, why do you work for him? You know he's heartless, so what do you gain from it? The emotion sovereign asked. It was like fighting your own father, impossible to fight. Sword Child predicted this, but the news still came as a shock. Emotion sovereign, we're only sovereigns, not human. I am the heavenly sovereign's sword and he is Zhuo Fan's creation. We can't betray our masters. You don't betray, but did he ever trust you? What about your path? Why are you a half-sovereign? Who took your crown? The emotion sovereign saw him silent and sneered. Heavenly sovereign was scared you'd turn, so he took it to destroy you the moment you have a change of heart. Yet you still help him? Weren't you on good terms with CAO? Why choose heavenly sovereign in the end? Because heavenly sovereign is right. People's hearts change and I'd become tainted. I might proclaim my loyalty, but I can't even guarantee that I won't change. It was the right thing to give heavenly sovereign my path. That's what I believe. Coward. Emotion Emperor spat. The heavenly sovereign sneered, Sword Heart has been with me for so long, my only friend. We both believe in the heavenly Taos, that humans aren't reliable with their unpredicted nature. It doesn't mean anything even if I have his path. It's better for him to follow the Tao than let his heart decide. Once the heart changes, it will cause a great disaster. This is why humanity must be purged for the heavenly Taos to live on. Humph, you haven't won yet. What? The heavenly sovereign smirked, but then another boom echoed in the sky. Stars fell, breaking this domain's limit and striking Sword Heart. Sword Heart felt the immense pressure and took out a sword and slashed at the sky to crush the incoming attacks. But the star's power made his arm numb. Sovereign Yun's starfall? Sword Heart gasped, with the heavenly sovereign muttering, impossible. Sovereign Yun died ages ago. Even if there's a trace left, he still can't unleash such a strong sovereign power. Is it? The emotion sovereign smiled and made a sign, Heavenly Sovereign, you'll regret it now in not letting Sword Heart keep his sovereign path. He can't contend with Sovereign Yun's star power. With his path in the eye above, he can't block the Sovereign Yun's path as a mere half-sovereign. The two turned to Sword Heart to see him pushed back. For every one of the 10 sovereign paths, one needs a certain mindset to use it. Taking over somebody won't work. The emotion path needs the pinnacle of emotion, true and pure emotion. That's the only way for you to last this minute and control the emotion path like back then. The Heavenly Sovereign spoke, so that means, the body you're using has deep emotion for Zhuo Fan, willing to die for him. The emotion sovereign nodded. The Heavenly Sovereign then turned to the stars, this is Sovereign Yun's path. His mindset is for the people of the world. It must be a direct descendant to be in tune with his Tao heart. But only if they would sacrifice themselves for Zhuo Fan could they unleash so much of its power, at Yun's sovereign's level. But why does this kid have so many willing to die for him? Heavenly Sovereign, this is the human path's strength. You can never know its might, you who control the heavenly Taos. Also, the emotion sovereign glanced at Zhuo Fan, you know very well your little brother's grace. He's nothing like you, ha ha ha. That's why he diverged on his journey to heavenly Taos, pulled towards your human paths. Heavenly Sovereign sneered, just a few seconds. You don't have the time to escape my world. You've lost. The Heavenly Sovereign's eyes shone in bright gold and made a sign. The emotion sovereign shook and staggered back, looking pale and red as blood seeped out just like it happened to Zhuo Fan. The emotion sovereign was on the brink. Kid, don't just stand there. Leave with Zhuo Fan. Yes. Sword Child blinked awake from the impressive starfall and rushed away with Zhuo Fan while Sword Heart was stuck dealing with the stars. The Heavenly Sovereign didn't mind, flaring his power once more and striking the emotion sovereign's chest, causing her to cough blood. Ha ha ha, it's over and you lost. I'll be taking my pawn back. It's the end of humanity's sovereigns. The emotion sovereign looked at the huge eye in worry. Whoosh. A blinding white light shone out of nowhere, breaking through the barriers of this world and landing on the courtyard. This. The Heavenly Sovereign was startled, with the emotion sovereign roaring at Sword Child, kid, get Zhuo Fan's soul inside the light. Hurry. Sword Child threw Zhuo Fan's soul inside. Zhuo Fan's soul took human form in the light. Chu Qingqing's eyes glimmered with hope, reaching out. Zhuo Fan did the same, but as they were about to touch, he was turning into motes of light. Chu Qingqing was worried thinking something happened to him. The emotion sovereign consoled, don't worry, this is Sovereign Yun's star path. The soul inside will turn into a star and be sent elsewhere. Not even a sovereign can hope to chase after it. The emotion sovereign looked at Heavenly Sovereign's dark face. So you still want to gamble? Not gamble, but survive, along with the rest of the people. Fine, I'll let you take that faint hope away. But you will lose in the end. I have what I need. A wounded soul won't make a difference. Oh. We'll just have to wait and see, ha ha ha. The emotion sovereign smiled as she collapsed, turning into fading motes of red light. Zhuo Fan gasped, Senior, is this your wish, or you use? This girl isn't a fool to pay so much for another's man. I bewitched her to control her body. It's despicable, but it's all for the greater good. Farewell, Zhuo Fan. Bali Yuyu's dead expression vanished as well, gone into red motes. Zhuo Fan turned into starlight and flew through the curtain of white light. The Heavenly Sovereign, Sword Heart, Sword Child, and Chu Qingqing were left alone. The four looked conflicted at the two's disappearance. Whoosh. Sword Child held Chu Qingqing and flew away, using this chance to break out of the Heavenly Sovereign's world through the gap. Sword Heart sighed, should I stop them? No, I said I'll let them go and I will. I'm a man of my word. The Heavenly Sovereign shook his head. Did the emotion sovereign's last trace die with the girl's last words? Yeah, but she didn't leave any good parting words, sounding just like the emotion sovereign. Nothing good comes from humanity. A pity for the ignorant. The heavenly sovereign sighed, this only proves that the heavenly Taos have to destroy humanity and their path. Sword Heart, start the last step. Once I remove the bewitching, we will go to Heavenly Rebirth Lake and break the last barrier to bring back the Taos. We'll succeed in recreating the world. Sword Heart nodded, understood. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. Through lightning, fire and ash, Sword Child raced with Chu Qingqing to safety, sometimes looking back with confusion. Despite no pursuit, he never let up. The enemy had an overwhelming strength, giving them not even a glimmer of chance to survive. They trumped the father and son in brawn and brains many times over, a crushing defeat. It was an absolute miracle they even got out alive from those monsters. He now knew the meaning of avoiding at all costs. What are they doing here? Sword Child noticed Dan Qingxin's group and rushed over. Why are you guys here? Run quickly or you're going to die. The other sighed. Sword Child asked, what's wrong with you? Miss Schwanger had set up an array and perished within it, soul and all. Dan Qingxin pointed at the sacred stones on the ground. Sword Child started, she perished? Why? She said she'd save Steward Zhua. She turned into bright motes of light inside the array, forming the curtain of light in the sky. Everyone sighed as he pointed at the light path above. Sword Child shuddered, the path that saved Father's soul was because of her. What a save! But this is not the time for lamentation. All of you must come with me. If the Heavenly Sovereign comes after us, we're all finished. The Heavenly Sovereign? He's alive? Why else do you think I've been fleeing for my life? What about Steward Zhua? It's a long story. Let's just get to safety first. Sword Child said, we need to survive to fight. We'll think of something later. Sword Child fled first with the weakened Chu Qingqing. Dan Qingxin's group followed. The strange array shone behind, along with the white stream above, mesmerizing and beautiful. Big Brother Zhua. A familiar voice reached Zhua Fan among the stars. He opened his eyes to find light everywhere. He then noticed a figure smiling back in a white dress. Schwanger. Zhua Fan stood up and looked pained at her translucent image. Was it Sovereign Yun's plan? Schwanger nodded with a bright smile. Zhua Fan sighed, why did you do it? He was your ancestor, but this is between ancient experts. They have their eyes on me and I can't escape, so why must you become their pawn too? No, I wanted this. You wanted it? Zhua Fan raised an eyebrow, then he nodded, oh, the Yun clan always put the people first. The Heavenly Sovereign just told me he wants to remake the world. Schwanger, you'd never allow all those people to suffer for it. But was it worth it, sacrificing yourself to save a man for the good of the world? Once the world is gone, won't I go as well? It's not the same. No matter the outcome, you always want to sacrifice yourself. What difference would that be to you when you won't see the world again in both cases? There is. At least I know someone will watch over it in my stead. Schwanger gave a sweet smile. Zhua Fan patted her head, nodding, Schwanger, you're still the same after all this time. I promised you back in Tianyu's war, that I will do all I can. I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. Zhua Fan brushed past her with a bitter smile. He formed a sign and then let it go. He knew that Schwanger was now but a trace bound to fade. This was their final meeting. He would never see her again. Big Brother Zhua. Zhua Fan went through the starry path when Schwanger spoke again. This is as far as I can take you. Look after the world, this beautiful place. Zhua Fan's heart shook. She hadn't done it solely out of Sovereign Yun's wish to save the people, but for him as well. He was the one that helped her see the world, not the people. Schwanger. Zhua Fan shouted, but he sped up and vanished in the distance with the star path. Behind him, a holy figure floated with a faint smile. I thought I had a big heart, only caring about the safety of the world, and I still thought the same up until the moment I carried out Ancestor Yun's mission. only to now realize that I was selfish, my heart unable to hold more than one single person. Schwanger faded as she watched Zhuofan go. Sister Chu Chu was right. We're all frail, unable to see the world, only one man. Goodbye, big brother Zhua. Whoosh. The holy light burst and a prismatic light rose up high above, mystical and majestic. Pa! Sword Heart shot out of nowhere and seized it in his hand. Sword Heart looked at the bright stars with a nod. We now have Sovereign Yun's path. Zhuofan, just how many aces do you have? The outcome is already decided. Sword Heart vanished. In a study on the mortal domain, Wu Randong leaned back in his chair with a big grin. Ever since Sword Star Empire fell, he had been free of struggles, only needing to handle some business matters. His only mission remaining was to wait for Zhuofan's signal. Pa! A sudden explosion startled him and turned around. A hung jade plaque broke into 5 pieces and fell. The book fell from his hands and Wu Randong roared, "Guard!" "What is it, master? What are your orders?" The guard bowed, baffled. Wu Randong took a deep breath to calm down. "Let all the land's array grandmasters assemble to start the array." "Yes." The guard left and Wu Randong went to the 5 pieces to trace them with worry. Palace Lord said to start the large array when the soul plaque broke. He must have been in big trouble to use this last move. "Palace Lord, may you be safe." Wu Randong's hand tightened. 3 days later, in Sword Star Empire's X-Thunder Pavilion, 24 array grandmasters gathered, all 11th grade and up. Wu Randong rushed over, seeing Wu Qingxiu having come with Shengguan Qingyan and the other big names of the mortal domain. "Sir Wu, did something happen to Zhuofan? Is Devil Palace on the move?" Wu Qingxiu asked, with Shengguan Qingyan nodding. "Zhuofan and Dad are in the sacred domain." "Did something bad happen?" "I don't know either." Wu Randong shook his head. The Palace Lord only left a soul plaque behind with a trace of his soul. He said that the moment he made it break, the matter was dire. "We need to activate the recoil array at once. We will know what exactly happened after we activate it. We'll ask the Palace Lord himself." Shengguan Qingyan and the others nodded, filled with worry. Wu Randong looked at the sky and roared, "It's noon, time to activate the array." The 24 array grandmasters made their signs and correlated with the other array masters at the whirlwind tunnels around the domain to activate the arrays. A huge ripple flashed before a beam shot from the Thunder Pavilion into the heavens. The other 7 whirlwind tunnels shot their own beams as well. Proofreader, Papatonks. Rumble. Everything was shaking, with the huge pillars of light acting as weapons as they broke the heavens. In the Mirror Moon Cottage, the Heavenly Sovereign was meditating in peace when he shook awake. Sword Heart asked, "What is it?" "The mortal domain is stirring." "This is bad." "The mortal domain?" Sword Heart asked, "Are those 3 beasts itching?" "A pity the 5 sacred weapons are in the sacred domain, or I would have gone back to set them straight." The Heavenly Sovereign shook his head. "It's not them. They'd never act without knowing my true situation. Just like before, an array has been activated." "Someone's coming to sacred domain again?" "No." Heavenly Sovereign smiled in disdain. "Zhuofan must have done something. He didn't trust those beasts when he came to sacred domain. So now he knows the truth and needs support. For that, he will get the help of those beasts." Sword Heart nodded. "Should I stop them?" "The ruination of the mortal domain means destroying the source of your power." "No, with the emotion path with me, the bewitching doesn't need the mortal domain's power to be suppressed. I need to absorb the emotion path to get rid of it. The mortal domain has outlived its use, and..." The Heavenly Sovereign's eyes shone. "By going to the mortal domain, those 3 beasts will notice I'm in trouble and will come killing. What matters is that I absorb the paths and can't be disturbed. Just watch over me. They won't stir up any trouble anytime soon." Sword Heart nodded and bowed. The Heavenly Sovereign closed his eyes again. Boom. As the shaking grew stronger, black cracks spread across the sky. Shangguan Qinyan was shaking in worry. What kind of array did Zhuo Fan tell you to activate? Why does it look different from the one he used? It's hundreds of times stronger. The world is about to be destroyed. I don't know either. The palace lord only told me how to activate it. Wu Randong was clueless, but determined. Don't worry, palace lord won't harm us. Once the array finishes, we can just look for him. Shangguan Qinyan nodded. Despite the huge changes, they still went with it because they trusted Zhuo Fan. He always did something for a reason. The three sacred beasts noticed the sudden changes. In the All-Beast mountain range, Kunpeng looked at the 8 pillars of light. He met Heavenly Sovereign and all the suspicion he had on us was removed, needing our help. After years of planning, we're about to act. It all comes down who the final winner is, ha ha ha. Spiritual beasts of All-Beast mountain range, vaulting Kunpeng, am leaving to fight for the world's survival. Kunpeng spread his arms and roared. The shivering spiritual beasts lowered their heads before him. In the Ultimate Clarity sect, Decimating Dragon Ancestor looked excited as well. But then he recalled Zhuo Fan's last trick and slumped back, humph, getting thrilled for nothing. Those humans are nothing but ungrateful bastards, caring only about themselves and leaving me here in misery. I won't fall for it a second time and get disappointed. Maybe I should raise another human to activate this array completely? But after all these years, not one human I found is useful. Zhuo Fan read him like a book and told Wu Qingxiu to make this place forbidden. He would not see even a ghost waltzing about. When he took Yilin, he at least had a choice, but that was now gone as well. If he'd known, he'd have slapped Zhuo Fan to death. Zhuo Fan wasn't to blame though, since they weren't kin. He needed to know the savage beast's intentions first. What would he do if the beast would have run amok the minute they got out? In the North Sea, Heaven's sealing CAO sent huge waves as he came out to look at the sky. CAO's lone eye blinked, sneering, another human wants to go to sacred domain? The kid had to go either way, or he'd be just waiting for the big guys to come take his life. As for the others, they must be bored to death. The sacred domain has many powers, you're a lord here, but an ant up there. Ha ha ha, so go and die to your heart's content. CAO sunk back beneath the icy waters. Boom! The heavens shifted as the 8 pillars grew stronger with the array grandmasters shifting their gestures. The other 7 world wine tunnels turned into 7 meteors and converged on Thunder Pavilion. The power of the pillars united and the pillar from the Thunder Pavilion exploded in size and power. The heavens couldn't take the pressure and broke apart, revealing a large pitch-black abyss, with cracks extending in all directions as pieces crumbled. All of the heavens were peeled away like an egg. The pillar kept expanding, forcing Shangguan Qingyan's group back. The pillar grew so fast it enveloped them and the sky boomed once more. Once everything settled, the people looked up in shock. The sky was now all black, an abyss without survival. What have we done? The sky is gone. Shangguan Qinyan gasped. Wu Randong was just as shocked. Why is it like this? Just what was that array of the palace lord? Look there. The sky is back. They all looked to see the sky healing and become its usual blue self. CAO was dumbstruck, with his lone eye flashing in immense joy. The mortal domain barrier is gone at last. The heavenly sovereign's realm is broken. I can see the real sky, the sacred domains, ha ha ha. With a boom, CAO slapped with his claws and shot into the sky, breaking the North Sea's barrier and reaching. His huge body shifted and became a pudgy old man, flying around like a child. The recoil array broke the heavenly sovereign's barrier and made a space tunnel. But due to the world's laws, it will heal. Once it does, the mortal domain and sacred domain will be one. This place is no longer the mortal domain, ha ha ha. Vaulting Kunpeng shot up as well. Decimating Dragon Ancestor was stumped then exploded in joy as he turned into a golden fiery dragon that circled the area before withdrawing all the flames to turn into a middle-aged man in golden robes. I'm out at last. Rotten brat, I'll get you for toying with me, mark my words. Humph. Whoosh. Dragon ancestor vanished. The three sacred beasts were freed from their prison, now looking for Zhuo Fan. The people of the mortal domain were baffled by the changed sky, but then they noticed the thick spiritual energy flooding everywhere. They sucked in without qualms and their yuan qi soared to new heights. What's happening? I'm advancing. So am I. Me too. With the broken barrier, the people of the mortal domain grew excited, tasting the thick spiritual energy of the sacred domain. In just a few moments, all of the mortal domain's cultivators advanced again and again. The fresh radiant stage cultivators of yesterday were now in the ethereal stage, making it feel like it was all a dream. They didn't realize that this was what they should have had, for they had been restricted for ages. Proofreader, Papatonks. Who? The thick spiritual energy flooded the surroundings of the mortal domain cultivators, making them sit down on the spot to cultivate at this incredible opportunity. A month later, Wu Qingxiu and the others ignored everything as they cultivated at the Thunder Pavilion. They opened their eyes to find themselves stronger than the invincible sword of before. What did the array do? Everyone looked around with joy, Wu Qingxiu crying, "This doesn't feel like our home, like our entire world changed." Zhuo Fan had been obsessed with it for a century, but what did it do? It's incredible. Wu Randong stood up looking grave. The palace lords said that this array will connect two worlds, that they would combine at its activation. All this incredible spiritual energy we're enjoying comes from the other side. The place with the Devil Mountain Zhuo Fan mentioned? Yes. Wu Randong was grave. Wu Qingxiu nodded with an excited look. This is why Devil Mountain's disciples were all powerful, they had the best conditions. It's all thanks to Zhuo Fan that we get to enjoy the same treatment when he combines the two worlds. Wu Randong wasn't happy at all. I don't know for certain, but there has to be a good reason why the palace lord had us wait for the very last moment until he gave us the signal to activate the array. The two worlds might be one now, but we better go find the palace lord to help him out. Right, we first got to find him. But, Wu Qingxiu frowned, where do we start? Where do we go? Wu Randong considered, I had the disciples of the five lands spread out. With the worlds combining, there have to be common points that should show us the way. I hope so. Wu Qingxiu sighed, by the time we find the limit of that world, Brother Zhuo might be gone. A blue figure flew high in the sky, going at incredible speed. An angry shout came, damn coot, traitor, stop right there. Whoosh. A golden flame startled the man in blue. Looking back, he threw an azure fire at the golden flame. Boom! The clash resulted in a grand explosion of flames. The mighty power shook the heavens and broke the earth. The sky sported black holes for thousands of miles. Even peak saints weren't capable of such destruction. Whoosh! The two separated from the clash. What are you doing, you crazy old man? Kunpeng cursed Dragon Ancestor. I've yet to pay you back from before. What did I do to you? Pay me what? For treason. Dragon Ancestor gnashed his teeth. If not for you selling Thunder Phoenix out, we wouldn't have been stuck in the mortal domain for so long. With all our powers. Humph, combine our strengths? You think that's enough against the Heavenly Sovereign? Kunpeng cut him off with a sneer, ignorant fool. You have no idea how bad things were last time. You're only standing here whining, you big worm, because of Thunder Phoenix and my faking weakness trick. Dragon Ancestor blinked, trick? What? That is what Thunder Phoenix did willingly. I never sold anyone out. Dragon Ancestor shook, baffled, what? Is he insane? Giving himself over to the Heavenly Sovereign? He wasn't insane, but upright. To save everyone, his sacrifice was worth it. What the hell do you know? Kunpeng glared and sighed. Dragon Ancestor was utterly confused, his rage gone. A cold aura came over that snuffed out the remaining flames around. The two cried out, "Cao, you're out." Ha ha ha, I am. I got tired of wandering the same North Sea. Now that the Heavenly Sovereign's barrier is gone, I'm free to stretch my legs. Don't mind me, duke it out, he he he. The space warped and a one-eyed old man appeared with a grin. Kunpeng sighed, "Old dragon, CAO, allow me to explain what happened while we go find Zhuo Fan. He had the mortal domain removed because he believed us. He must have met with the heavenly sovereign. We must save him before the heavenly sovereign kills him and all our suffering will be for naught." Kunpeng flew away. "TCH, what suffering? Hiding on a mountain while we were stuck in our prison." Dragon ancestor huffed, but still chose to follow. They had a common enemy and he took precedence over any betrayal. CAO shrugged as he joined them. They flew for 3 days, and arrived at the limit of the mortal domain with the sacred domain. They entered the new world and Kunpeng shrieked while Dragon ancestor roared. Whoosh! Birds flew over and dragons growled as they came in joy. "Greetings, Sir Kunpeng." "Greetings, Dragon ancestor." "What about me?" CAO felt sour being left out. Kunpeng snickered, "CAO, don't mind it. This isn't the sea, so they aren't your people." "Right, then let's go to the sea." "Would Zhuo Fan go there though?" Decimating Dragon ancestor glanced at the spiritual beasts and dragons. "Listen up, we're looking for a human called Zhuo Fan. Find him." One dragon hesitated. "Ancestor, is he the same Zhuo Fan the Luo clan have as steward?" "He was a steward of a tiny clan in mortal domain. He looked to enjoy his spot too." Kunpeng nodded. "Do you know where he is?" The dragon bowed. "Ancestor, sirs, Steward Zhuo said he's your representative and worked with us to attack the sacred mountains." "Oh, the punk knew to steal authority. First he let us rot, then he used our name? Preposterous." Dragon ancestor raged. "Where is that punk? I'll string him up and chop him to pieces." SSS. The dragon started. "He isn't ancestor's representative. Curses, he played us. He had 2 sacred beasts and one calling himself ancestor's inheritor, so we believed him. We even let them go to dragonizing pool. We'll go right away and execute those liars." "What liars? You can't tell sacred beasts' aura from fakes. That inheritor is also an old dragon's disciple." Kunpeng glanced at Dragon ancestor. Dragon ancestor nodded. "It must be Yilin. They are indeed under me. I was just being angry, but that doesn't mean you can just go wild on them. Try to keep your heads on your shoulders." Right." The dragon flinched and tensed. "You still haven't said where Zhuo Fan is. Take us there." "Yes, just," the dragon hesitated. "What now?" "I can only take you to the Luo clan, because we can't find Steward Zhuo." "Why?" "Because he's dead." "What?" The sacred beasts cried out, with Kunpeng slumping. "It's all over. Our efforts are for nothing." Proofreader, Papatonks. Father. Elder brother. The Luo clan's leadership gathered in the main hall of their city and discussed. The sudden shouts had them looking towards the doors, now burst open by Gu Santong, Qiaoer and Yilin. Their auras clearly placed them at the saint stage. Ouyang Chongqing lit up. "Yilin, you've been enjoying yourself with the dragons by the looks of it. I ought to take a trip to the dragonizing pool as well." "Get back." Yilin pushed him away, rushing to Luo Yunhai, clan head. "Where is my elder brother? Why do all the dragons say that he's dead?" Luo Yunhai sighed and patted his shoulder. "Big brother Zhuo has a glimmer of hope, but Shuang'er and Miss Yu. They passed on to save Dad." Sword Child stepped up with a grave look. "They leaned on a sovereign's path for a power boost and wrested Dad's weak soul from the heavenly sovereign. They, however, couldn't withstand a sovereign path's power and crumbled, soul and all." Yilin shook inside. Qiaoer cried, recalling the good times she had with Bali Yuyu. The closest to her were Bailey Jingtian and Bailey Yulei. The 3 had gone with Zhuo Fan to the sacred domain once their clan fell, but now one of them was no more. Bali Yulei saw her as his little sister, while Bailey Jingtian felt the pain of losing his relative. They had no hatred among the sadness, for this was Bali Yuyu's choice. Thunder Sword King, our revenge for Zhuofan is no longer important. Bailey Jingtian said, Frigid Rain's Sword King is gone and I feel a piece of me missing. We need to live in the moment and have no regrets. Bailey Yulei nodded heavily. I don't know if Zhuofan's sovereign path had something to do with it when he entered the Emperor's stage, but my eyes have opened up. I had spent a century obsessed with killing him, but forgetting all the people around me, my father, you. My hatred didn't change even as the empire fell. Now that Frigid Rain's Sword King is gone, I have come to see that while hatred blinded me those 100 years, I failed to realize how many things I lost. Thunder Sword King, let's go home. I want to live my life in peace along with my father. His Majesty is at Drifting Flower City. Bailey Yulei said, we will find him there. Bailey Jingtian started, how do you know? Zhuofan told me. Bailey Yulei muttered, he knew your desire, but since you helped him, he looked after your family regardless of your intentions. His Majesty hasn't become a prisoner, but is living safely in Tianyu. It was there where Zhuofan lived his quietest moments. He hoped that the past emperor would find peace as well. Bailey Jingtian felt ashamed, he did all this while I almost left father to be forgotten. That's why Zhuofan thinks of everything. He has his own path that brings people together, which makes up his power. Bailey Yulei smiled, let's wait for Steward Zhuo's return. We'll help him in this fight and then go see His Majesty. What do you say? Bailey Jingtian closed his eyes and nodded through tears. Get lost. Yi Lin was furious as he stormed outside. Who's shouting in the Luo clan? I am, what of it? A middle-aged man in golden robes stood tall and majestic alongside two others. Gu Santong and Xiao knew them on the spot. Yi Lin was human and didn't know of dragon ancestors' human form, cursing instead, you got some nerve. Who are you to run wild in the Luo clan? Oh, you got to spread your wings, brat, and now you're teaching me? Dragon ancestor started, smiling at his disciple. Gu Santong and Xiao pulled Yi Lin back. Kunpeng didn't care, looking around. The most pressing matter was to find Zhuofan. The dragon saints came as well and immediately kneeled, Ancestor, you're all right. We couldn't be more gratified to find you once more with us. Why your master? Yi Lin cried out. Dragon ancestor glared, brat, I'll deal with you later. Where's Zhuofan? Come out already. You can't be dead. Ancestor, a few days ago, the dragon's sovereign was butchered by 8 people. You have to set this right and get revenge for him. The old dragons lamented. Dragon ancestor waved their whining away, since he's dead, that's that. Just go pick other dragons with some talent. Zhuofan is more important right now? Is he dead or not? Ugh. The dragon saints were stumped. They rushed here the minute they heard their ancestor was back, hoping to get support. Only the ancestor cared not for them, wanting to know more about some human's life instead. So they changed tactics. Ancestor, taking revenge for the dragon sovereign or Steward Zhua is the same, because the same man killed them both. He's really dead? Dragon ancestor turned to Kunpeng, what now? The kid is dead and the sky will fall. Kunpeng shouted, listen well, the fate of the world rests on Zhuofan. Tell me exactly if he is dead or not. Did you see it happen? Seniors, this is what happened. Sword Child came forward and retold the events. The 3 seniors eased up, I see, that's why there's a glimmer of hope. How fortunate. Old man, he's but a ruined soul now, with his strength robbed. It can't get worse than this. What hope are you talking about? Dragon ancestor asked, you all right there? What can a cripple do? Cripple? Humph, you'd never say that if you knew who he is. Him? Dragon ancestor raised an eyebrow, isn't he a pawn in your schemes? Or is he some sovereign's reincarnation? Kunpeng said, pretty much. Old dragon, remember the uncrowned sovereign? Him? Dragon ancestor gasped, the heavenly sovereign's younger brother, the one who with the heavenly sovereign was called heavenly Daos exalted? That's Zhuofan. Why is he on the demonic path? Isn't the goal of all sovereigns the supreme stage? Kunpeng's eyes shone. Heaven sealing CAO and dragon ancestor thought. Was such a legend true? Senior, could you? The trio chatted back and forth, when Luo Yunhai finally came forward with a smile and a bow. Kunpeng said, "We're three sacred beasts, vaulting Kunpeng, decimating dragon ancestor and heaven sealing CAO. We guided Zhuo Fan once and came to see what happened to him." Sacred beasts? The same ones that can fight sovereigns? Luo Yunhai and everyone cheered, "With sirs, we can beat the two enemies." Kunpeng's face twitched. Win? One of them is the heavenly sovereign, who fought all the others by himself. Us three are nothing. Stop dreaming. Our only hope rests with Zhuo Fan. But Zhuo Fan is only a broken soul, how can he? Dragon ancestor shook his head. Kunpeng sneered, "Didn't Sovereign Yun take the same ruined soul with his star path? By my reckoning, he must be at the heavenly rebirth lake. There he will regain everything, including the ancient power closest to the heavenly sovereign."